Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had One for All and Immortality Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Starting information for this story that will be different from the canon of the Emichi. Story Divergences. Izuku leaves UA after the Stain arc. This is another reason he gets upset and leaves UA since he saved Tenya from the hero killer and he doesn't support Izuku. All Might will still have some OFA left after the Kamino incident and his real form will not be revealed during this time. However, this means Izuku watches the battle on TV in America and doesn't help save Katsuki from LOV. The other students will still save Katsuki and escape like normal, just remove Izuku from it. The staff of UA, Gran Torino, and Detective Tsukachi believe in Izuku due to the detective's quirk, and several of the staff already know of Izuku's past of being quirkless before he received OFA. Izuku finishes cleaning the beach 2 months before the entrance exam, which allows him to meet Gran Torino and learn to control the quirk faster. Starting out before the exam, he will control only 10% of OFA, and leaving UA to America, he will have control of 25% of OFA due to having more time to learn control under Gran Torino and is able to put more muscle mass on. Izuku and Inko do talk to Hisashi Midoriya, not AFO, on a regular basis and have a stable family relationship. Hisashi works in America as a pro hero and is the owner of the world's wealthiest company called Spitfire. All Might takes a second father figure role in Izuku's life with the approval of Inko and Hisashi, who have been told about OFA. Bakugo does not know about OFA since Izuku didn't slip up about it at the start of the school year. Character information. Name, Alex White. Sexuality, gay. Love interest, Izuku Midoriya, main, and Lucas Smith. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, Elder Dragon. Description. This quirk grants the user the ability to transform the user's body to have dragon features and abilities or transform into a full dragon. The quirk overall enhances the user's speed, power, agility, and healing abilities. User can also transform into a large dragon and is able to fly in both human and dragon form. This quirk also makes the user closer to an immortal due to the long lifespan and hyper healing abilities. Users will also have soulmates who can be granted the same lifespan and healing abilities. Drawbacks. Long lifespan will not start until the user finds their soulmates, and will only be able to impregnate their soulmate due to the dragon influence. Hero name, Dragon. Name, Lucas Smith. Sexuality, gay. Love interest, Izuku Midoriya, main, and Alex White. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, Fire Phoenix. Description. This quirk grants the user the ability to control all forms of fire and can make the fire burn at will. The quirk enhances the user's speed, power, agility, and healing abilities. The user can transform into a fire phoenix and is capable of flying while in both human and phoenix form. This quirk makes the user close to an immortal due to the long lifespan and hyper healing abilities that are granted. Users will also have soulmates who can be granted the same lifespan and healing abilities. Drawbacks. Long lifespan will not start until the user finds their soulmates, and will only be able to impregnate their soulmate due to the Fire Phoenix influence on the user. Hero name, Phoenix. Name, Skylar Baker. Sexuality, straight. Love interest, none. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, Angel. Description. This grants the user white wings and a halo when active. Wings can appear and disappear at will. Grants the user ability to control light and create weapons/items out of the light that will stay unless the user removes them. Granted ability to heal others and the user as well. Passive healing on user. Drawbacks. Abilities are weaker during the night due to decreased light from the sun, though can still create due to light from other sources. Hero name, Dove. Name, Rose Harrison. Sexuality, bi. Love interest, none. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, Elemental. Description. This grants the user control over the elements, air, water, fire, earth, and lightning. Many different types of moves can be created and elements can be merged to create subsets depending on training. The user is able to create the elements without a natural source nearby but will consume the user's energy as a result. Drawbacks. Abilities are weaker if there isn't a natural source present, but this can be overcome via training. Hero name, Storm. Name, Sophia Jones. Sexuality, straight. Love interest, none. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, Demon. Description. This grants the user black wings and 2 horns when active. Wings can appear and disappear at will. Grants the user ability to control darkness and create weapons/items out of the darkness that will stay unless the user removes them. Granted ability to create illusions as well as a passive healing ability. Drawbacks. Abilities are weaker during the day due to an increase in light from the sun, though the user can get around this by going to areas of great shadows. Hero name, Azrael. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Sexuality, gay. Love interest, Lucas Smith and Alex White. He is the main soulmate for each of them. Group, Vanguard. Quirk, One for All and Immortality. Description. One for All is a transferable quirk that can be passed on from one user to the next. One for All also allows the user to stockpile an enormous amount of raw power, allowing them to significantly enhance all of their physical abilities to a superhuman level. This results in unbelievable levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. One for All also grants the user the ability to access the previous user's quirks. Starting out before the exam, Izuku will control only 10% of OFA, and leaving UA to America, he will have control of 25% of OFA due to having more time to learn control under Gran Torino and is able to put more muscle mass on. This percentage will increase in the story as he trains with the Vanguard group. Quirks unlocked in OFA, after some time in America. Float, the quirk wielded by the 7th user, Nana Shimura. This quirk allows the user to levitate. Black W, the quirk wielded by the 5th user, Daigoro Banjo. This quirk allows the user to create tendrils of dark energy from their arms. These tendrils are good for grappling and increasing the user's mobility. Gravity manipulation. Offensive uses of this power include repulsing people or objects with such force as to shatter practically anything, increasing gravity to crush or immobilize opponents, decreasing it to render them defenseless, or surrounding one's body in a gravitational field to amplify physical strength. Defensive uses include creating a gravitational force field to repel all manner of attacks or anchoring oneself to the ground. Quirk, Immortality. Description. Due to being soulmates with Lucas Smith and Alex White, he will gain near-immortal powers once the soulmate marks appear. This will grant the same lifespan and healing abilities as his soulmates have. He will also be able to get Paragon and T by either soulmate due to their quirks. OFA breaks bones and or shatters them if uses more than the body can handle. Float, energy is consumed with a lack of experience. With training, minimum energy would be used. Black WHP, if the user is not careful, they can crush whatever is in the WHPS and the WHPS will go out of control. Gravity manipulation, energy is consumed and lack of experience and training can lead to users being harmed due to changes in gravity that their body is not prepared for. Energy consumption will decrease with training to minimum levels. Immortality, long lifespan will not start until the user finds their soul mates nor will healing abilities start. Hero name, Paragon. Izuku was walking towards UA since today would be the first day back after the internships. The internship was strange in light terms. Flashback. Lita attempted to go after the hero killer in Hosu and I had warned Gran Torino about the possibility of him doing this. As such, since I already had some control of One for All, OFA, he decided that we would spend the internship stalking Lita and his mentor in Hosu to ensure that he didn't get himself killed. We couldn't really warn other heroes about what he was going to do since Izuku had no proof. While they were in Hosu, Nomus appeared and started to destroy the city. As such, Izuku was sent to follow Lita to ensure his life while Gran Torino helped in the city. The hero killer approved of the hero known as Deku since he came and only wanted to save the other people first and was meddling in other people's business like All Might told him to. As such, Izuku was able to defeat Stain and save everyone. Lita got in trouble with the police but was let off with a slap on the wrist and told not to do it again. Izuku's involvement was covered up even though he had permission. This is due to his age and any villains that may target him due to taking Stain down. As such, Gran Torino was given credit since the wounds can be credited to him. Flashback end. Izuku arrived at UA and was walking through the halls. However, he felt off once he got into UA due to the fact that people were looking in his direction far more than normal and looked away when he looked in their direction. He first thought it was about Stain, but that was covered up. Soon Izuku would learn the truth on why everyone was looking at him, and it wasn't for a good reason. Izuku POV. Why is everyone looking at me today? They shouldn't know about the Stain capture unless Lita talked about it. When I arrived at the class, I entered and saw that everyone was staring at me for some reason. Then it happened, everyone started accusing me of being a bully for some unknown reason. Uraraka. Deku, why the hell did you bully quirkless kids when you were in middle school? Was all this personality of yours a lie? Kirishima, not manly dude, not manly at all. Ashido, I hate people like you who bully others just because they are different. While this is going on, I am having an internal crisis since I have no idea what they are talking about. For the love of God, I was quirkless before OFA, so why would I bully another quirkless kid who could have been my friend? Then I saw it. I looked over and saw the smirk on Katsuki Kakenbakugo's face. I knew he hated me all these years and the fact that I got into UA with him, but I didn't think he would lie about this when he was the one that bullied me. Almost everyone in the class was yelling at me besides a few like Koda and Shinso. They looked confused about what everyone was talking about since those two knew I was a late bloomer since I've told them about that. Interco. Nizu, could Izuku Midoriya please come to the staff room? I repeat, Izuku Midoriya to the staff room. Well crud, looks like the rumors have reached the teachers. At least All Might will be on my side since he knows I was born quirkless. Izuku arrived at the staff room where All Might, Nizu, Aizawa were waiting for him with the police detective Tsukachi. The fact that the detective was there for this meeting concerned Izuku but also relieved him since the detective could prove the rumors false. Aizawa, problem child, do you know why we called you here? Izuku, I'm assuming about the things I got accused of when I walked into the class just a few moments ago? Aizawa, correct. UA has a zero-tolerance policy regarding bullying and you shouldn't have been allowed to attend UA based on your records that I've just gone over. Izuku, the rumors are false and my record is biased against me. Aizawa, then why has Bakugo confirmed the rumors about? Detective, I think that enough. Aizawa. My quirk is confirming his statement. So the rumors are false and the file is biased. Aizawa, how are they biased? They are his official file? Izuku then explains the fact that he is a late bloomer and the fact that he has had his quirk for only less than a year to Aizawa. This angers the teacher since he has been lied to by Bakugo about the bullying. Izuku then explains the fact that he was the one being bullied by Bakugo instead since he was the quirkless student. This is confirmed by the detective and the staff in the room are horrified about Izuku's life. Aizawa, I want to expel Bakugo for lying about this whole thing and spreading the rumor. Nizu starts that he is cut off by Izuku. Izuku, actually, let him stay since you are the only teachers that will fix him and the chance he would become a villain due to his ego and personality. Also, I might not be attending UA anymore. So there is less of a point since I wouldn't be with any of the class that betrayed my trust and believed in the rumors. This surprises All Might, Nizu, Aizawa, and Tsukachi since Izuku has always wanted to be a hero. All Might, but my boy, why would you stop being a hero? Is it due to your class? Nizu, this is bad, All for One is still around, we cannot lose the boy. Izuku, can you please explain why you would be leaving UA? Izuku, All Might, I'm not giving up on being a hero. It's actually due to the fact that Mom wants to move to America to be with Dad and they asked me if I wanted to either go with them or stay here. If I stayed, they wanted to know if you would take guardianship over me, All Might, since you're my second father figure. All Might, I would be glad to take care of you, my boy. We can get started on the... Izuku, sorry All Might, but I was on the fence before I arrived at UA. However, with the class reactions, I decided that I would rather go to America to be with them and I would attempt to attend the UA school there that is ranked the #1 hero school in the world. All Might, I understand my boy. I just am disappointed in the class since they are meant to be training to be heroes. I believe we could ensure you get into the #1 school with a letter of recommendation from Nizu or myself since we do have some favors we can pull. Nizu, indeed, I will call them now and have the paperwork started. Do you know when you will be leaving Japan? At least he still wants to be a hero and will be going to a sister school, Nizu thought. Izuku, I would be leaving at the end of this week since that is when Mom plans to leave. I need to let her know so she can start planning the travel arrangements. Aizawa, Problem Chi Midoriya, I wish you the best of luck in America. After you are done talking to All Might and Nizu, go ahead and go home for the rest of the week since there is no point in staying for the stuff we have planned. It will be better that you get everything ready to leave. He hugs Midoriya. It was a pleasure having you in my class. Please stay in touch with the staff here at UA. Izuku, thanks sensei, could you send me Shinso and Koda since they are the only ones that didn't believe in the rumor? Aizawa, sure thing kid. Leaves staff room. Izuku then spends the rest of the time with All Might, Nizu, and Tsukachi. All Might asked Nizu for several weeks off so that he could accompany Izuku to America and take care of any matters at the other UA to ensure that Izuku is enrolled and to also spend some time with Izuku's family since he is close with them. Nizu approves since it will stop All Might from overextending himself, and All Might will take Izuku and Inko on his private plane to America to avoid other people. Izuku is left alone in the room waiting for Shinso and Koda. They arrive and Izuku talks to them about him leaving to go live in America. They are disappointed due to the class actions and will miss Izuku. Izuku had told the teachers and both of them not to inform the class about him leaving. He wanted to let them think whatever they wanted. The staff had decided to start letting other classes know that Izuku was proven innocent in regards to the rumors via a lie detector quirk so that Class 1A besides Koda and Shinso would start getting pressured by the other students. Time skipped to the end of the week. Izuku POV. My mom, All Might, and I, Inko and Hisashi know about the skinny form and OFA, are boarding All Might's private plane and are setting off to fly to America. Well, goodbye Japan and here I come America. I hope I can make new friends in America. The flight didn't take that long since we didn't have to make any stops for other passengers and or refuel since All Might's plane can do several trips to America from Japan without refueling. Once we had successfully landed at the private airport, we started to do stretches and relax our bodies since we couldn't do much physical movement. The pilot of the plane had alerted All Might that Izuku's father would be arriving to pick them all up any moment and we just needed to relax until then. As such, All Might and Izuku talked about his current progress of OFA and how they were going to keep All Might up to date with Izuku's current situation while in America. Soon several cars pulled up and out came Hisashi Midoriya. Name, Hisashi Midoriya. Sexuality, straight. Love interest, Inko Midoriya, wife. Group, Pro Hero Number 3. Quirk, Fire Salamander. Description. This quirk grants the user the ability to fire highly pressurized jets of fire from his mouth and gives the user pyrokinesis. This allows the user control of their own fire and may control other fires. Controlling a fire that wasn't created by the user will take extra energy to control the said fire. Drawbacks. User can lose their own body heat due to producing fire from their own body. This can be overcome by support gear to heat the user's body up. Controlling a fire that wasn't created by the user will take extra energy to control the. With everyone settling in, they all started to eat dinner and talked about when Izuku would start going to the UA Hero School nearby. All Might told the Midoriyas that he had a meeting scheduled at UA to ensure all the paperwork would be completed and find out class information for Izuku in 2 days. All Might suspected that Izuku would start attending the school by the start of next week since it would also be the day before All Might would have to return to Japan. All Might had promised them that he would stay in touch and come visit every few months if he was allowed the time off. This would let All Might have personal time with his successor and the rest of the family since he would have to do most of his communication via phone calls or video calls now. All Might, thank you for everything that you have done for me, said Izuku. All Might was so happy that he had Izuku as his successor. The boy was so kind and pure-hearted. No problem, my boy, said All Might. All Might told them that he would be going to the meeting at the American UA at noon and would be back later in the day after he had taken care of everything. Izuku decided that he would go out shopping for some new clothing since his former clothing didn't really suit him anymore. Izuku no longer cared to be as nice as he was before and would be a bit more outgoing in his outfits and how he acted. As such, he went shopping at the local mall. However, what he didn't realize was that this trip would start to change his life forever. Well, time to start changing up my looks since I will be living in America from now on, Izuku mumbled. Behind him were 3 girls, one with red hair and eyes, another with white hair and eyes, and the last was a girl with black hair and yellow eyes. They decided to approach him since they overheard him talking about changing up his looks since he was new to America. Hey, we overheard you talking to yourself about changing up your looks. Do you mind if we help you out since we like to shop for new clothing and styles? Said the red-haired girl. Izuku was shocked since he thought he said that stuff in his mind and didn't know he mumbled it out for others to hear. Oh sure. Sorry, I'm new to America and will be living here for the foreseeable future since my mother and I moved to be with my father, Izuku said to the 2 girls. By the way, our names are Skylar Baker, Rose Harrison, and Sophia Jones. What is your name? Said the white-haired girl, now known as Rose. Midoriya Izusari, Izuku Midoriya. I almost forgot you go by the first name here in America instead of the last name like in Japan. Nice to meet you, Skylar, Rose, and Sophia, Izuku said cheerfully. The 4 of them started going around different shops and put together a few different styles of clothing for Izuku. Thank you for the help in picking new outfits out, Skylar and Rose, said Izuku. No problem, Izuku, Rose, Skylar, and Sophia said. However, their fun and excitement were ruined by some thugs that decided to try and hit on the girls. Hey ladies, how about you ditch this nerd and come with us? Thug 1 said. Yeah, we can show you a good time, Thug 2 said, starting to put his hands near the girls. How about you all screw off before I break your bones? Said Izuku while sending a death glare to the group of thugs. They don't want to go with you, so back off, said Izuku as he stepped in front of the girls. How about you screw off yourself, kid, said the thugs, while one pulled a bladed weapon out of his jacket and started to attack Izuku. Izuku then moved quickly and disarmed the thug while breaking his hand, forcing him to drop the knife. Skylar, please call for police so they can arrest these thugs, yelled Izuku. Skylar, Rose, Sophia, and Izuku were sitting around and relaxing for a few minutes since they finally got done being questioned by all the police and giving their statements. Most of the time consumption came from the fact that Izuku was new to America and the police wanted to ensure that he was informed of several laws regarding quirk use so that he would know in the future since he told them he came from Japan. It turns out in America, you can defend yourself and others with your quirk, unlike in Japan, which has tougher quirk laws. Though Izuku didn't need to use his quirk, the police did give him the information for future use but did tell him that he would be held responsible for any damage and wounds he caused if he was found at fault for any situation he found himself in the future. Well, this became a long shopping trip, said Izuku. Yes, it did, agreed the girls. It was nice meeting you girls, and I hope we will meet again, but I need to go home. My family is most likely wondering where I am since I was gone longer than I said I would be, said Izuku. They all said their goodbyes to each other, and Izuku started to leave. However, he bumped into several guys and caused everyone to fall on the ground. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Let me help you guys up, Izuku said while Skylar and Rose were giggling in the background and Sophia looked like she wanted to laugh at. Izuku offered each of them a hand and helped them off before saying sorry again and running off since he needed to get home. However, what he didn't realize was that after he started to leave, the 2 guys started to have a burning sensation across their bodies. Izuku himself had a burning sensation across his body but he didn't realize it since he had powered OFA on for a few moments to help him get a running start. Lucas, Alex. Why does it seem like you 2 are in a bit of pain? The fall to the ground shouldn't have hurt that much? I asked. They didn't know why they were in pain either. That was until Alex rolled up his sleeve and saw his dragon mark, which represented his connection to his main soulmate that he hasn't found. It had changed a bit and now had a shade of green on it. Then Lucas looked at his phoenix mark and saw that the fire around it had a tint of green around it as well. These marks on their bodies would only change when they had found their main soulmate. Both Lucas and Alex are connected as soulmates but not as each other's main one. They needed the main individual in the group who they were connected to, and it seemed it was Izuku. Well, isn't that interesting? Lucas and Alex attempted to find Izuku, but he was already gone. This made them both really sad since they had let their soulmate out of their hands when they had just found him. They asked me and Skylar if we knew him, and we told them how our day went and Izuku's name. Sophia found the situation funny since those two had been trying to find their soulmate for so long. She has a bit of a sadistic side when it comes to others' pain. Though she doesn't show it much with our group since she cares for us, she does enjoy a good laugh sometimes at our expense. We also mentioned that Izuku had said that he just moved to America and would be attending a hero school here soon. This made Sophia look stunned for a second and let us all know that she heard from our homeroom teacher that we have a new student starting in our class next week. From the description given, it did match Izuku a bit. Now we can only wait and see if the new student is indeed Izuku. I wonder how he will take having two soulmates. I also wonder when he will notice the changes to his body. Izuku arrived home from the mall and was questioned by his family on why he took so long. Izuku explained how he got help from two girls on his shopping trip, which turned into a mess at the end when he dealt with a group of thugs and had to listen to the police explain the differences in quirk laws between Japan and America since they found out he was new to the country. He also explained that he ran into several guys on his way out and had to apologize before he ran off to come home. All Might found the situation funny. Leave it to my boy to go on a shopping trip and run into criminals. You really are a problem child like Aizawa said, aren't you? Said All Might. Izuku didn't find this funny since he wanted a fresh start from being involved in villain battles non-stop like in Japan due to the USJ and Stain incident. All Might did inform Izuku that all the paperwork for his enrollment in the school was completed and his new hero costume would be finished before he started school. After eating dinner with the entire family, Izuku decided to go take a shower. This is where he would find some of the changes to his body that he didn't notice until now. He found two marks, one a black dragon on his left bicep and a red phoenix on his right bicep. This caused Izuku to freak out, which alerted his family about something being wrong. My boy, is something son, is something the mat, sweetie, what hap All Might, Hisashi, and Inko paused as they saw Izuku's arms. My boy, when did you get those? All Might asked Izuku since both other parents were currently still frozen. I didn't. I don't know where these came from since I didn't have them before I left for the mall. Is it possible it has something to do with OFA, All Might? Izuku was freaking out as he said this. The others became unfrozen at this point and were wondering the same thing. I'm afraid it isn't. Though not everything is known about OFA, none of the previous wielders passed on anything that referenced this. We know All for One created OFA, and previous users pass an echo of themselves as vestiges and increase the power of OFA. Nothing like this was mentioned. All Might was dumbfounded due to the marks. The family spent several hours that night trying to figure anything out regarding the marks, but they couldn't figure them out. It was a mark of a dragon and a phoenix and didn't have anything to do with OFA as far as they knew. They assumed that the men that Izuku knocked over had quirks that went off and gave Izuku some new body ink without either party realizing it. As such, unless something changed, they decided to leave it alone. It was decided that All Might would take Izuku to school in his skinny form since he was registered as a guardian for Izuku. They didn't want the fact that Izuku was Hisashi's son to get out to the general public for now and decided to wait as long as they could before revealing this fact since Izuku would be targeted by any criminals after his father. All Might and Izuku headed to the school so Izuku could meet the principal, who did know about All Might's skinny form. All Might had connections to this school due to his time in America, and get his school schedule and to meet the person responsible for showing him around the school. As Izuku and All Might arrived, some students looked at them funny since it was in the middle of a term and he was transferring in. However, they all decided to leave it alone and went to class. Izuku and All Might knocked on the door to the principal's office and were called in. Hello, Yagi, and you must be Izuku. Welcome to the UA of America. We pride ourselves on the fact that we are the #1 hero school of America and also the world. Welcome to UA, said Principal Victor. Thank you for having me, Principal Victor. I hope I can live up to the expectations that my family has for me, said Izuku. They all sat down and discussed some matters and were waiting for the student who would show Izuku around the school to arrive, since Izuku and All Might arrived early to talk to the principal about any lingering matters. They talked for about another half an hour before someone knocked on the door. Victor called the person inside, and it turned out that the person who would be showing Izuku around would be Sophia, who Izuku had already talked with before. Izuku introduced himself again and introduced All Might to Sophia. "Tosh, this is Sophia from the mall where I met her and two other girls that helped me pick out outfits," said Izuku. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Sophia. You can call me Mr. Yagi or Tosh if you wish. I am one of Izuku's guardians since his parents couldn't bring him here today," All Might said. "Well, it's good that you two know each other. Izuku, Sophia is one of the top students here at UA and will be showing you around. Sophia, please take him around campus and then to class. He has the same classes as you do," stated Principal Victor. Izuku said goodbye to All Might and the principal and walked off with Sophia, who said she would show him around and introduce him to her friend group, which was the other girls from the mall and the two guys he ran into. As such, Sophia showed Izuku some parts of the campus. Sophia showed a good portion of the campus to Izuku but focused on more important parts. She explained to him that the school had a different style of buildings for different areas and was more tech-improved in other areas. It all depended on what was needed to improve training and learning. As such, the combat grounds were an open pit area that looked very old school compared to the classrooms since they served different needs. Sophia then took Izuku to homeroom since they got done with the tour faster than they thought and would be able to make it to homeroom on time. "I wonder how Lucas and Alex will react when they see Izuku, and we will be able to confirm if he is indeed their soulmate later today," thought Sophia. Everyone was starting to show up in the classroom and getting ready for the start of the day. In one area of the class, there were 4 individuals sitting together who were wondering where the 5th person of the group was at. "Hey, does anyone know where Sophia is? It's not like her to be late, and she didn't say anything about not coming today," asked Rose. None of the group knew where she was, and she didn't message any of them either. As such, they were starting to get worried. "All right, everyone, sit down and let me talk. I have a few things to discuss before we start. Today we will be getting a new classmate that will be starting here. They came in on high recommendations from people that couldn't be ignored. As such, instead of starting next semester, they will start now and catch up with everyone else. Sophia is currently guiding them around the school and will bring them here later," said the homeroom teacher named James, who was a pro hero. While their homeroom teacher was still talking, the classroom door opened, and Sophia and the new student were there. The group from the mall recognized who the new student was. It was Izuku. Alex and Lucas were freaking out inside since they wanted to know if he was indeed their soulmate. They needed to know but didn't want to scare Izuku off if he was the missing person. Sophia had finished leading Izuku to their homeroom. She told him she would introduce him to her friends, who were all the top students in the class and their school year. She also told him that it was the other girls and the 2 guys he knocked over at the mall. That was embarrassing to know, and Izuku had asked her if they were mad at him for that. She responded that no, and they were likely happy to be knocked off their feet by a handsome guy like Izuku since both of them were gay. This made Izuku blush hard since he did find them attractive, but he still had some self-doubt inside due to being bullied in the past and how he was treated before he left Japan. Sophia started to giggle at him since he was blushing hard. "God please, Izuku, I really hope you are their soulmate," thought Sophia. "Let's go inside. The teacher should be about done with announcements," stated Sophia. Sophia knocked on the classroom door, and they were called in. Izuku looked around and saw all the people he met at the mall, and then he made eye contact with both of the males who were staring at him. "Oh God, I don't think I can handle both of them looking at me, and why do the marks burn slightly?" thought Izuku. However, he did mumble most of it out loud, which made Sophia catch most of it. "I think he just said he had marks on him that are burning slightly. It seems he is their soulmate," thought Sophia. The teacher, James, called on Izuku to introduce himself to the class. "Hello everyone. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I come from UA in Japan. My family moved over here to America to be with my father, and I decided to move here as well. My quirk is called Superpower, OFA, and it enhances the aspects of my body. Currently, I can enhance my speed, endurance, agility, and reflexes with my quirk. I currently can only control 25% of my quirk. If I push it, I end up breaking my body. My control will increase with time and as I gain more body mass. Any questions? Asked Izuku. Sophia was already sitting up with the others from the mall and raised her hand to ask a question. As such, Izuku picked her, and she asked him what hero name he was going to use. I had a different hero name in Japan, but I decided to change it to Paragon, stated Izuku. Several other classmates asked him questions and he answered them. Most were about his likes and dislikes. The teacher said that was enough and told him to pick a seat. He started to head to one side of the room when Sophia told him to come sit with her friend group. This seemed to shock the class that he was asked to sit with her and the others. Time passed, and the class was coming to an end. Soon it was time for lunch, and Sophia dragged him with her and the people from the mall to a table in the mess hall where everyone was looking at him since most people wouldn't dare sit with the group. Sophia told him that it's due to the fact that her friend group is the strongest of their school year and can also take on most of the upperclassmen currently. He started to talk to the others and they all hit it off. He was asked to join their group message and told that they wanted him to hang out with them. He felt happy about this, and for some reason, wanted to get closer to Alex and Lucas for some unknown reason. He knew he found them hot, but there was no way they would go for him. Right? What he didn't know was that they wanted to get close to him as well, and he would soon find out later that day why he had the marks on his body. It would change his life for the better if anyone ever asked him. After lunch was over, we all headed back to the classroom and waited for the teacher. Once the teacher came in, he started the lessons that he had planned and said that the last class for heroics would be changed to a quirk assessment test today due to Izuku arriving in the class. The teacher wanted to see where Izuku was and have everyone do the test again to see where they are currently. Alright class, gather your things and head to the locker room and change into your hero outfits and go out to the track field. We are going to do the quirk assessment test and see where everyone currently places in the class and have Izuku compare to that, yelled James. Izuku followed all the males to the changing room and moved to a section that was assigned to him. As such, Alex and Lucas didn't get to see if he had the marks on him. However, they did hear a few people ask Izuku about tattoos that he had on his body, and Izuku told those classmates that they just appeared a few days ago. We just need to see them confirm 100% that they are our marks and then we can ask him to become a part of our relationship, thought both Alex and Lucas. This is due to the fact that even without the marks of him being their soulmates, they both found Izuku adorable and wanted to spoil him. The soulmate marks could only help find the soulmate by the burning sensation which keeps happening around Izuku. It was their job to put the effort in and get him to fall in love with them. They have waited years to find their soulmate, and they can take this slowly if they need to if that is what Izuku wants. Everyone started to head out to the track field, and Izuku started to see everyone in their outfits. Izuku was glad that he decided to change his outfit since his old one wouldn't really compare to everyone else. Izuku's outfit was able to siphon off excess energy from OFA and redirect the energy into Izuku's cape. This allowed the cape to be transformed into a hardened shield to protect himself and civilians from projectiles and other attacks. The outfit was equipped with special hand gloves that had shock absorption abilities so that Izuku could handle excess shock from his attacks. This also applied to his shoes as well. The outfit provided overall defenses from blunt force attacks and had resistances to most elemental attacks. Alex's outfit provided basic defenses against the most common type of attacks on the field. The outfit was made to be able to transform with the user into their half-transformation state and be able to handle the strain of being compacted when the user uses full transformation. The outfit disappears during full transformation due to the quirk but is built to withstand the strain. Lucas's outfit also provided basic defenses against the most common type of attacks on the field. It was made to withstand the heat and fire of the user's full transformation and handle the strain of being compacted when the user uses full transformation. Skylar's outfit provided basic defenses against the most common type of attacks on the field. It was made with slits on the back for when users make their wings appear, allowing flexibility of flight and fast movements of the user's quirk. The outfit also helps the user gather light and stores it to be used for their quirk. Rose's outfit provided basic defenses against the most common type of attacks on the field. It was made to withstand all the different elements that the user can produce via their quirk and resist being torn due to strain produced by the user's quirk. Sophia's outfit provided basic defenses against the most common type of attacks on the field. It was made with slits on the back for when users make their wings appear, allowing flexibility of flight and fast movements of the user's quirk. The outfit also helps the user blend in at night for stealth missions. Everyone was stationed outside and was waiting for the next set of instructions from the teacher. The group of friends that Izuku had made decided to surround him with Alex on his left and Lucas on his right. They decided to stand very close to Izuku, which caused him to blush, a reaction that didn't go unnoticed by the two men. It seems he may like us, thought both of them. The girls were standing behind the three males, trying to suppress their giggling since they found the situation cute. Okay everyone, let us start doing the tests. We are going to do a standard test from ball throw to running laps. Then I will tally the results and see where everyone places. We will also have some quirkless spars as well, stated the teacher. The class was shocked at the end result of the test. It wasn't surprising that the original group of 5 students were all at the top of the class again, and Alex and Lucas tied for first. What surprised them was the fact that Izuku had tied with Lucas and Alex but had won the quirkless spars against both of them. This meant that Izuku was roughly stronger than both of them, and everyone remembered that Izuku said he only had control of 25% of his quirk currently. They were all freaking out since he would only get stronger. Izuku, Lucas, Alex, Skylar, Sophia. Rest of the class down the list. The group of friends was so happy that Izuku was this strong. It meant that their group would only get stronger when facing off against other classmates across all the years, and when they faced villains, they would be able to win at a better rate. The teacher had dismissed them all to go change and told them that they could go home for the rest of the day. Alex and Lucas wanted to get closer to Izuku and confirm if he had the Soulmate mark on his body. Hey Izuku, said Lucas and Alex at the same time. Why yes, responded Izuku. Cute, he stutters to us, thought both of them. We were wondering if you wanted to hang out with both of us while the females go do their thing. We wanted to get closer to you and know more about you. We know this quiet place in the forest on campus and wanted to show you it if you are willing, asked Alex. Izuku thought about it and really wanted to get close to them as well. He wanted to know if the two of them were dating each other and if he really even had a chance with either of them. The self-doubt that Izuku had developed due to his life could be seen on his face, which was caught by Lucas and Alex, and it worried them a bit. Sure, I would like to get to know you two more as well. I did have questions for you guys anyway that I can ask now, said Izuku. They finished changing in their respective areas and then set off after telling the girls where they were taking Izuku. The girls knew what the two males were actually planning. They wanted to see if they could find the marks on Izuku and see if he was willing to pursue a relationship with them. Sophia never mentioned to the others what Izuku said while he was mumbling in class earlier because she wanted the two males to pursue Izuku themselves. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if they didn't show Izuku that they wanted to be with him even without the marks. Izuku, Alex, and Lucas soon arrived at the spot that they wanted to show Izuku. Izuku looked at it and was taken away by how appealing he found it. It's so appealing, stated Izuku while looking around. While doing this, he didn't notice how Lucas and Alex were blushing and lighting up due to how happy Izuku looked at being taken here. Alex and Lucas had a silent conversation via their eyes and came to an agreement that they needed to know if Izuku was their soulmate. They were falling in love with him at a quick pace, and they had only known him for a short time. Everything he did kept making them want to cuddle and tease him. He acted so kind to everyone and even stepped in when a random kid was being rude to a kid with a quirk that allowed him to silence all noise around him. They found this so amazing that he didn't care that he was brand new to the school. He refused to let injustice happen in front of him. They needed to know if he had the marks, but they thought they would still love him even if he didn't have their marks. Though this area is indeed appealing, it is not as appealing as you are, said Alex. Indeed, you are a appealing star just by yourself, said Lucas. This caused Izuku to freeze up and blush hard. He didn't understand why they were saying this. He thought they were dating each other and was so happy that he could have them as his friends since almost everyone in his last class betrayed him. While Izuku was thinking this, he also mumbled it. This caused Alex's and Lucas's eyes to widen since they heard several things that concerned them about his past and his beliefs of his self-worth. Just so you know, Izuku, you are mumbling your thoughts. We've heard several things that concern us, and we will talk about them later. However, we also wanted to talk to you about something that connects Lucas and me together, Alex said. Alex and myself are connected via our soulmate marks. Lucas showed his phoenix mark while Alex showed his dragon mark. We are able to tell that both of us are connected to each other via another individual. We believe that person is you, Izuku. We've heard you mention several times about having gotten new marks on your body that resemble ours, and we wanted to confirm if they are indeed like ours, Lucas said. Izuku's mind was racing with all the new information. He realized he only received the marks on his body after he touched both Lucas and Alex at the mall since he didn't have them before then. He also realized that they had confessed that they had feelings for him as well. This made Izuku so happy but also afraid that if his marks were not the same, then what would happen? I did discover that I had 2 marks that resemble your marks. I have a dragon mark that has a black tint on my left bicep and a red phoenix-tinted mark on my right bicep, Izuku said, and then rolled up his shirt sleeves to show the marks to Lucas and Alex. This confirmed what they wanted to know, and the moment they saw the marks, they leaned over to their respective marks and kissed them. This caused all the marks to have a slight burning sensation and glow. This proved that the marks were connected to each other. Izuku was surprised and blushed hard when they leaned over to his biceps and kissed them. However, he found that he didn't hate it and wanted them to keep doing it. What exactly does this mean for me and you guys? Asked Izuku while blushing. This made Lucas and Alex happy since Izuku didn't outright reject them and blushed at their actions. They then started to explain to Izuku the facts that Alex's and Lucas's quirks provide them a long lifespan and hyper-healing abilities once their soulmate has been found and the marks confirmed on all sides, which were just completed. They also told Izuku that since they confirmed the marks on him and completed the marks by kissing their respective marks and made them all glow, they completed the bond, which grants Izuku the same long lifespan and healing abilities that they both have. Izuku was shocked at this since that meant he was essentially getting 2 new quirks due to the soulmate mark. They explained that Izuku receives these abilities to ensure that he lives a long life with them since neither Lucas nor Alex are able to mate with any other person besides their soulmate. Izuku got confused at the mating comment and asked them to explain further on that point. They explained that they could conduct SXL acts with each other or others, but they could never get anyone Paragon besides their main soulmate, who is Izuku. They also told him that their quirks had changed his body to allow only them to get him Paragon since their quirks changed his body to allow this to happen. He could only get Paragon when both sides of the soulmate mark desired the result to happen. Otherwise, the new body parts remained unusable for his body. This new information about the changes to his body kind of shocked him and made him a bit angry that his body was changed without his consent. It was one thing that he received marks, but to have been given an entirely new organ was a completely different thing. Lucas and Alex could tell that Izuku got upset after the new organ part of the story and were worried he would reject them over it. Listen up, it is one thing to mark my body, but to create an entirely new organ in my body without my consent concerns me. I do have questions that I want truthful answers to. It will decide how I move forward based on those answers. Do you understand? Izuku stated with a serious tone. Alex and Lucas agreed to provide any information that he wanted and expressed that they were sorry that their quirks caused the changes without his consent. Izuku was happy and became less upset once they expressed their regret over not being able to get his consent to the body changes. Izuku thought, I cannot really be mad at them about their quirks causing this. I will request them to provide me their quirk registration details to confirm what they are saying matches their quirk descriptions. If it does, I will just have to accept the result. The fact that if this does turn into a relationship would mean I could have my own biological kids does make me happy, to be honest. I want to know if the soulmate marks cause any changes to my mental thinking, i.e., makes me fall in love for you or have more thoughts that are influenced towards you too? Izuku asked. I really hope it doesn't. I want my feelings that I've been having towards these two to be real and not falsely created due to a quirk, Izuku thought. No, it has no effect on your mental state in regards to your emotions about us. Once you learn how to do it, you can send some of your emotions to the other side of the mark to let us know how you're feeling without telling us. But it will take time to learn how to do so. You may have felt a burning sensation before. That would be due to our feelings causing your mark to react to us having thoughts about you. Though they cannot influence your emotions, they can only show how we are feeling if we really focused on sending you our emotions, said Alex. Izuku was happy his feelings weren't created due to a quirk. Izuku then asked them many other questions about being PRGNNT and how that would actually happen and asked them to provide him their quirk descriptions that the doctors created. Lucas asked, "So do you have any more questions for us?" "No, I don't have any direct questions about this situation currently, and I will verify what you said via your quirk doctor's notes since you have said all of this information is known to them. It will help trust you too in regards to all of this if it was indeed documented down long before now," Izuku stated. He seemed to have something else he wanted to say, so Alex asked him to speak his mind. I am taking it that you two are wanting to start a relationship with me with the plans of you both marrying me in the future due to our soulmate marks, correct? Asked Izuku. We indeed want to start a relationship with you with the end goal of marrying you. Due to our quirks, we all three will live long lives, and before we even were able to confirm that you were our soulmate, we had started to take a liking to you as well. I believe that even without the marks, I and Lucas would have arrived at this point with you. As such, Izuku, would you like to start a relationship with Alex and me? I asked, with Lucas asking the last part as well. Izuku was shocked that they said they were starting to like him before they even confirmed that he was even their soulmate. That made him feel relieved and happy that this wasn't based on the sole fact of the marks. Though he needed to know if they would respect his boundaries in regards to his secrets. If they stayed in a long-term relationship, then he would tell them the truth behind his quirk and the fact that he was quirkless. Before I answer that question, I need you to answer a few more of mine, he stated. They looked worried that he would say no. He just needed to know if they would have accepted him even if he was still quirkless. They said they would answer anything, so here we go, I guess. What is your opinion on quirkless people? This seemed to shock them since they were not expecting this question. They answered that they don't care if someone has a quirk or not and that Lucas's grandmother is quirkless and they both love her. Both of their families are close to each other due to the fact that they know about the soulmate marks. America has a slightly higher quirkless rate than Japan and has more laws protecting them from discrimination. As such, Izuku decided to tell them a partial truth about his quirk. The reason I ask this is due to the fact that I was quirkless for 10 years of my life. I received my quirk roughly a few months before the UA entrance exam in Japan. As such, do you still like me even though I was quirkless not even a year ago? He asked them and waited to be rejected. Lucas and Alex were a bit shocked about the fact that Izuku was quirkless for most of his life and only recently received his quirk. But it saddened them that he closed his eyes and seemed ready for them to reject him. Lucas looked over to Alex, and they both moved over to Izuku. Lucas put his hand under Izuku's chin and raised his head to face them, and then Alex and Lucas both leaned in and kissed his cheeks. Izuku opened his eyes quickly and blushed. He was shocked that they kissed him on his cheeks and didn't reject him. Why didn't you reject me? Whenever anyone found out that I was quirkless, they all hated me. Only my parents and second father figure loved me regardless of that fact. So why? Izuku shouted. This saddened both Lucas and Alex since it seemed that people had harmed their soulmate just because he was quirkless. Regardless if you were to return to being quirkless, we would still love you, Izuku, Alex stated, and Lucas agreed. We will want to talk about your experiences of your past of being previously quirkless since I don't think America is as bad as Japan due to our laws. But we still love you, our little son, Lucas said. This made Izuku blush at being called their little son and made him so happy that they wanted to know more about him and didn't reject him. Izuku then started to explain everything about his past and the events leading him to come here. He explained about the bullies and how the teachers and adults in his life expected his parents to neglect him. He talked about how his bully told him to take a swan dive and pray for a quirk in the next life and how he went on to meet All Might the same day. He did talk about All Might's words on the rooftop but did ask them to forgive him since he apologized for his words and offered to train Izuku. He then went on and talked about how after gaining enough muscle mass, his body was able to withstand his quirk and that he was only able to control 10% and was able to get it to 25% before coming to America. Izuku also explained that his bully, who suicide baited him, was one of his classmates at UA in Japan and that the same kid had spread rumors about Izuku saying that he bullied people in the past before UA, and that he had picked on a quirkless person. This caused a small laugh from Alex and Lucas since the bully picked the wrong type of rumor to spread that could be disproven easily. Izuku did explain that All Might was essentially family to him and his parents and that he is a legal guardian of Izuku in case something happens to his parents. But in the end, he decided to keep OFA a secret for now until the relationship develops further, and he has talked to All Might about letting the group know. Izuku felt that his new lovers and other 3 friends will become a permanent aspect of his life. Izuku POV. Thank you guys for still wanting to be with me even after knowing all of that. I do want to say though there is some stuff I am keeping secret for now and I may tell you one day. I need you to respect that I am keeping it a secret for a reason and not push me on it please, said Izuku. Lucas and Alex were happy that Izuku was willing to trust them enough to tell them about all of the things that have happened to him. Izuku even agreed to let Alex and Lucas inform the others in their group about his past so they knew as well since the entire friend group really liked Izuku. He even told them that he had some secrets left that they don't know but wanted to keep it secret for now. Of course we would still want to be with you even with everything you have gone through. It just means we need to show you, even more, love our little son. We will respect your secrets. All that we ask of you is that you consider telling us one day in the future and that if for some reason the secrets put you in imminent danger that you tell us so we can help you. Little son, said Alex. I can agree with that, I said. So, I take it we are dating now and you two are my boyfriends, right? I asked shyly. They said yes to my question and were wondering why I was acting shy. Can YUKK kiss me please? I asked as I blushed a deep red. Lucas lifted my head and kissed me on the lips. Alex soon followed and kissed me as well and said that I don't even have to ask them. They said I could kiss them and do whatever I want with their bodies since they will be with me for the rest of my life. I was so happy at that moment that I jumped into Alex's arms and asked them to cuddle with him for a bit. Third POV. All 3 of them were sitting on some flat rocks near the water. Izuku was laying with his head resting on Alex's chest while Lucas was snuggling up next to Alex and wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and pulled his body close to his so Izuku's upper body was on Alex and his lower was pressed against Lucas. They stayed like this for 10 more minutes. Izuku then asked a question that scared both Lucas and Alex. So when are you two going to tell my family about this new development because I'm not doing the explaining for this? Izuku asked while grinning. They had forgotten they needed to explain this to his family and they had just found out that the world's #1 hero All Might considered Izuku a son. They were screwed. Third POV. After the cuddle session the 3 new lovers had, Izuku decided to drop a bomb on his 2 lovers. Lucas and Alex were responsible for telling his family about the marks and them entering a relationship. Lucas and Alex were not scared of many things but they were scared of what the Midoriya family would say or do to them. They didn't want to lose their soulmate because his family rejected him and decided to have his father figure All Might kill the 2 of them off. Izuku was just giggling at his new boyfriend's expressions since he could tell they were worried about his family. Izuku knew it was bad of him to find their current state funny, but he couldn't help himself. Don't worry, I am highly doubtful that they will reject you. The only part you are going to have some negative feedback on is the part of the new body organ. Just be honest with your intentions and don't hide anything from my family and they should accept it. Izuku told his new boyfriends. This had to help Lucas and Alex calm down a bit. They suggested they should start heading back to the school building and get their things to go to Izuku's house so that they could talk to his family as soon as possible. The 2 boys didn't want to delay this at all because it could be seen as trying to hide this situation from Izuku's family. As Izuku and the 2 others were heading back to the buildings, Izuku pulled out his phone and called his mother to warn her that they would have guests coming. Phone call. Izuku. Mother, Inko. Sweetie, where are you? School ended roughly an hour ago. I know Mom, I was with some friends that I have made here at the school. They are the people from the mall. I wanted to let you know I'm bringing 2 of them home with me. I need Dad, you, and All Might to meet with them. We need to have an important conversation with the entire family and these 2 friends of mine. Okay dear, your father and All Might both had arrived just a few minutes ago. I'll let them know that we are having some guests over. Will they be staying for dinner tonight? Yes, I believe they will be. The topic we will be talking about cannot wait, and it's best that the entire family gets to know these 2 new friends of mine. I also need to talk to All Might about some things. Okay dear, I'll make sure dinner is prepared for everyone. When do you think you will be here? We will get home in the next 20 minutes. Love you, Mom. And phone call. Lucas and Alex could hear parts of the phone conversation and knew that the entire family would be there. They were happy that Izuku wanted his entire family to meet them. As they arrived at the school building, they ran into the girls from the group and told them that the 3 of them would be going to meet Izuku's parents. Lucas and Alex did tell the girls that they did confirm that Izuku indeed had the Soulmate marks on him and that they had activated them. Izuku, can we come to join you all at your house? Asked Skylar. Izuku tensed at this and everyone saw that. Girls, I am going to have to say no to that today. Lucas and Alex are going to inform my family about the changes to my body and the fact that we 3 are in a relationship now. I don't think my family can handle more than this tonight. However, if everything goes well and my family doesn't react badly, you girls could come later this week or next week, okay? Said Izuku. The girls found this acceptable since they agreed his parents are going to be dealing with a lot of new information about their son and 2 new boyfriends. As such, everyone split off from each other and the 3 boys started to head towards Izuku's home. Izuku's home was only a 15-minute walk away from the school, and the 2 boys were stunned when they saw his home. I thought our families were rich, but this takes it to the next level. Lucas and Alex both said. Izuku was just laughing internally since his father had told Izuku about all the most important wealthy families that his family does business with, which included all of his friends' parents. Well, it's new to me as well since I grew up in Japan with my mother before returning to America to live with my father. As such, I'm new to the rich thing as well since my mother wanted to live a more honest life in Japan. Izuku said. This impressed the boys that Izuku lived a more honest life and knew not to flaunt money since all of their families made them be aware of what they spent and how to manage money since they would take over the family businesses. Izuku led Lucas and Alex into the house and told them to get ready to meet the family. Lucas and Alex steeled themselves since this was their best chance to gain Izuku's family approval of their relationship. Izuku POV. After I brought Lucas and Alex into the house, I had them stay in the main living room and went to find my family. I arrived in the private family living room and found them waiting for me. Welcome home, son. Your mother said you wanted to bring some friends over to the house. Where are they? Asked my father. I left them in the main living room for now. All Might, you can drop your buff form for now. They won't come here until I ask them. I stated. My boy, I'm surprised you already told them some details about the family. Is there a reason for that? All Might asked. I explained to them that a situation has developed that Lucas and Alex were going to be responsible for explaining and that it was connected to the 2 marks on his body. All Might, I know you want to keep your skinny form a secret for now, but I want to ask you to consider revealing it to them after you heard them explain themselves. I am also considering telling them about OFA, but that won't be until later in the future. That is how serious of a situation this is. I told them. All 3 of my parents were shocked that I wanted to have All Might reveal his form and that I had brought up OFA in the conversation. My boy, I don't understand what would cause you to want to reveal this information, said All Might. My parents also agreed with All Might. I told them that they will understand once we all had the conversation that Lucas and Alex need to talk about. They agreed and wanted me to bring them to the private family room. As such, I left and went and got Lucas and Alex while All Might went into his muscle form. I went back to the main living room and warned Lucas and Alex to be ready and that I would be taking them to the private family room. I told them that the 2 of them would sit with him on the couch with 1 on each side of him. They agreed to this and were happy that Izuku would be openly supporting them via his actions. As Izuku led the 2 boys to the private family room, he decided to grab both Lucas and Alex's hands before they entered. As they entered, his family noticed that he was holding the 2 boys' hands and were shocked. I knew he wasn't into girls, but he worked fast, didn't he? thought all three of his parents. That's right, Izuku's family knew he was gay or bi for some time. Izuku was freaking out inside since his family was staring at his hands as the three of them sat down on the couch. Dad, All Might. Meet Lucas and Alex. They have some things that they want to talk to you guys about that needs to happen now. Whatever happens, please know that I am wanting this as well, said Izuku. His family was surprised and figured this was just him introducing his new boyfriends to the family. They were correct but also so far off the mark. Third POV. Well, Izuku thought that the situation could have gone worse. By the end of the conversation, Izuku's mother was screaming something about grandbabies while Izuku's father just looked like he wanted to murder his two new boyfriends. All Might, however, just looked completely done with Izuku. Izuku swore he heard All Might mumble something about how his boy keeps getting into way too many screwed-up situations. So, are you all okay with this new situation? Izuku asked his family. All Might and Izuku's mother told Izuku that they supported him and his newfound situation. Izuku's father, on the other hand, was still glaring at Alex and Lucas. Are you okay? Izuku asked his father. He was scared his father would reject him and his new boyfriends. All Might and Inko noticed that Hisashi hadn't said anything and also became worried. They knew it wasn't about Izuku being gay since they all had guessed before now. Lucas and Alex, please follow me to my private study. I want to have a private conversation with you too, Hisashi said and then got up leaving towards his study. The boys told Izuku they would be right back and kissed him on the cheeks. Izuku was a bit worried that his father would try to kill his boyfriends. Don't worry, my boy. I think your father is just said about the changes to your body without your consent and is a little just wants to scare them a bit, All Might said. Izuku's mother told Izuku that she agreed with All Might's thinking. All Might also warned Izuku that depending on how the conversation between Hisashi and the boys goes, he would be showing them his skinny form. He also understood why Izuku wanted to tell them about OFA but recommended that they wait for that until at least their second year or third before talking about it. Izuku agreed to that and was happy All Might was willing to reveal the information. Izuku also asked that All Might reveal his form to the three girls in the group, Skylar, Rose, and Sophia, if he brought them by the house tomorrow. All Might agreed with this since he would be showing the two boys and he wanted Izuku to have a firm support group here in America. Hisashi POV, private study. Just like Izuku's private study, I decided to take the two boys to my private study because I wanted to have a serious conversation with them and Izuku would likely try to stop me if he knew what I wanted to do. Once we arrived in my study, I had Lucas and Alex sit down on the couch while I stood across from them. Boys, do you know why I wanted to talk to you without Izuku present? I asked them. They looked back at me and didn't falter even though I was glaring them down. That's good, I don't need weak boys with my son, thought Hisashi. We think it has something to do with the changes to Izuku's body, said Alex. Lucas agreed with that statement. You would be correct. I want to make something clear. I'm not opposed to the relationship itself. I knew my son was gay or bi for a while now, I said, which shocked them a bit, but they cooled their facial expressions. I wanted you two to explain more about the body changes that Izuku went through and then I have some conditions to the relationship that I will impose. I doubt you will disagree with them since they would directly benefit you in a way. I just want to ensure my son is happy and protected, I told them. They started to explain that the marks didn't have any effect on Izuku's mental state, that it allowed them to send their emotions so each side knew how they were doing. This only happened once Izuku started to get more in tune with the mark, which will naturally happen. They also explained that it did give him a new organ that is useless without either of the boys and required both them and Izuku to want a baby for the organ to even function. This meant that only Lucas and or Alex could get Izuku Paragon and T and that Izuku wouldn't have to worry about having a baby due to being raped or having a baby with them on accident. This fixes some of my worries about my son being taken advantage of, thought Hisashi. Hisashi was also happy that Izuku did get a copy of their Quirk Descriptions that the school had on file before coming home. This showed that they were indeed telling the truth about everything they knew and that Izuku was also getting benefits from their quirk as well. Thank you boys for explaining more in detail about the effects of your quirk. This has eased some of my worries. That being said, if you want my approval of the relationship, then here are the conditions I'm setting out. You all three will get engaged with documents being signed by all of the families. You three will get married by the end of high school and/or whenever you get your full hero licenses. You two are to start increasing the time you live with Izuku here at our house. This is due to the fact that I want you guys to get used to being with each other nearly 24/7, and this allows me to ensure my son is being treated right. I want your families to agree to the conditions I have set for you two and announce to other families that you are already engaged, Hisashi said. This stunned Lucas and Alex since these conditions would be easy to meet and they wanted to ask the Midoriya family anyway to have him engaged to them. America in this AU allows multi-person marriage. I know you two are from the second and third wealthiest families behind my family. As such, I will not have my son being hurt because other families are wanting to get married to you too. Once your families agree to the engagement, it is to be registered with the government under the Quirk Marriage Act that allows for multi-person marriages and engagements due to quirks. Do you two agree with this? Hisashi said. Yes, shouted both boys. This shocked Izuku's dad for a second. Then the boys explained to Hisashi that they were planning to ask for an engagement before they even realized who Izuku's father was and would be happy to agree to his terms. They also told Hisashi that their families reject any request for engagements from other families due to their soulmate marks. Their families knew that the boys would never be able to have offspring if it wasn't with their mate anyway. As such, their families would agree straight away to have it registered and announced. I'm glad you boys will be agreeing to these requests. Let's head back to the other room before Izuku freaks out and thinks I killed you too. Oh, and boys, I don't know how much Izuku has told you of his childhood, but please love and protect him as best as you can. People in Japan were not kind to my son, Hisashi said with a sad tone. The boys responded that Izuku did tell them that he only recently received his quirk because his body wouldn't have handled it any time before the UA exams in Japan, so they knew most of his life. They did tell Hisashi that Izuku told them that he did have secrets that they needed to respect but promised if it became an imminent danger to himself that Izuku would tell them. Looks like Izuku has really placed a great deal of trust and love in them and they have been returning it. Looks like I have two new son-in-laws, thought Hisashi. Izuku POV. I was talking with All Might and Mom while waiting for Dad to bring my boyfriends back. God, he better not have killed them, I groaned out. My mother just laughed at me while All Might just looked done with the situation. Soon we heard the three of them returning and then Lucas and Alex ran into me on the couch and started to kiss me on the cheeks. I blushed hard and asked them what got them so happy while trying not to stutter. They responded that my father had approved of the relationship but set conditions on them for his approval. I was a bit disappointed that Dad did that, but then Lucas and Alex said that they agreed with it since it was something they had planned to ask Izuku's parents anyway. This surprised me since I couldn't figure out what my dad asked them. We agreed to get engaged with you and register it with the government under the Quirk Marriage Act, which allows multi-person engagements and marriages due to quirks. Also, we agreed that we would start increasing the time we lived here with you so we can get used to being around each other 24/7, said Lucas. Izuku was now blushing hard while trying to cover his face from embarrassment due to his father and boyfriends. However, Lucas and Alex wouldn't let him hide from them. Lucas pulled Izuku into his lap while sitting down on the couch. Alex then got in front of Lucas and pulled Izuku's legs up onto his shoulders and started to kiss Izuku's lips with Lucas kissing his neck. However, they forgot they had an audience. Well, congratulations my boy, but please keep this to your living quarters and not the main house, said All Might, which scared all three boys. Izuku was even more embarrassed due to being caught like that while Lucas and Alex only changed their positions, so Izuku was just sitting in Lucas's lap with Alex sitting next to them holding Izuku's hand. It seemed like they were only slightly embarrassed that they got caught doing that. Third POV. It has been a few weeks since the families have gotten together in regards to the situation with Izuku. News of Izuku's engagement and him being the soulmate of Alex and Lucas did spread, and people were happy for them since Lucas and Alex have been waiting forever for their soulmate. All Might and Izuku call each other every few days to ensure they stay up to date with each other. Classes at school have been going well since the group has only gotten stronger with the addition of Izuku. However, Izuku felt that he wasn't doing enough in regards to OFA. He wanted to increase the control he had at a faster rate, so he took some inspiration from his training before UA in Japan. He talked to Principal Victor about what he did for training in Japan before he entered the hero school and wondered if there were any places similar nearby the school for Izuku to increase his training. Since the principal knew Izuku was a dedicated student, he recommended Izuku go down to a beach that had been filled with trash. This beach is actually similar to the one you cleaned back in Japan. Based on the descriptions you have given me, I would say it's near the same level of trash as the beach in Japan. If you plan to clean the beach up, I can arrange for a Quirk permit for you and the group so that you may train there without getting into legal trouble, Victor said. Izuku thanked the principal and went back to the group. They asked him what he needed from the principal, and Izuku told them about how he trained before going to UA in Japan and asked if they wanted to join him in training by cleaning the beach. He said that since the American UA tournament was coming up in 3 months, it would be good training and also serve as a way to give back to the community. It's no surprise that Lucas and Alex agreed right away since whatever Izuku wanted, he got from them. The girls agreed after a few moments of talking about it since All Might had talked to them about always giving back to the community before he left and always supporting each other. It would also be a good way to train their quirks since the principal would arrange for Quirk permits for the beach to be used as training grounds for their group. Izuku went back to the principal the same day and got him to start the paperwork for the permit, which Izuku received on Friday. As such, the group all met at Izuku's house to go down as a group. They arrived at the beach and were stunned at the amount of trash that covered it. The entire group asked Izuku about his training before JUA, Japan UA, and how long it took him to clear it all. It took me 8 months to clean the entire beach in Japan, which gave me 2 months of quirk control training since if I attempted before I finished the beach, I would have harmed my body badly, stated Izuku. The group thought that with all 6 of them, they could get the beach cleaned roughly before the tournament started. Alex would train in his section of the beach by several methods. The first method was that he would transform halfway into the dragon state and would train to increase the amount of trash he could carry and move. This led to increasing his body's overall abilities in this form. He would also do this in his normal form. Alex soon learned while he was training his transformation speed to his full form that he could breathe some fire in his full transformation state. As such, anything that could be burned would be moved to a pile and burned for training. Lucas would work on his transformation speed since he did not have a half transformation state like Alex. He would also use his fire to carry the trash since he could control if it burned at will. He would also physically move the trash to train his body. Lucas soon learned that he could turn the fire he controlled from a more wild form to more hardened forms for making weapons like spears or WHPs. Skylar used the training to increase the amount of weight she could carry with her wings. She also used her healing abilities to heal anyone that got injured to increase the rate at which she healed while trying to get her energy consumption to go down. She would also train to gather light while moving so that she didn't have to stop and focus on gathering the light to make what she needed. Rose used the training to increase the rate of changing between her elements and using them to destroy the trash or move them depending on the element. She learned to sense the earth particles in any metal that wasn't pure. This allowed her to create a subset of her quirk that allowed a form of metal manipulation of any metal that had some earth particles left inside of it, but she could currently only do it in a small range. Sophia used the training similar to Skylar for the training of how much her wings could carry in one go. She also worked on creating what she needed from darkness during the day at a faster pace since she was weaker during the day. She did also work on creating more realistic illusions to fool her opponents. Izuku had the most benefit from the training due to OFA control having a relationship with how much muscle mass he had on his body. By the end of the training, he was able to push his control without harming his body to 45%. This was also due to the fact that his friends taught him better image training that allowed him to flood his body with OFA at a quicker pace and with more precise control than the previous methods. Izuku learned that with the previous methods, he was only disturbing OFA to the outer part of his body and didn't have it going through his muscle fibers and bones as well. This allowed him to make his body withstand far bigger shocks and attacks. Izuku also learned that OFA had the ability to pass on quirks from the previous users. He learned this one night when Lucas, Alex, and Izuku were sleeping, and Izuku had a meeting with the 7th user, Nana Shimura. She explained that he had gained a far deeper understanding of OFA and control that OFA had passed the singularity point. This allowed the previous user's quirks to start pushing out to his body. They decided to give him the 7th user's float quirk since it would help him keep up with his friends when they fly. Izuku woke up and had his quirk activated, which made Lucas and Alex worried. Izuku promised that he was alright and that it was part of the secret that he needed them and his friends not to push currently. Izuku would use float during his training at the beach and would learn how to fly from Rose since she had to use her air control to fly, which was similar enough to float for Izuku. Overall, the training paid off for the group of friends. They had cleaned the entire beach with 2 weeks left before the AUA tournament started. This would allow them to relax a bit and do light training before the event. Izuku had yet to tell All Might about the new change in OFA because All Might would be arriving a day before the event since the school invited him to come as a guest. As such, Izuku wanted to shock All Might about the change in OFA and his progress. The day before the AUA tournament, Izuku started to wake up and felt arms around him. He opened his eyes and saw that Alex had pulled him halfway onto his chest with Lucas sleeping next to him. He thought about how hard it would be to get out of this without waking them up. However, they always got cranky that he didn't wake them up when he got up since they only wanted to be sleeping when he was. As such, he started to shake them a bit to wake them up. It didn't take long for him to get them awake, and they started taking turns kissing him. This had turned into a routine of waking up to that every day, which he wouldn't reject. He realized he had grown more assertive since being with them and had fixed his self-worth issues that his past had caused. I love you both, but we need to get up. All Might is set to arrive today since the tournament is going to be tomorrow, he said. They grumbled about losing kissing time but got up anyway so they could get changed. It used to be a problem for him showing his body in front of them since he had some scars from his past, but they didn't care about any scars on his body and told him that they would love him anyway. The first time he showed them his body was when he joined them for a bath a few weeks back. They were shocked at first but moved to guide him in the tub and started to kiss his scars to show that they didn't care about them. It gave him so much courage after that day that he no longer cared if they saw him naked when he got changed and used the bathroom anymore. As such, they all moved into the bathroom to start taking a shower and get prepared for the day. All Might arrived at the airport a few minutes ago according to his text, so he should be there in the next half hour, and the rest of the group had already arrived. I can't wait to show All Might the progress I've made, Izuku said while bouncing on the ball of his feet. Lucas and Alex giggled softly as they pulled him down onto the couch to lay on their laps. Calm down, little son, he will be here soon and you can show off all you want then, whispered Alex into his ear. While Izuku was having an internal war with himself, Alex and Lucas were pampering him by running their hands through his hair and against his stomach. They noticed he was having an internal debate and wanted him to calm down. Little son, what has you struggling? Asked Alex. This snapped him out of his thoughts. I am thinking about having a conversation with All Might regarding multiple things and I'm trying to figure out how it will go, he responded. Well, don't stress over it. Just take your time and plan out your thoughts and I'm sure it will go your way, said Lucas. Thanks, Izuku said as he leaned up and kissed Lucas. I am here. With gifts, yelled All Might as he came in the front door. Izuku jumped up and tackled him into a hug, which knocked them both down since he had dropped his muscle form just a few minutes beforehand. Calm down, my boy, or you might put me in an early grave. I'm not getting any younger. You have certainly gotten bigger in the handful of months I've been gone, complained All Might as he got off the floor. Izuku was happy that his mentor was there for the tournament. He couldn't wait to show off his progress with OFA and show him float today. I'm glad you are here, All Might. There is something I need to talk to you about in private and some things I want to show you as well, he said while bouncing. After everyone greeted All Might and they sat down for lunch, All Might asked Izuku what he wanted to show him. Well, I want to spar you for a few moments and show you the progress I've made with my quirk before I talk to you about the other things, he stated. Everyone moved out to the backyard where they had a large forest behind the house. Okay, my boy, you said you had some progress with your quirk. Let's do some light sparring and see how you are doing for the event tomorrow. Lucas, can you please count us down from 3? All Might said. Lucas did the countdown, and All Might dashed off towards Izuku while he was using 50% of his OFA. He wanted to see how far Izuku had come and expected him to be around 30% since not a lot of time had passed. Oh, how wrong All Might was in that assumption. Here I go, Asu, yelled Izuku as he powered up to his current limit of 45% of OFA. Izuku dashed off the ground at an extreme speed that caught All Might off guard as Izuku landed a blow against All Might's right side and sent him flying back. What the hell was that? I was going at 50% of my quirk, my boy, yelled All Might since Izuku just sent him flying while he was at half of his power. Do you like it, Imth? I am able to control 45% of my quirk, screamed Izuku as he dashed around and attempted to land kicks on him with his shoot style that he developed. All Might was amazed that Izuku had already gotten to 45% of OFA, and it hadn't been over 2 years that Izuku had the quirk. Alright my boy, I'm taking this fight up a notch and I'm going to go at 65% of my power. Let us see how your powers compare then. All Might yelled as he powered up and charged. Izuku started to lose ground in the spar and was being pushed back slowly but surely. However, he had one more trick up his sleeve. It seems I'm being pushed back, though. However, can you beat me when I do this? Izuku said as he got punched backward but then started to slow down and was floating in the air without touching the ground or using OFA to push off and maintain his floating. What? How are you doing that? All Might was flabbergasted. He got so shocked that he took his eyes off Izuku for a moment and didn't notice that Izuku had used OFA and float to fly around him to attack. Izuku punched All Might when his guard was down and knocked him out of his buff form, winning the spar. This shocked the Midoriyas and the group since even though it was a spar and All Might lost because he was shocked, he still lost. After the spar ended, Izuku told All Might that he needed to speak to him in private. As such, Izuku and All Might walked into his father's private study since it was the closest private room in the house. Izuku, can you please tell me how you have another quirk that is the same as my MSDR's? All Might asked him. Well, All Might, it actually happened about a month ago when I received this new quirk. The reason you think it is the same as your MSDR's quirk is that it is her quirk, Izuku said. All Might's thoughts halted at that statement. Why didn't you tell me before now? We have had phone calls and video chats between then and now, he asked, confused. Well, several reasons. I wanted to surprise you. I wanted to get a good grasp on the float quirk so you could see that I've gotten a good handle on it. I wanted to talk to you in person about the conversation that I had with Nana inside OFA, he said. All Might would have liked to have been told before now, but he could see where Izuku was coming from on wanting to impress him since he was impressed. Wait, you said you talked to Nana inside OFA? Please explain what you mean by that since I've never been able to do that, he said, freaking out about how the previous users were inside the quirk itself. Izuku explained what Nana had told him when he was inside OFA. That OFA under him had gained enough power to pass the singularity point, that he obtained a great deal of control by getting to 45% of OFA, and that he also had gained a far deeper understanding of how to use OFA itself than other users in the past. All Might was really happy with the progress and new functions of the quirk that Izuku had gained access to. He was surprised that the previous users leave an echo of themselves that could interact with him now and in the future since he had grown such an understanding of the quirk. All Might, there is something I want to ask you, Izuku said. Yes, my boy, what is it? He asked. I want to tell my friends the truth about OFA, and before you say no and that we should wait as we planned until next year, hear me out. My friends already know that float is a separate quirk, however, they are respecting my wishes about the secret and not pushing it. However, they are my friends that I believe I will spend the rest of my life and hero career with. Especially Lucas and Alex, since we are soulmates. With the fact that I will be getting more quirks, I think it's better that I tell them the truth about OFA now instead of when I get more quirks that I and they cannot explain away to others as just being a part of my main quirk, he said. All Might sat in silence for a few moments thinking. My boy. While ideally I would have wanted to wait until later, I do have to agree that we should tell them the truth of OFA if they are planning to stick by your side. We still don't know what AFO has planned since he hasn't made any moves after the USJ and Hosu. Your soulmates need to know 100% of the story since they plan to live their lives with you, All Might said in a serious tone. Izuku thanked All Might, and they went to the main living room where his friends and parents were waiting for them. They all started talking about how he had defeated All Might in a spar, but he waved it off since All Might wasn't going 100% and he shocked him enough to pull that one out. He decided to call everyone's attention to him since they needed to explain the truth about his quirk to his friends. "Can I have everyone's attention please?" he said. His friends could tell that he was nervous about something and started to reassure him that whatever he wanted to say, they would help or support him. "Thanks guys. All Might and I decided to tell you the other secret that we were planning to wait on. However, I need to warn you that the secret I want to tell you is one that has been painted in blood and has gotten people killed. As such, if you are not willing to have a normal life and are willing to stick with me through far more danger than any typical pro hero will face, then please leave the room." He looked around after saying this, and Lucas and Alex got up and pulled him to sit on the couch with them while hugging him. They swore to him that they would never leave him and that no matter the danger, they would not leave now. The girls just looked at him and said, "Izuku, you are a part of this group and more or less lead it now. We trust you and will always stick by your side no matter what. We want to be some of the strongest heroes ever, so running away from danger now would be stupid of us," Skylar, Sophia, and Rose said. "Well, let's first start off with the fact that you all know my past, yes?" he asked. They all confirmed that they knew he grew up quirkless and that his quirk came in late. "Well, everything I've told you is true besides the fact that my quirk never did come in." Once he said this, his friends looked confused, so he started to explain the story of OFA and AFO and how All Might was the 8th user who was also quirkless who decided to give him the quirk. So, just to summarize this up, you are naturally born quirkless who received a quirk from All Might who was also quirkless. Your quirk is called One for All but is registered as a superpower so the real name doesn't get out. You have a roughly 200-year-old monster that has killed any user of your quirk and gave All Might his current form. FO didn't die like All Might thought and has started to return. This means that if All Might cannot defeat AFO the next time or All Might hit his limits and retires, it will be your job to go have a death match with AFO as the 9th user. Lucas asked while staring at me. I got kind of worried about how no one was talking besides what he just said. "Yes, that would be correct," I said. They all flipped out in shock. "Little son, what the hell is your life?" Alex said while Lucas just facepalmed himself. The girls were still stuck in a state of shock while All Might was sitting off to the side with my parents. "I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to be involved with me I got cut off by Lucas and Alex both holding my mouth shut and them trading kisses with me. "Never assume we will ever stop being in your life, little son. Never," Lucas stated while kissing me. Alex pulled me into his lap and started to kiss the back of my neck and said, "We told you we will stay with you no matter what. Now we know the truth of your quirk and can help you when the time comes. Also, you have a better chance with the healing abilities that the Soulmate marks give you as well." I was so happy that they didn't run away from me in fear that I started tearing up. "Little son, please don't cry," Lucas and Alex kept repeating while hugging me. The girls snapped out of their shock and jumped onto us. "Izuku, you are the leader of our group. We won't leave you now. You're stuck with us just like you were stuck with the 2 idiots." The girls yelled while getting a protest from my lovers about being called idiots. "Izuku. Everyone," Alex and Lucas said at the same time. It's weird how they can always speak at the same time and say the same thing, I thought. Since Izuku has a large burden on him, that just means we need to pull some of that burden onto our shoulders and help him. Once the tournament is over, we need to increase our training. AUA allows second years to attempt for the full hero license if they believe they are strong enough and have top marks in all their classes. Alex said with Lucas following up by saying, "Indeed, as such, we need a name for our group that everyone will call us. We could turn it into a hero agency name in the future since I doubt we would separate even after we all graduate school. At least I know Alex, and I wouldn't be." The girls agreed with the idea of starting an agency after graduation and started thinking of hero names. I started thinking about a hero name as well. It would play into my hero name as well. "Guys, I may have an idea for a name we can use as our group name and agency name." Everyone turned to me when I said that, even my family. I think we could use the name Vanguard for both group and agency names. It would play into my hero named Hero of Hope, the Paragon. I said. Everyone started thinking about it, and then All Might started to speak. "I think that is an amazing name. People could reference your group in multiple ways that way, such as the Vanguard, the Paragon's Vanguard. The Vanguard would represent the fact that Izuku and you all would be leading the next generation in new ideas and into the battlefield due to your power as a whole group. The Paragon's Vanguard would represent the fact that Izuku is your leader and you all support him and help him as a unit. As such, it would be an amazing name to take for both your group name and agency name in the future. All Might stated, and everyone looked shocked because it made perfect sense. As such, it was decided from that day forth they would become the Vanguard led by Paragon. Now they just had to deal with the tournament tomorrow and show off the new Vanguard to the world. Today is the day that Izuku and the Vanguard take aim at all of the top spots of the championship for the AUA tournament. This tournament is a battle that happens across all years. First, they start with a bracket system for each school year, and then they have the top 6 from each year go into battle against each other. However, it isn't a standard tournament. Once it hits the year versus year matches, it turns into a ranking challenge system where anyone that made it to the year versus year battle can challenge anyone they want, and if you are defeated, you are out of the battle. The more battles you win before you are defeated, the higher rank you are. Izuku and the rest of his class are waiting to be called out to the field with their year so that their battles may start. Izuku and the Vanguard believe that they will make it to the year versus year battles and will be aiming to take the top 6 ranks for the entire school. "Welcome ladies and gentlemen to AUA's annual tournament," yelled the announcer. Now, I'm sure you students know how this goes, but just to ensure everyone remembers. This event has been closed to only invited guests and the families of the students. As such, at the end of the event, we will compile everything we recorded into videos for Pro Heroes to use to scout you for internship offers. Let us kick this off with the first years. Class 1A and 1B, please make your way out to the seating area near the ring, stated the announcer. Class 1B did have some interesting opponents due to quirks that ended up costing some 1A students their matches. However, the Vanguard group swept through all of their matches. Even in Izuku's match, he only used 10% of his quirk to air blast his opponent out of the ring. His opponent had a quirk that made them bigger like MP Lady in Japan. However, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Izuku just air blasted one leg from under the person, and they fell out of the ring. Most of the Vanguard matches didn't require much effort to be put in at all. As such, it ended up being only the Vanguard left fighting each other. Izuku versus Rose, Skylar versus Alex, Lucas versus Sophia. The matches all turned in the favor of the boys since they were the stronger members of the group. This caused Rose, Skylar, and Sophia to have a 3-way match against each other, with Sophia placing 6th, Skylar 5th, and Rose 4th. After their matches were finished, it was time for the final match of the first-year students. Izuku versus Alex versus Lucas. Izuku did have some trouble since Alex and Lucas both double-teamed him since they knew he could pick them off one by one if they let him do to OFA and float. However, when Lucas used a large wall of fire, it caused them to lose sight of Izuku for a few moments. This allowed Izuku to up his OFA percent to his current max of 45% and used the float quirk to speed around the firewall and get up close to Alex, who was half transformed into a dragon. Izuku knew both boys could take a higher percent hit of OFA. As such, Izuku hit Alex with a kick to the side and sent Alex flying out of the ring before he could stabilize himself with his dragon flying abilities. This left Izuku and Lucas remaining on the field. Izuku decided to end the fight by stealing one of All Might's moves and caused it to rain heavily. This allowed Izuku a few seconds where Lucas had to readjust his flame strength to deal with the water. However, Izuku got up close by kicking off the ground and kneed Lucas in the stomach, which caused him to fly out of the ring. This resulted in the final positions for the first years being Sophia placing 6th, Skylar 5th, and Rose 4th, Alex 3rd, Lucas 2nd, and Izuku 1st. All of the families in attendance cheered at the end of the match, and the first years cleared the stage so the second years could get ready for their matches. Izuku got worried he had hit his lovers too hard since they were clutching their sides and stomach where Izuku had hit them. "Lucas, Alex, are you two alright? I didn't hit too hard, did I?" "I'm sorry," Izuku said while starting to tear up a bit. "We're fine, little Sunday. It only left some big bruises that will be healed by the nurses in a few moments." Lucas said. Indeed, little son, don't worry about it. If we don't go all out against each other, then we can never improve, stated Alex. Izuku calmed down after hearing this and leaned between the both of them and kissed each of them on the cheeks while they waited for the nurses to come to their class waiting room. Well, I would say Izuku sure is strong now. He took effective measures to end his matches quickly. The other members of Vanguard also acted quickly and efficiently in their matches as well. All Might said while other parents were agreeing. They were all happy that their kids would move on to the year versus year battles. Do you think the kids will perform as well in the year versus year matches? Asked some of the parents. All Might believed that they would and that there is a good chance that they could end up taking the entire ranking system top 6 spots. However, All Might did admit he doesn't know much about the other years since he has been focused on the Vanguard only. I think they stand a good chance at taking the top 6 spots, All Might, said Principal Victor, who came up to join the parents in the Vanguard private room. So, I've been hearing you refer to them as the Vanguard. Did they decide to call themselves that, or did someone else come up with it? Asked Victor. The parents told him about the children's plan to turn their group into an agency when they graduate and that they plan to try for a full hero exam in their second year. They also informed him about the entire Paragon and Vanguard theme that they are going with. The principal was interested in this new development. He knew Izuku was leading the group of friends more and more, but he didn't know that they already recognized him as their head leader for the group. Victor decided to watch the Vanguard group more through this exam and see if he could pull any strings on getting them an internship with an agency that could teach them more skills that are suited for teams like the Vanguard so they know how to fight together but also alone if needed. Lucas and Alex were snugging with Izuku while waiting to be called for the next stage of the tournament. If anyone were to see the scene, they would see that Lucas and Alex are both whipped by Izuku without him even trying. Lucas was feeding Izuku some grapes and Alex was rubbing Izuku's hands. The 3 girls who were all in the room were just giggling at their friends due to the fact that Lucas and Alex were willing to make themselves whipped and will pamper Izuku without him even asking for anything. Izuku knew he was extremely pampered by his lovers and was so thankful for them coming into his life. Lucas, Alex. I really love you guys. I'm thankful for everything you two do for me even when I don't ask for things. You two always make sure I'm comfortable and happy, Izuku said while planting kisses on their lips. No problem, little son, Lucas said with Alex saying, we will pamper you until you get sick of it. Everyone laughed at this. Will all of our first, second, and third year winners come out to the field? We will be starting in a few moments, yelled the announcer. Well, looks like it's time to go. Let us take home the top rank, my Vanguard, yelled Izuku. Izuku marched outside with his Vanguard on his heels. It was truly a tight-knit unit that would follow their Paragon into any battle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting our rank tournament. The way this works is that the first years may challenge any of the upper years. If they win, they take that person's rank. The third-year students have the top 6 spots followed by the second years and then the first years. You may only challenge someone above your rank. If you are defeated, you drop down to that person's rank. You can only challenge once more after you are defeated. If you lose again, then you are out. We will keep going until we have everyone knocked out into their ranks or we have no more challengers, yelled the announcer. The first person that was allowed to challenge was Sophia since she ranked the lowest due to taking 6th in the first years. I challenge third year rank 6, yelled Sophia. Sophia knew that she was currently a bad matchup for most of the third years except the 5th and 6th rank people. Sophia used a subtle illusion as she entered the ring and made it seem like she was a few feet further ahead than she really was. This allowed her to dodge opponents' hits since they were throwing them based on the illusion and not where she really was. Sophia ended up winning by using her wings to knock out her opponent. These types of fights kept happening with each of the Vanguard group. Each of them took their respective ranks with Sophia ranking 6th, Skylar 5th, Rose 4th, Alex 3rd, Lucas 2nd, and Izuku 1st. Then came the second-year students who watched the Vanguard challenge all of the third-year students and win. Several of them knew that they stood no chance at taking the top spots. As such, they only challenged within their respective year with some of them changing ranks. However, one second year decided to risk it all because he was upset that a first year was ranked first. I challenged the first ranker Izuku Midoriya, yelled the second year who was ranked 8th currently. The second year entered the ring with Izuku and started to talk down to Izuku and his friends. First years should know their place and stay where you belong. Under our feet, stated the second year student. This sent some shocks through the crowd of parents and guests. Did that second year really just say that? Asked All Might. Others confirmed for him that is what he said. That is disappointing. I know some of our students have a bit more pride and egos due to attending this school, but that just isn't acceptable. It seems like I will need to have a conversation with this student after the event, Principal Victor stated. Then the situation devolved. The second year started to insult Izuku's sexuality and his lovers. Well, that second year is really close to courting his death. Izuku has been holding back in his power. He has only really gone all out against Lucas and Alex and has only used 10 to 15% against the other people, stated Hisashi. I just hope Izuku doesn't kill him in his set-off state, said All Might while praying for the second year to walk out of the ring alive. Izuku just looked completely set off once the second year finished talking. You know, I've been holding back while fighting people outside my friends this entire time, said Izuku. Yeah, so what? You're still weak and so are your friends, yelled the student. Well, I hope you survive this, stated Izuku as he kicked off the ground slightly and started to float high in the air. This surprised everyone that didn't know he could do this. This is because he has been hiding it through OFA so people didn't know about it. Instead, now he is outright using it just to float high in the air while looking down on the second year. What the hell? Come down and fight me, yelled the second year. That is the thing though. In the real world, villains don't play fair, and why would any opponent come down to fight when they can do it from the safety of the air, said Izuku as he pulled his arm back and charged his body with his max 45%. Izuku then punched forward, which sent a large gust of wind down onto the second-year student, which threw him up in the air because Izuku had created a small tornado due to the angle he hit combined with the walls of the stadium to create a vortex of air. All of the people around the stadium were wondering if they just saw that correctly. The first-year student had created a mini tornado. They were surprised when he caused it to rain, but now he is making tornadoes. That's my boy. He is starting to get some experience in changing the weather. I remember when I used to do that when I was young to put out fires or cause large groups of villains to be blown away off their feet, said All Might. The Vanguard family was just laughing at the second year that got blown away. Well, looks like the student got some punishment and humiliated as well, Victor said. After I threw the idiot out of the ring by creating a tornado, I just walked back to my sitting area and hugged Lucas and Alex since the idiot put me in a bad mood. Little son, good job at putting the idiot down, said Lucas while Alex was just laughing at the second year. My mood changed back to being happy since I could have my lovers hugging me. This was until the second year came charging over at us with his quirk activated, yelling slurs at us and telling us to die. The entire stadium of guests and parents came to a standstill since they couldn't believe what this student was attempting to do. However, he picked the wrong people to fight as my entire Vanguard got up and had him pinned to the ground within seconds. Alex had half transformed into a dragon and had his tail wrapped around the guy's neck while Lucas created a fire WHP that was around one of his legs. Skylar had weapons made of light pointed at the guy's stomach with Sophia doing the same with her dark created weapons. Rose, however, had her hand coated in lightning prepared to strike him in the back. Everyone was standing still as the second year just paled due to how fast Izuku's friends moved to counter him. Izuku didn't even have to move before his friends jumped at the guy. I slowly turned around and looked at the guy in the eye and said the following: "You want to be a hero, yet you act like a criminal once you lost a tournament. Do you have no honor or shame? You are a disappointment to AUA and its reputation." This caused the student to have a sad and guilty-looking expression on his face. I then saw the principal was running over to us, so I called out to my group and said, "Vanguard, stand down." This caused all of my group to jump away and fall in line behind me just as the principal arrived with several teachers. "What the hell were you thinking?" Principal Victor yelled at the second-year student. "From this point forward, you are disqualified from the event and expelled from this school. We will not tolerate this type of action," stated the principal. However, Izuku had a bleeding heart. None of the Vanguard members were hurt, and Izuku believed that the student wasn't too far gone to be turned around. If he was expelled, he might not learn anything and end up becoming a villain, thought Izuku. Principal Victor, I would like to request some mercy for this student, I said, shocking everyone except my Vanguard who knew I had a bleeding heart for most people. This shocked everyone in the stadium since Izuku's mic was still hot and could be heard by everyone. The principal just looked shocked and had no idea why Izuku would do this. He knew Izuku had a bleeding heart for most people, but this student insulted him and attempted to harm him. I believe he has started to reflect on his actions based on his body language. I believe he can be turned around still and improve. I'm not asking for him not to be punished since that can't happen. I'm however recommending he be put on probation and taken on by one of the stricter teachers. If he doesn't improve, then the school could remove him then since he would have been given a chance. I said as everyone was inspired by my mercy and belief that he can change. The student looked at me and just kept thanking me since the principal decided to follow my request. Make no mistake, I'm not asking you to change your beliefs on same-sex parents or anything like that. However, I'm asking you that when it comes to being a hero, you need to learn to put that aside and focus on protecting everyone and stopping the villains because you would be required to save everyone even if they stand against your personal beliefs. This made the student go silent in thinking as he was guided away by the principal. Soon we got back on track for the tournament as more people attempted to challenge us. However, they all failed to defeat us and had to bow out of the event. Soon we were left with just the Vanguard left that had the ability to challenge anyone. Sophia challenged Skylar and won. Skylar still had one more chance to rank higher. As such, she challenged Rose, but lost. Sophia attempted to challenge Rose but lost as well. Rose has gotten better at controlling the air around her. As such, she pulled away from any air around Sophia, making her blackout. This left Skylar in 6th. I knew this and had asked the principal to do a special round. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our final ranks. The 6 first-year students have taken the top ranks for the entire school. We have Skylar at 5th, Sophia 4th, Rose 3rd, Lucas and Alex tied for 2nd, and we have Izuku in the first place rank who went unchallenged. However, this year we'll have one more event. By special request of our first ranker Izuku. The top 6 individuals will be fighting against a team of 6 pros, stated the announcer. The Vanguard was shocked that Izuku had asked for something like this but was happy as well. They had spent weeks working on team battle tactics during their training and wanted to put it to the test. The team battle event was pushed for 30 minutes to allow the Vanguard time to be healed and given energy via an energy transfer quirk. This allowed them all to be in top shape for the next event. Soon they were called back out but were told the battle would take place in another training ground. This training ground had a cityscape battleground. Welcome everyone to the final event. Today we have the top 6 students who go by the group name Vanguard. Typically the students would select hero names after the tournament for internships. However, these students have names selected already. Please give it up to the Vanguard members: Dragon, Alex, Phoenix, Lucas, Dove, Skylar, Storm, Rose, Azrael, Sophia, and the leader of the Vanguard is the Paragon, Izuku. Give it up for the Paragon and his Vanguard, stated the announcer as the crowd went wild at their names being called. Today Paragon and his Vanguard will be going up against a group of 6 pro heroes who have agreed to take part in this. We have the number 10 hero Robin, number 20 hero Vector, number 21 hero Spine, number 8 hero Tyr, number 12 hero June, and lastly number 11 hero Solar. Each of these heroes belongs in the top 25 heroes of America. These heroes routinely team up for missions and will give our Vanguard team a run for their money against heroes who have experience fighting together. Let us see how they do, yelled the announcer. The Vanguard knew this was going to be a tough fight, but they wanted to see where they stood in regards to their teamwork in a real battle. This was the best chance without risking their lives out in the field. As they expected, the fight was tough and painful. The Vanguard was able to knock out number 20, number 12, and number 21 before falling back to plan again. However, when they launched another assault, they had taken out number 11 but lost Storm and Dove since the number 8 and number 10 were far stronger than the other heroes. They were able to break up their tactics and take Storm and Dove out. This led to them overreacting and resulted in losing Azrael as well. The fight came down to Dragon, Phoenix, and Paragon versus number 8 hero Tear and number 10 hero Robin. Dragon decided to fully transform while Phoenix attempted to flood the area Tear and Robin were in with fire. Paragon moved into the sky and signaled to his teammates that he was going to create a vortex with the fire that Phoenix laid down. Paragon powered up and created a vortex which caused everything inside to heat up at a fast rate. This forced the heroes out of hiding and made them charge at Paragon. Dragon and Phoenix attacked Robin together, who was holding them off quite well while Paragon and Tear faced off. Each battle lasted for roughly 10 minutes. Dragon and Phoenix were able to defeat Robin but were not really in any state to help Paragon, though he didn't really need help. Though the battle was difficult due to Paragon's lack of experience, he was able to stand against the number 8 hero in power alone and was slightly overpowering him. Soon Paragon pushed his power output from his 45% limit to 50%, which did cause his body to strain but gave him the power he needed to knock the hero down and pin him to the ground, forcing the hero to surrender. The Vanguard wins. The Vanguard wins. With Paragon, Dragon, and Phoenix remaining in, the Vanguards have won. What power! What spirit! What determination! Guests and heroes, please give a round of applause for the future generation of heroes, the Paragon and his Vanguard, screamed the announcer as the event came to an end. The heroes that the Vanguard fought asked to talk for a few minutes before everyone was dismissed to go home since the event had come to an end. They congratulated the Vanguard and pointed out the mistakes that they made during the fight and how to improve their teamwork. Soon everyone was dismissed and went to find their families. Izuku and the Vanguard were happy with the results of the event since they showed off their powers as individuals and as a unit. The rest of the Vanguard decided that they would start moving into the Midoriya's home with Izuku so that they could all spend more time together and get better as a unit. As such, the girls went to their homes and started to plan and pack their things for when they move in a few days. While Izuku had other plans for the night with his 2 lovers. Izuku wanted to show how happy he was with them being in his life and wanted to let them enjoy themselves. I hope they like the present I got them for tonight, thought Izuku shyly. Alex POV. I've talked to Lucas and have been trying to figure out why Izuku has been acting very shy tonight. He started acting this way after we left the tournament, and Lucas and I are worried if we did something to make him uncomfortable around us. We haven't done anything out of the normal for our relationship though. It has been the typical cuddling, hugging, making out, flirting, and bathing together. Nothing overly SXL since Lucas and I didn't want to push him into something that he might not be comfortable with within the current stage of our relationship. But I would be proven wrong soon on how comfortable he is with us. Lucas POV. Alex and I have been talking and we haven't figured out what happened to make Izuku so shy around us again. I did hear Inko say something about how the package he ordered arrived earlier in the day and is waiting for him in their room. I wonder if that has anything to do with it, but Izuku started being shy since the end of the tournament though. Izuku POV. After we got done eating, Lucas, Alex, and I went down to the in-home theater and watched some movies for a few hours. I was really getting shy and nervous since I had planned a special night with them and they don't know what I'm about to do. I'm really nervous that I will screw something up and embarrass myself in front of them. I had warned Mom to keep anyone out of my detached living house tonight since I wanted privacy, and I think she realized what I was planning to do since she whispered something about grandbabies in the future. I'm refusing to have a kid this soon, but my mother wouldn't listen anyway when she gets like that. My lovers and I started to head back over to our shared room for the night and relax. I rushed ahead a bit and grabbed the package and slipped into the bathroom just as they came in. They looked at me like they were worried. I'll be out in a second. Just let me do something, okay? I said, and they nodded. Third POV. Lucas and Alex went over to sit on the couch on the other side of the room. I wonder what he is doing, thought both of them. While they were sitting down and wondering what Izuku was doing, Izuku himself was in the bathroom changing clothes. He decided to give his lovers a present and he hoped they liked it. He finished changing clothes and peeked his head out the door and told them to close the blinds, which they did. Once they turned towards him, he asked them to stand in the middle of the room and close their eyes. Izuku watched as they stood in the middle of the room with their eyes closed. When he saw that they were ready, he stepped out of the bathroom and locked the bedroom door so no one can enter. He moved over towards the bed and positioned himself on the bed. He then told his lovers to open their eyes and they saw him wearing a bunny suit and that he positioned on the bed. What do you think, L loves? Asked Izuku while stuttering and blushing. I tried to get clothes that would fit the colors of my dragon and phoenix lovers. Do you like the present I got you? Izuku asked. Lucas and Alex were shocked. They both could feel themselves getting excited and wanted to jump Izuku right where he was, but they wanted to make sure he was ready for them. They didn't want to push too fast and wanted to go at Izuku's pace. Little son, we love our present. Are we allowed to enjoy our present tonight? Asked Lucas in a flirty tone. This made Izuku blush even more across his body. Why yes. I wanted to give you two a present and reward for doing so well, my dragon and phoenix. So please enjoy yourself, my loves. Izuku said. Alex then moved up to Izuku and pushed Izuku slowly down onto the bed. With pleasure, our little son, but it won't be just us enjoying tonight, said Alex while running his hand down Izuku's thighs. Izuku could feel himself getting excited and he noticed that his lovers were excited already. Both Lucas and Alex got on a side of Izuku and started to run their hands across Izuku's body. They started to slowly kiss his body, leaving marks across it. Lucas went down to Izuku's legs and started to pull the leg stockings and boots off Izuku while Alex was slowly working on the vest buttons with his mouth. Soon Izuku was left in the shorts with the tail attached, the rabbit ears left on, and the bow tie left around his neck. You are a pretty little rabbit, aren't you, little son? Whispered Lucas in Izuku's ear. This caused Izuku to him a bit and started to ask them to run their hands across his body again. They complied and started to rub their hands up and down Izuku's chest and nipples. While doing this, Lucas and Alex took each other's shirts and breathes off, performing a small striptease for Izuku, which left them in their boxers. Izuku sat there with his lovers running their hands across his body as he admired his fiancées. They looked like they were made by Greek gods. Can we keep going, little son? Remember, if we do something you don't like, please tell us so we can stop, said Lucas with a serious tone. Yes, please keep going, Izuku. This made Lucas and Alex start their playful exploration of Izuku's body by leaving more marks across it. Alex moved behind Izuku and picked him up into his lap, where Alex started to tease Izuku while Lucas moved in front of Izuku. Lucas then started to tease Izuku from the front. Izuku was in so much pleasure. His lovers were taking it slowly from moving from one thing to another so that he could get comfortable with what they were doing. He loved how they knew him so well and made him feel so much pleasure. Little son, we're going to remove all of our shorts/underwear off now, okay? Asked Alex as he kissed Izuku's neck. Izuku just nodded his head to this as Lucas pulled Izuku's lower half in the air a bit so he could remove Alex's boxers for him since he was under Izuku. Then Lucas removed his own and then removed Izuku's shorts and boxers off. This left them all completely NDE, with Izuku still having the bow tie and bunny ears left on him. All three of them started to rub against each other naked as Lucas started his way down Izuku's body. Lucas, please lay down on the bed, Izuku asked. Lucas complied as Izuku moved off Alex's lap and positioned himself above Lucas with them both facing each other. Alex then moved to behind Izuku and kept preparing him as Izuku ummed. Lucas started to kiss Izuku again as Lucas and Alex both watched Izuku start pleasing Lucas. Alex soon finished preparing Izuku and warned him that he was going to enter. Little son, you are so tight. God, I love you, little son, Alex said as he started to slowly move in and out of Izuku, which caused him to Lucas soon moved out from under Izuku and got in front of him. They both started to speed up as they both started to enjoy each other. They were all miming in pleasure as they came. They decided to SWCH positions so Lucas could join in as well. They kept switching places and positions for several more rounds. Soon they even both joined together with them, going as slow as they can so they don't harm Izuku. I am going to be so sore in the morning, thought Izuku. However, he was in too much pleasure to care at the current point. The three boys kept switching for a few more rounds before Izuku collapsed on the bed. At this point, Lucas and Alex were also tired as well and decided to stop. Lucas went off to the bathroom to prepare a soothing bath for them. Izuku POV. I am so tired. Lucas went off to run a bath, I think. I am going to need to be carried since there is no way I'm walking anytime soon, I thought. Alex moved on my side and shifted me into his arms. It's always amazing how much they can lift even though I have more muscles than they do. Just relax, little son, we will take care of you. Alex cooed in my ear. I just whimpered into his neck since my body was so sore. Soon we arrived in the bathroom where I saw Lucas just had finished filling the tub with warm water. Our little son, how are you feeling? Lucas asked. I just whimpered again and groaned out, "Sork" to them. They rubbed my back and started to move us all into the tub. Alex was still carrying me as he started to sit down in the tub with me still in his arms. Lucas came and sat down in front of Alex and put his legs under me, so I was sitting basically in both of their laps with them pulling in very close to me. It felt nice. They pampered me by cleaning me up and took care of any hygiene problems that I would have needed to be taken care of. Soon we got done, and at one point I started to fall asleep, so they decided to move us all back to the bed after Lucas changed the sheets. Alex laid me down on the bed after they dried me off. We didn't get changed into any clothes and just went to bed NDE since we've already been together. No point in getting dressed since we passed that point already, since getting dressed took too much effort. Izuku POV. I was dreaming that I had dressed up as a bunny and presented myself as a reward to Lucas and Alex for their performance at the tournament. Then I was shaken awake by Lucas and Alex. I groaned out because for some reason my body was sore. Why am I so sore? I groaned. Lucas and Alex just giggled a bit and told me that last night wasn't a dream. This caused me to shoot up, which sent pain throughout my body. I stared down at my body and could see that I was still naked but cleaned up, so that meant that they pampered me in a half-asleep state last night, which made me so happy that they did all that. I saw that I had a lot of marks on my body, which caused me to blush. So I'm assuming you guys enjoyed last night? I asked shyly. They both just moved up to me while they were still naked from last night and pulled me into a hug and whispered into my ear, "Of course we loved our present, little son. No matter what you want us to do or what you want us to do to you, we will always love you." God, I just fell in love with them again. Lucas got up and started to get our clothes out of the closet, and I could see his back completely marked up from my nails, which caused me to blush. I also noticed Alex had similar marks on his back. They got dressed first before they came and helped me get dressed since I was still sore. Lucas decided to carry me to go get breakfast in the main house while Alex followed next to us with his hand in my hair. Third POV. What none of the boys realized is that the girls had arrived a bit earlier than planned that morning and were already waiting in the private family living room for them since Inko wouldn't allow them to go to Izuku's detached living area for some reason. As the girls were talking in the private family room while Inko was cooking breakfast, they could hear the three boys talking and getting closer. What they saw shocked them. Even though the boys were fully dressed, it didn't hide the visible marks on the open skin areas, which caused the girls to burst out laughing at the boys because they knew exactly what happened last night based on all the marks that covered Izuku's body and the few marks they could see uncovered on Lucas and Alex. "So I take it you guys had fun last night?" asked Skylar while the other girls were still laughing. This caused all three boys to freeze up in shock since they didn't expect the girls to be there already. WL. Izuku gave us a bunny last night, stammered out Lucas without realizing what he admitted to. This caused everyone to freeze up in shock and give Lucas a look asking him what he meant by. Oh, everyone came to the answer quickly, and the girls burst out laughing while Inko, who had walked in, started screaming about future grandbabies, causing the three boys to blush with Izuku trying to hide his face in Lucas's chest since he was being carried. Izuku's father and All Might, who had entered a few moments before without being noticed either, just gave deadpan looks on their faces since they didn't need to know about Izuku's activities. "I'm done in here. Inko, is breakfast ready yet? Because I think Hisashi and I are just done with the kids at this point," said All Might with a deadpan look still on his face. After everyone started to calm down, they all moved into the dining room to start eating breakfast. Izuku was placed between Lucas and Alex, so they could help him since his body would be a bit sore for the day. Well, as we can tell, the boys did enjoy themselves last night. Girls, did you do anything to celebrate the victories you had from the tournament? Also, I don't need to know any details, please, All Might said while purposely teasing the boys with his statement. The girls responded by talking about how their families got together and had a nice dinner since the girls would be moving into the Midoriya's house soon. Overall, the family and friends enjoyed their day, and soon the kids just separated from the adults and went to the game room to enjoy their day. They had a few days off to enjoy before they started school again on Monday, where they would be talking about internships. As such, the kids just enjoyed their day before the day ended. Third POV. After enjoying the first day of their weekend, everyone gathered up at the house again. The girls had started to bring their personal items to Izuku's detached living area so they could move into the spare rooms that were on the other side of his house, so his MSTR bedroom, where all 3 boys slept, still had privacy. This way, the boys didn't disturb the girls throughout the night. It was time for lunch after everyone was done unpacking the girls' items. Soon they all went to the main house to eat with the 3 adults. My boy. First, I just wanted to say how proud of you I am, as well as your Vanguard. You showed you had the strength to take on a lot of the current pro heroes here in America who have years of experience, but also showed mercy in regards to the second-year boy situation. The principal did want me to inform you that he was suspended for the internship week and would be on probation for the rest of the year. The student wanted to pass a message on that he is thankful that you asked the principal for mercy, and he would take your advice to heart and start to reevaluate his thinking and actions, All Might said. The Vanguard group was happy that Izuku's wish was taken into account regarding the boy, but also glad that the boy was still punished greatly. Also, I wanted to let you know that I will be leaving late tonight to return to Japan. The classes there are going to start preparing for their finals at the end of this month. As such, I won't be able to get any time to visit you until summer break or maybe in the middle of next semester, since I will be a bit more busy covering other people's vacations, which I don't regret at all, stated All Might, who was laughing. It has been a long time since All Might had so many people that cared for him. He has Izuku's family and all of the Vanguard families that care for him and regularly call and check in on him. Izuku was happy that all of his friends' families get along with All Might and have been providing him a new family to enjoy his time with. Soon everyone finished eating lunch, and the Vanguard decided to go use the underground gym to start some training again since they needed to get stronger to support Izuku since they knew about his burden. The group spent most of the day training in the gym and keeping themselves fit. Izuku would push himself extra hard since he knew AFO could come after All Might to finish the job and attempt to find Izuku if AFO had figured out Izuku's identity. The others responded in kind and were pushing themselves to their limits as well since they refused to let Izuku stand by himself when it came time for him to fight the fatal battle. They refused to abandon their Paragon, and as such, they took a break and started talking about setting a schedule on when they would work out in the gym, when they would spar, and when they would do quirk training. They already knew they would get basic training at the school, but they needed to go far beyond the basic training and be ready to face anything that came towards them. After working out a bit more, they decided to stop for the day since they had been at it for 4 hours straight and decided to go to use the spa that had been recently finished underground by Izuku's father. The spa looked like the picture below. The girls, wearing their bathing suits, got into the spa while Lucas and Alex had Izuku lay down on the spa chair so that they could give him a massage. After they finished giving Izuku a massage, Izuku moved into the spa itself while Lucas and Alex traded giving each other massages and then followed Izuku into the water. Well, All Might leaves tonight and we go back to school tomorrow. You guys ready for school? Asked Izuku while soaking in the water. Everyone groaned because they knew that with their performance, they were going to become the center of attention for the entire school. They did defeat all the school years and then defeated pro heroes. Everyone was going to have eyes on them. Izuku POV. The group really doesn't want to go to school tomorrow due to the attention we will receive. Neither do I, but we got to do it. We need to know what internship offers we got. This brought a thought up in my mind. Guys, you think we will be able to find an internship where we can all go together and learn more team tactics and strategies, or do you think we will have to split apart for internships? I asked everyone. This stumped everyone since they wanted to get better at teamwork for the Vanguard. Overall, each individual in our group was strong and could take on someone in the top 25 heroes, and Lucas, Alex, and I could arguably take on people in the top as such. We really want an internship where we can improve our group work since I won't make the same mistake All Might made in being a single pillar. All Might and I have had a long conversation about the flaws in his pillar system he created. Flashback. My boy, you said you wanted to talk to me about something important, All Might asked. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the entire symbol of peace concept and the flaw I see with it. I cannot repeat that in my generation, all might. We both can see that your retirement is going to cause a large spike in crime and some chaos after you retire. However, what I plan to do is be a hero of hope, the Paragon with his Vanguard. This will allow multiple pillars to be created instead of one like you did with the symbol of peace title. I know I might be coming off harsh, but we cannot just repeat the same thing over and over. There has to be change for the betterment of the world, I said with a solemn tone. All Might was a bit shocked for a few seconds that the successor of his title and Quirk just called his title flawed, but he could see what Izuku meant after he had explained himself. My boy, it does hurt to be told the truth that I created such a flaw. But it also makes me proud that you see the said flaw and are aiming to fix it when it's your time to bear the weight of the world. I am proud that you have multiple people that will stand by you and create multiple pillars that would still support the world even if you fell in battle. I am so proud of the level of maturity and forward thinking you have done in deciding this. Thank you for telling me, my boy, All Might said while hugging me. Flashback end, we could check with the principal and see if he could arrange for us to get a group internship, Alex said. This caused everyone to stop and think for a second. If we had the principal vouch for us, then an agency might be willing to take us all on and teach us as a group. There are quite a few team-based agencies here in America, and several of them have members that ranked up in the top 25 individuals. Guys, the number 8 and number 10 heroes we fought both belong to an agency that runs multiple teams-based hero groups. The number 8 hero is actually on one of the teams as well. I don't know about the number 10 though. If we asked the principal to get in contact with them, we could probably ask them to take us on. They fought us and could see our skills. They did mention that they thought we would make a good team-based hero group in the future after the fight. I yelled with excitement since we might have found a team-based internship without even realizing it. Everyone agreed with my assessment of the agency and agreed that we should go early tomorrow to ask the principal about that agency. Soon it was nighttime, and everyone was in the main family room where All Might was at with his suitcases. Well, it is time for me to leave back to Japan. Remember, don't be strangers and message me and call whenever you can during the set schedule, or if something important happens, call immediately if you need me to come back to America on the next flight. Everyone started to say their goodbyes and hugged All Might. The other parents had come to see him off as well and had come for an early dinner with him since everyone had gotten too close. After All Might set off to return to Japan, the parents all mingled for a few hours before deciding to call it a night and said goodbye to the kids since they all lived at my house now. Third POV. Everyone started to wake up the next day to get ready for school. Skylar, Rose, and Sophia were already awake a bit earlier than they planned since they were adjusting to a new home. Lucas and Alex had just woken up and were just admiring their lover since they still had about 10 minutes before they needed to wake him up. Alex decided to wake Izuku up in a special manner by jigging Izuku's butt and kissing his stomach while Lucas started to kiss his neck. This caused Izuku to and wake up since his lovers decided to get frisky with him this morning. I think I might enjoy being woken up like that every once in a while but not every day, Izuku said while giggling into Lucas's neck as he kissed his neck back. They all got out of bed and started to shower and change clothes together since they were far past being embarrassed about doing such things anymore. All of the friends gathered in Izuku's kitchen for once and were cooking a large breakfast for the group since they didn't want to make Izuku's mom do the cooking for 6 kids each day. As such, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the Vanguard group would cook their own meals unless Inko just felt like she really wanted to do it. This was appreciated by Izuku's parents since they did not have a cleaning staff, and Izuku's mother spent her days keeping the house clean and up to date on maintenance since the family was wealthy and she didn't need to work. Time skipped to school. Izuku and the others headed off to school, and as they were walking into the school up the large path to the main building, they could see that everyone was looking in their direction and talking about how they took the top 6 ranks across the entire school and also defeated 6 pro heroes in a team battle. The Vanguard could hear people talking about their hero names and how Izuku was their leader of the Vanguard group. It's the Paragon and his Vanguard, they kept hearing, which was good that their group name has gotten out with the fact that Izuku was their group's leader. Soon the Vanguard group arrived at Principal Victor's office and knocked on his door. "Come in," they heard through the door. "Well, hello, Paragon and his Vanguard," laughed out Principal Victor. Nice hero names and group name, by the way. You six are the talk of all the heroes that were present and have gained a lot of internship offers, might I say, stated Victor. Actually, that is why we are here so early. We wanted to talk about the internship offers, Izuku said. This caught Victor's attention, and he asked the Vanguard to explain. The Vanguard talked about how they wanted to get better as a team since they overall were strong as individuals but needed to double down on their teamwork and strategies as an entire team since the school focuses on individual hero work with small team-ups instead of a permanent long-term team working together. They also talked about how two of the pro heroes they fought came from an agency that had long-term teams that worked for that agency and were wondering if he could see about them or another agency taking them on as a team. Well, you are in luck. During the event, I had this idea already and had planned for this. The pro heroes you fought in the battle were also a test of your teamwork. If you hadn't passed their requirements in battle, they wouldn't have taken you on. The agency you wanted to work for, which is the biggest name in long-term teams battle groups, did send an offer for you since you passed their basic skills judgment during the fight, the principal stated. This shocked them all that they got what they wanted without putting extra effort in, but they didn't care. As such, Izuku had asked Victor to inform them that the Vanguard team would be accepting their offer since that is where they wanted to have the entire teamwork at anyway. Victor passed Izuku the needed forms for them all to fill out so the principal could send it back. Okay, all the paperwork is done. When the internships start tomorrow, you will all head out to the agency and meet with the pro hero team that will be showing you the ropes for team-based hero agencies. Good luck, Victor said. The group then headed off to class where their day went about normal except for all the whispering and inspired looks that the group received due to the tournament. However, what the Vanguard didn't know about was that the teaching staff and principal were having a meeting during lunch talking about the group. Principal Victor POV. As lunch came around, I had called a staff meeting for any teachers and staff that were involved in the Vanguard's education or future education. Hello everyone, I called you all here about the Vanguard group and their leader Paragon, I stated. This caught everyone's attention quickly. There were some whispers about how good they did in the events, which I quickly shushed everyone. I explained why I had gathered everyone and wanted to look at plans to speed up their education to have them graduate early. This received gasps across the staff since I haven't ever requested such a thing, and I am the longest-sitting principal of this school. The reason for this is the fact that I know full well that the Vanguard group will be applying for the full hero license exam opportunity in their second year. I learned this from All Might, who is Paragon's mentor. I threw All Might's name out there with his approval beforehand when I talked to him about this at the event. This was to get some credibility behind the Vanguard and their leader Paragon. We have all seen through the tournament that the Vanguard group has a power that equals and/or surpasses our third years. They took on a group of 6 pro heroes and won with only losing 3 of their members. Also, the Vanguard will be doing an internship at Heart's agency where they will be learning to fight better as a team and as individuals. After I said this, I let the information sink into the staff's minds as some of them started to nod their heads about the new information they have about the Vanguard. If the Heart's agency is willing to teach them teamwork for battle, then that means that they already have decent power levels as individuals and as a team. As such, I cut back in and asked them to start putting together a plan to have the entire Vanguard ready to graduate by the end of the first semester next year and start getting workout plans that are tailored to the Vanguard group to push them to their limits. I also told the staff that I would talk to the Heart's agency about what they think about offering a work study based on the Vanguard's internship and tell them our plans of speeding up their education. After everyone left the staff room, I picked up the phone and called the Heart's agency to inform them of our plan. Hello, this is Victor of I. The Vanguard had just finished lunch and they noticed that during lunch, no one sat even half a tab close to the group. It seemed that the group had gained some sort of celebrity status in the school due to the tournament. Izuku made sure to warn everyone that they should not let this get to their heads because if they let their egos get big, it could end up costing their own lives or someone else's. Izuku said he didn't want to lose any of his friends due to ego and gave everyone puppy dog eyes, which caused everyone to hug him. Damn, I have this group whipped, giggled Izuku, causing the group to laugh and make jokes about Lucas and Alex, who just outright said yes to being whipped and were proud of it. The Vanguard arrived back at the classroom and went about the rest of their day. The last class of the day was rescheduled to talk about the internships and hero names. However, the Vanguard was dismissed after everyone did their hero names since they had already selected an internship. They were told to go home and start packing since they would need to leave early the next day to travel 6 hours by plane to arrive at the Hearts Agency's secondary agency, which was in another state. The team they were going to be interning with had a mission that started in the next state over. As such, the Vanguard had to go there to join that team on the field. The Hearts Agency deemed them powerful enough individually to be on the field and decided to give them permission to use their quirks in defense of others. The Vanguard team would be going straight into battle to learn under the protection of the Hearts main battle team. Time skipped to arriving on site. The Vanguard was already wearing their outfits as they arrived at the Hearts mission building. They entered and talked to the office lady about who they were and who they were looking for. The Vanguard was still unaware of the plans that the AUA school and Hearts Agency had in the works about speeding up their education. This internship had become a test for them without them even knowing it. Though what neither the Hearts Agency nor any hero knew was that the Vanguard would have a run-in with one of America's most powerful villains on the loose, where they would have to fight for their lives without backup. The Vanguard moved upstairs to a meeting room as directed by the front desk worker and waited for the main Hearts battle team to show up. They didn't have to wait long when the number 8 hero Ter walked in with his team. "Hello everyone, it's nice to see Vanguard again when we're not trying to beat the sheet out of each other," stated Ter. Ter and his team each took a member of the Vanguard to a separate room to train in for a few hours. After the training, they all met up again in the meeting room where Ter's team went over the mission they were on and who they were hunting down. It was a local gang that had been selling Trigger but had been giving the pro heroes here a run since they kept slipping away. Ter's team specialized in hunting down gangs and larger groups, so they got called in. The Vanguard would be assigned to take a point and push in from the back of the gang base. Hearts saw no major threat that could threaten the Vanguard. As such, they were allowed to act as full heroes since this was a small-time gang that couldn't threaten them. They wanted the Vanguard to gain real battle experience, and a small-time gang with an experienced hero team to help was perfect training. However, things don't always go as planned. As such, the Vanguard would learn valuable lessons through a deadly trial. Time skip, attack on gang. Izuku said, "Remember guys, even though this is a small-time gang, don't underestimate them. That's why the third years and others lost to us in the tournament. We overpowered them and they underestimated us. Don't make that mistake. Treat all villains like they pose a threat to yourself and others until the mission is done and everyone is secured," he stated over the earpieces his team had. "Once we receive the sign to move, you know where to go. If you run into any problems you cannot handle, then call for backup." He looked everyone in the eyes. Soon they were given the green light, and they all split off into pairs and started to make their way through the base. They were not receiving much resistance from the gang members and soon arrived at the meetup point. They left the villains where they defeated them after placing quirk-canceling cuffs on them as they were told to do. "Good job everyone. Let me radio into the Hearts team and ask for new orders." Izuku started to radio in but noticed that he wasn't getting a radio signal out. He tried talking over their comms and noticed they weren't working either. He asked if anyone else could get a signal out. No one could. He started to get worried and ordered everyone to get on guard and that they needed to start falling back to see if they could get a radio signal out. The moment they started to head back to the route he came from, they heard a small clapping sound. His blood went cold with the feeling he was getting from the person that was clapping, and he could notice everyone else was getting the same feeling. They had just entered a battle for their lives, and he doubted this person would let them go. It was time to step up as a leader. "Give me strength one for all," thought Izuku. The villain was hidden in the shadows, just listening to the heroes, or were they heroes in training? Well, he said, "What do we have here? Heroes in training? Where are your mentors, kids? You really kicked the hornet's nest today, didn't you?" He wondered if they would realize who he was or if they would still be too green to know. "You!" yelled the kid in green, who he thought was named Paragon. It seemed he might recognize him. Izuku yelled, "You," which caused everyone to glance at him. "You're one of America's top villains. Number 3 ranked villain Shishio Makoto a Reaper. What are you doing in a small gang base? He asked with a hard tone. Here I thought you were all green behind the ears. But it seems like you have a small amount of knowledge. To answer your question on the why, well, that is easy since I control this gang as a front to some of my operations, and I was here checking on it. I didn't think heroes would raid the base, but I guess I get to kill more heroes. Do blame the mentors that left you alone since you will die today. Don't even bother running since I will catch up to you. I do pride myself on my speed after all, said Reaper. Izuku thought, I had to think of something to ensure my Vanguard walked out of here alive. There is no way any of us can take him on alone. If I had all of OFA maybe, but currently no. Think Izuku think. He thought of all the known information about Reaper. He was said to have high speed and agility. His quirk was said to be similar to Stain from Japan. He was said to have taken on groups of 2 to 3 heroes before and won. As such, they should aim to keep the distance between him and them while performing attacks. He shifted himself closer to the rest of the group and started to whisper the plan. Reaper just stood there waiting for them to move since he was known to enjoy a good fight. Listen, keep a distance in all attacks. Don't get close unless you have no choice. Azrael, I need you to create illusions of us that show us at least 2 feet in front of where we truly are. You will do this when we provide a distraction that blinds him for a few seconds. Dove, you need to create a flashbang when I say attack so Azrael can create the illusions. After the illusions are up, everyone will be doing long-range attacks. Storm, you will be focused on defense and keeping him from getting close to anyone. Dove will heal anyone injured. Remember, keep some distance away from him. His quirk can paralyze you if you let him consume your blood. Ready? Everyone nodded their heads and started to spread out. Reaper got into position as well. Everyone attack! Izuku shouted, and then they all closed their eyes and felt the flashbang that Dove created via her light. In those few moments, he could sense Azrael creating the illusions and hiding their real bodies. Everyone started to attack Reaper from a distance. Reaper took a second to stabilize himself since he didn't expect the flashbang, but he shrugged it off and came charging. Izuku took to the air with float and was sending air blasts his way while Storm created barricades to block and stop Reaper's charge. Azrael and Dove were creating weapons and sending them flying at Reaper from a distance in the air, though they couldn't fly too high due to the ceiling in the base. It was like a large warehouse where they were. Phoenix and Dragon were sending fire projectiles at Reaper while Phoenix tried to get Reaper caught in one of his WHPs but wasn't getting him. They kept attacking him and keeping him at a distance for roughly 10 minutes before Reaper started to talk to them. Congratulations, young heroes. You have survived longer than all the heroes I've fought and killed, yelled Reaper. He was getting closer and closer to them even though they kept repositioning themselves away from him. He was just too fast to trap and was able to dodge all of their ranged attacks due to the time it took to hit combined with his speed. Then Izuku suddenly had an idea. What if he combined an air blast with Dragon and Phoenix fire blasts? Couldn't they create a very strong and fast wave of fire? Reaper had been having trouble dodging his air blast at 25%. Izuku could not go to a higher percent of OFA due to being underground. He was afraid of destabilizing the roof on top of them. Dragon! Phoenix! Join your fire attacks with my air blast on the count of 3, yelled Izuku as his lovers positioned themselves to his sides and sent fire attacks right in front of his air blast. This caused a superheated fire to go blasting faster than Izuku's 25% air blast, which hit Reaper head-on. Then Reaper jumped out of the fire, yelling for them to die, and got close to all 3 of them to land blows. Thankfully, due to Sophia's illusion still being up, the only part of the blade that made contact was the tip, which cut shallowly across all 3 of them since they were lined up to perform the attack. What? You should have been sliced in half, yelled Reaper as their illusions disbanded because they got hurt and had been cut through. As everyone on the team cried out because they got hit, Izuku gritted his teeth and charged up to 50% past his limit, quickly landing a blow straight in Reaper's gut. He was hoping he knocked him out, but he didn't know as he was sent flying into crates on the other side of the warehouse underground. Dove came over to heal them since even though the cut was shallow, it still went across all 3 of their chests completely and was bleeding badly. Before she could start, though, Izuku noticed a blade come flying at them. Rose noticed as well and created an earth wall to block it. Sheet, how isn't he down? I hit him with 50% of my quirk. Izuku groaned out since pushing his limits did strain his body but didn't break or crack any of his bones. After Paragon punched him in the gut and sent him flying, Reaper was in so much pain. These kids were far better than any average hero. This was like fighting 6 heroes ranked in the top 30. God damn it. As he got up in pain and a bit slowed down, he threw one of his blades aiming to get the Dove Girl so she couldn't heal them, but no luck since the girl named Storm blocked it with an earth wall. I must say, you young heroes are the first to ever be this close to beating me. That just makes the thrill of the battle even more fun, he screamed out. Izuku whispered to his teammates while Reaper was talking. He seems to be injured greatly from my punch. I have a new plan that might work. Storm, I need you to create as much water on the ground between him and us without him noticing. When you have been presented with the chance, you will need to use lightning and electrocute him. Otherwise, everyone else stays in the air slightly above the ground but don't let him notice why. Izuku stated. Reaper started to move forward after talking a bit more. It seemed he hadn't noticed Storm flooding the room with water. Everyone was sending projectiles and distance attacks again to keep Reaper occupied. Izuku decided to kick some of the ground near him up and punched it into small parts that went flying at Reaper. Some of them hit since he was expecting a normal air blast from Izuku. As everyone kept up their attacks on Reaper, Lucas noticed they were all starting to slow down. They had been fighting for nearly 30 minutes now. Where the hell was their backup? There shouldn't be any reason for them not to be there unless they ran into strong people like Reaper as well. As they were fighting, Lucas noticed Reaper was moving closer to the area they laid with water. They couldn't flood the entire floor or else he would notice. As such, they had to lead him to the area they wanted him to go in. When they were close to getting him to enter the area, Lucas noticed Reaper pull out a small blade which he looked like he was going to throw at Paragon. The area Reaper was standing in right now didn't have much light, and Lucas only noticed the blade due to some reflection of it. Paragon won't notice until it's too late. Paragon dodge. Lucas screamed. As Reaper was getting close to the water they had Storm lay on the floor, he entered an area with far less light. He stood out due to his clothing, but Izuku didn't notice the blade he pulled out on his side. He didn't notice it until it was nearing his heart. He didn't want to die. Lucas. Alex. I love you, I'm sorry. Everyone watched in slow motion as the blade neared Paragon. Reaper was smiling with glee. Once the blade killed Paragon, he would be able to get the others since Paragon's air blast was the fastest attack that kept him back. The others watched the blade get closer and closer to Paragon as his face filled with grief. They could hear him mutter that he loved Lucas and Alex and that he was sorry. Everyone screamed, and then the blade got sent flying backward towards Reaper. Everyone was in shock. They thought Paragon was going to die. Reaper was shocked the most since he now had a blade in the middle of his chest and he didn't even see it. Izuku thought, Lucas? Alex. I love you, I'm sorry. Then the time around Paragon came to a grinding halt. What? I'm not dead, he thought, then he heard the voice. Not yet you're not, Paragon, or should I say ninth, said the voice. Then he found himself inside what he recognized as One for All. This time his body was half uncovered and he could speak. Who are you? I know this is OFA, he said. You can call me first if you want or OFA itself since my brother decided to take his quirk name. I think I should do that as well, said the now identified first user. Why am I here? I'm in the middle of a battle where I am about to die. Are you here to take me away? Did I fail them? He asked with tears running down his face. Indeed you are inside OFA. Time is still moving outside your body but at an extremely slow pace. We used OFA to speed up your brain to reach here and your perception of time. 1 second outside 1 hour here, and no, you haven't failed them yet. I'm amazed by you ninth. You have reached out for yet another quirk from inside OFA to help you win and survive. This came from the near-death experience and your longing to live and repel the blade away from you. This longing and near-death have allowed you to gain a gravity manipulation quirk. With this quirk, energy is consumed, and lack of experience and training can lead to users being harmed due to changes in gravity that their body is not prepared for. Energy consumption will decrease with training to minimum levels, stated the first user. Izuku was shocked. Why do I keep gaining more quirks? He asked. Well, it has to do with what we told you before. Also, it wasn't guaranteed you would get them all. Nana forcefully pushed her quirk to activate for you, unlike us. Unless you need them and have a great longing that activates them, you won't get them. More quirks mean that you need to learn them and train them instead of focusing on OFA itself. We don't want you going in too many directions. However, float, gravity manipulation, and OFA go well together honestly. Remember, to get a new quirk you need to have an extreme longing and situation for it to appear. As such, I'm kind of doubtful you will get any more, but who knows, said the first user. Suddenly, another person appeared who was more shadows than visible. He reached out and put his hand on Izuku's head. First apologized about him since he doesn't talk much at all, so first decided to do all the talking this time around. Ninth, remember, my brother is still around. Though All Might will fight him again, likely he is unlikely to win due to his state and decreasing power. Remember to train hard and keep your Vanguard close to you, for they will be an amazing help in the war against AFO. None of the users before you have gone about their burden like you are. I truly believe you will be the one to end this all, and always remember that you are the 9th user that we support. You are the one we love with all our hearts, Paragon. Now go forth and lead your Vanguard to victory, Paragon, yelled the first user. Suddenly, Izuku found himself back to reality and felt a pulsing go out from his body, and the blade was no longer near him. It was embedded into Reaper's chest. He was shocked. He didn't mean to kill him, but he didn't want to die either. Alex thought, Paragon almost died. I almost lost Izuku. But how did he survive? How is the blade now embedded into Reaper's chest? They need to end this battle now while they have the chance. Phoenix. Everyone, we need to end this battle now while we have the chance. Get Reaper in Quirk cuffs now, he yelled out as Paragon followed up with, Storm. Encase him in the earth up to his waist so he cannot escape, and then we can put the cuffs on him. Dove, once he's in cuffs, start healing him. I refuse to let him die today. He needs to stand trial for all the people he killed, yelled Izuku. Everyone started to move. Phoenix created fire and turned it into a WHP that he slapped around Reaper's arms and pulled them up so he couldn't grab another blade as Storm encased earth around Reaper to pin him. Paragon moved up quickly with his quirk and put cuffs around his hands and then put a pair on his legs as well to ensure he couldn't escape or harm them. Dove ran up to Reaper and started to heal the wound and slowly pulled the knife out of his chest. Dove stated that the knife landed right between the lung and heart and had hit the rib cage bone, which stopped it from hitting anything else. As such, Reaper would live. Dove finished healing the wound enough that Reaper wouldn't bleed out to death and then patched it up tight so he could be healed the rest at the hospital. Izuku told Dove to start healing dragons, phoenixes, and his chest wound enough that they wouldn't bleed to death. He then had everyone but Storm start searching the room for what was cutting their communications so they could contact backup. No one in Vanguard had the energy to go another round with a powerful villain. Some thugs, yes, but anyone half decent would do them in since they were cut and drained of energy. Soon Dove found a device hidden near where Reaper had come from that looked like it was blocking their radios. Izuku smashed it, and they then had the radio back. Izuku started to radio in for help and medical care. Hello, this is Paragon checking in. Please respond. Anyone? Asked Izuku. They all waited a tense few seconds as they waited for someone to respond. Paragon, this is Tyr. We've been trying to get a hold of you for a while. You all have been MIA for nearly an hour and a half. Where are you? We couldn't retreat. The threat would have killed us, stated Paragon. Paragon, we are at the meetup point right now. I'm standing in the room and you are not in it. Where are you? This confused us all. Tyr, we followed the routes on our maps we were provided. The entire Vanguard team arrived at an underground warehouse where we lost communication to the outside world because of a device we just found. We couldn't retreat due to running into the number 3 villain of the world, Reaper. We need backup and medical support now. We have Reaper detained, but we cannot risk this. We are tired and drained. If any half-decent villain arrives, we are screwed. I repeat, we have Reaper in detainment and need medical assistance for him and us, said Izuku in a strained voice. Flashback 2 hours ago tier POV. As the raid started on the small gang base, I felt uneasy for some reason. I alerted everyone to be on guard and started the operation. We met with some stronger resistance than planned, but nothing we nor the kids couldn't handle. Soon we made our way towards the meetup point since the kids hadn't radioed in nor responded. I was getting worried something happened. It was just a small-time gang, right? They shouldn't have run into any major threats. Soon I would start freaking out since they were not at the meetup point. We checked the tunnels they should have come from and found the gang members they fought. That means they were here, but they are no longer here. Where did they go? Soon 30 minutes passed, and I made the call to inform Heart's main agency and to also inform the school. I called them both at the same time and started a conference call. I'm not going to enjoy this. T-Tier, V Victor, Principal. R Rain, number 4 hero who leads Hearts. V. Hello Ter, why are you calling? Shouldn't you be on a mission with Vanguard? R. Indeed Ter. Did something happen for you to call us both during a mission that you should be finishing right now? T. Victor, Rain. I don't have good news. Vanguard is MIA. My side of the operation swept through the gang, and we never received a response from Vanguard nor have they responded to us calling them. As such, we moved towards the meetup point where they should have met the entire group when it was all finished in case they took longer. However, they are not here, and we have found the villains they fought. This means that they did finish their side of the gang but never got to call into us. As of right now, I'm declaring them MIA and suggest we start a search party for them. V. Any evidence of them fighting someone at the meetup point? T. None, which adds up since they fought the villains in the tunnels that lead here. We have the people they defeated. R. Start a search party. I'm sending another team from Hearts there and will be coming as well. We will find them no matter what. Alert the police and other heroes of their MIA and have them start searching. Don't let the media catch wind of this. V. I need to call All Might and their families. Please keep me up to date. All Might POV. I've been off all day today. I've had this feeling something was about to go bad since I woke up today. I've made it to lunchtime without anything happening, so I've ignored the feeling. However, I would soon learn how that feeling was dead on. After finishing my notes for the hero class with 1A later today, I started to head to the staff room. I have really hated the fact that I have to teach class 1A since they are the ones that ruined my boy's chance here at UA and made him leave. However, something good did come out of that problem class since Izuku met his soulmates and found such loyal friends in America. Class 1A, since Izuku has left, has been put through a lot of pressure since none of the other classes like them except Koda and Shinso, who didn't have a part in Class 1A's stupidity. The class also hasn't really improved that much, unlike Class 1B. Still, none of them compare to the AUA students. As I entered the staff room, I greeted everyone and Principal Nizu, who were there. Suddenly, I felt a chill go down my back and a pain in my heart. It felt like OFA reacted to something? Did something happen to Izuku? It seems that everyone noticed that I felt off since I stopped and grabbed my chest. All Might, are you okay? Asked Nizu and some staff. I am fine. I just felt a pulse of pain in my heart for some reason, I said with a small smile. Then it happened. It felt like my world was crumbling. My cell phone started to ring with a phone call is here. The problem with that is I have it set not to go off unless it's a few certain numbers that all deal with Izuku. I stopped and started to pull my phone out. Everyone watched me since they knew I kept my phone silent unless it was certain numbers. I saw who was calling. It was Principal Victor. He must be just calling to give me an update about the increase in their education speed that's being planned. Hello Victor. I'm assuming you're calling with an update about the plans? I asked. Victor didn't respond for a few seconds, and I called his name again, which caught everyone's attention in the room. All Might, I need you to sit down. I don't have good news, Victor suddenly said. My bad feeling returned in full. I'm sitting down, Victor. What's wrong? What do you mean not good news? What happened? I said while I moved to sit down, shaking badly. Everyone went tense at my words, and Nizu started to get worried as well since he knows Victor is connected with Izuku. I have just been notified that Paragon and his Vanguard have all been reported MIA as of 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry. They did an internship with the Hearts Agency and went on a mission that was raiding a small gang. They shouldn't have run into anyone that would have been a threat. All evidence shows they defeated all the gang members they ran into but never showed up at the meeting point or contacted the other heroes. They also haven't been responding. There is no evidence of a fight in the meet-up point room either, but all evidence shows that they should have made it to the room. As such, the Hearts Agency is declaring them all MIA. Search parties are being put together, and Hearts head hero Rain, the number 4 hero, is going to work the MIA case. I'm sorry, All Might, Victor said all in one go, and I couldn't say anything since I was shocked. Please, update me with any information. Please find them, I said, and he said he would and hung up. I sat there on the chair as my phone fell from my hands, and I just slumped down with my head in my hands, thinking that Izuku is missing now. I started to cry and screamed out in pain as I just clutched my chest, crying. Everyone started to ask what was wrong, and all I could get out is that Izuku and his team are now MIA. This shocked them all. Soon it was time for classes to start again, and Nizu excused me from teaching 1A hero class since I might lash out at that class. All the teachers were worried about Izuku since they all liked him. Where are you, my boy? I thought. Victor POV. I just finished the call with All Might and now need to do all the parents. I get up and start doing the calls, starting with Midoriya since I've already told All Might, and I don't need him telling them. I was sitting in my chair at my desk and just slumped down. It was really hard to call all my top students' parents and tell them that their kids went MIA on the mission. It was meant to be a small-time gang and not this. I really hope the students come out all right from this, and I just hope the media doesn't get wind of this. Tier POV. Everyone is still searching for the Vanguard. Robin and the other team have already arrived since Robin had called in a favor for a teleporter quirk to be used from another agency to get them here on the ground quicker. It has now been over an hour since the kids have gone MIA, and we still don't have any traces of them or any records on cameras nearby that they left. All the top figures on the ground were gathering for a meeting to decide the next actions. As I arrived at the meeting room that we set up in a police tent that was on the scene, we all started to sit down. The meeting was called to start, but then I started to hear static noise from my radio that I kept on me. This radio is not the current one we are using. It's the one from the mission. Everyone in the meeting room just looked at me, wondering why I had brought a radio into the meeting, and Robin was about to tell me to get rid of it when, hello, this is Paragon checking in. Please respond. Anyone? Came through the radio. Everyone froze at the sound of Paragon's voice. I jumped up from my seat and then pressed the button to talk back. Paragon, this is Tyr. We've been trying to get a hold of you for a while. You all have been MIA for nearly an hour and a half. Where are you? We were all happy that we got connected with the Vanguard but became confused with what Paragon said next. Tyr, we have been at the meetup point that our map said to be at. Where are you? We encountered heavy resistance and had no backup. We couldn't retreat. The threat would have killed us, stated Paragon. This confused and scared us since what threat could the small-time gang members present to them? Did they run into an outside force? As we have been talking, everyone ran over to the meetup point inside the gang's base and saw that the Vanguard was still not there. Paragon, we are at the meetup point right now. I'm standing in the room and you are not in it. Where are you? This confused us all since they are claiming to be here. Is it a quirk? Tyr. Well, the paths brought us underground where we lost communication to the outside world because of a device we just found. We couldn't retreat due to running into the number 3 villain of the world, Reaper. We need backup and medical support now. We have Reaper detained, but we cannot risk this. We are tired and drained. If any half-decent villain arrives, we are screwed. I repeat, we have Reaper in detainment and need medical assistance for him and us, said Paragon. Everyone just froze at those words. They had encountered Reaper? Also, what is this about an underground warehouse? All of the tunnels lead to an above-ground warehouse though and not an underground one. Paragon. The tunnels should have led you to an above-ground warehouse, not below ground, I stated. Tyr. Well, the paths brought us underground. Check to see if you can find any hidden traps that the gang could have activated that changes the paths. They could have had them set up before we entered and would never have realized a difference in the paths. Also, this small-time gang is controlled by Reaper himself, stated Paragon. Roger that, Paragon. Just sit tight. We are going to check the tunnels and see if we can find the trap that suches the tunnels and come get you. Give us 30 minutes. Just hold out. I stated and started ordering everyone to search for any hidden traps and check every inch of the tunnels. It took us 10 minutes of dedicated searching to find a device that changes the tunnel routes. It was located in the gang boss's office under a hidden panel on the wall. The moment we got told by the tunnel teams that the tunnels had shifted very slowly, we all rushed into the tunnels to find the Vanguard. As we were approaching the end of the tunnel, we could notice that the Vanguard had set up many traps to defend their position since they were drained of energy. Vanguard! I yelled out, which caught all of their attention. They looked beaten and battered from a long battle. This is logical since they fought and won against the number 3 villain, Reaper. Reaper was sitting on the ground in the middle of them all with cuffs on his legs and arms while also being trapped in by earth walls that Storm made. They were not letting him escape at all. If it isn't the heroes. You had to leave my capture to the new kids. You know I almost won, right? They were a few seconds away from death before Paragon's quirk mutated to keep him alive, which resulted in me getting beaten, groaned Reaper. This caught everyone off guard. Paragon's quirk mutated to keep him alive? However, that wasn't the first concern we need to deal with currently. Everyone get Reaper secured and get him in police hands. Also, we need to get all of the Vanguard to medical care now. I don't care if they only have a paper cut, they will undergo full tests so we make sure we don't miss anything. I yelled out, which caused everyone to start moving. Soon EMTs arrived at the base and had transported the Vanguard away from the base to the hospital. I had ordered an entire team of heroes to follow them and guard them. These kids defeated Reaper, which over 200 heroes have died against. We can't lose them. Looks like I can make a good phone call to Victor. Robin was overseeing the base cleanup with everyone and told me to follow the Vanguard and help keep them secured and start taking statements from them once they are good to give them. Victor, Ter, please tell me you have good news. It's now been over 2 hours since they have gone. Ter, Victor. We found them. We're transporting them to the hospital right now. They are battered and beaten. The boys do have some serious wounds that Dove did help heal on site, but we are making all of the Vanguard get treated and tested to ensure we don't miss anything. Victor, that's good. So what the hell happened to them? How did they go Ter, that's the thing. They were in the base the entire time. The gang had a device that shifted the Vanguard's tunnels before they entered. As such, they ended up in a warehouse underground and not above ground like planned for the meetup. It seems a device was cutting off communications to and from them. That's not the worst though. Victor, the reason they couldn't escape by themselves is that they ran into a third party. Victor, who did they run into? Ter. Victor, they ran into Reaper. The number 3 villain in America? Victor, how? How did they run into him? Why would he be there? Also, you said they were beaten and battered and had some wounds. But unless you're not telling me something, it seems like they all came out alive and will recover to 100%. Ter, that's right. They will recover to 100%. From what I can tell, the boys had it worst, which makes sense since they are the heavy hitters for the group. Also, the boys said that Reaper was the one controlling the gang, which no one knew about. Also, we don't have confirmation from the boys, but when we arrived, Reaper talked about how he was going to win. He said that he lost due to Paragon's quirk mutating to save his life in the last few seconds, which caused Reaper to get beaten. We don't have the details yet, but I will get statements from the Vanguard as soon as I can. Victor, well, it seems like they made a good team after all if they survived that long against Reaper. Please give me updates when you can. I have to call the families and All Might to inform them about the Vanguard. Goodbye. Third POV. Victor had called all of the families except All Might and the Midoriyas. As Victor decided to do one large phone call for all 3 of them, he was happy he was just delivering good news instead of bad news. All Might, hello, any news, Victor? Inko and Hisashi, indeed. Please tell us they found them. Victor, It's good news. They found them. They have been transported to the local hospital where they are out for medical care and testing. The most injured are the boys of the group. They didn't get injured by the gang though. They ran into a third party that no one thought possible. All Might, Inko and Hisashi. Who? Victor, I don't know how up to date you all are about America's top villains. However, Paragon and his Vanguard ran into the number 3 villain, Reaper, who has experience killing large amounts of heroes and in groups as well. From what I've been told, they will recover 100%. However, I did receive some news about how the battle went. Overall, they won the fight against Reaper, but it was nearly a deadly fight. The base had a device that shifted the Vanguard's tunnels to an underground location without them knowing. This resulted in them meeting Reaper and fighting him. Reaper claimed before he was taken away by other heroes that he was a few seconds away from victory by killing Paragon, but Paragon's quirk mutated and saved him. This resulted in somehow Reaper being defeated in those few seconds as well. I currently don't have any more details than that. We will get more details about the entire battle once Tier gets their statements after they can provide them. Hisashi, thank you Victor. Please keep us updated. After Victor left the call, the three started to talk about how Izuku most likely gained a new quirk instead of a mutation. They wondered what it was that saved him. All Might also let the other two know that he had felt OFA react to something earlier in the day but didn't know what. Now he had the answer. They were all glad that the Vanguard walked away from this alive from Reaper. According to Victor's details, the Vanguard had a long drawn-out battle, which is a testament to their group since Reaper has been known to kill all his targets within 5 to 10 minutes even in groups while the Vanguard survived over an hour fighting him. Izuku POV, after Reaper said what he said, we were all pulled away from the base and put in transports to get to the hospital. I started to cry a bit since I could no longer see that everyone was okay. When we get to the hospital, please put all of my team in the same room. Please. I begged. The hero assigned to follow my transportation and the EMTs were shocked for a second. I understand, I'll make sure to have that requested and will have the Hearts Agency throw their weight around to get it done if needed. I understand, kid, since this was your first team mission, you want to keep everyone in your line of sight, stated the hero. Soon we arrived at the hospital and were carted off into the building. I could hear the voices of the other Vanguards' request to be put in the same room as well. The nurses said they would see what they could do once everyone was checked over by doctors. Soon 30 minutes passed, and I was informed that everyone checked out relatively okay. Lucas, Alex, and I would end up with a large scar that expands across all three of us. The scar was healed by the nurses with healing quirks and made to be light as possible. However, it is still noticeable if you look directly at it. After we were healed, we were all moved into a VIP room that the Hearts Agency requested for us. Izuku, yelled everyone since I was last to be wheeled in. I really wanted to cry, but I refused to do that in front of strangers. Hey everyone, I said as I gave everyone a slight smile. My bed was placed in between Lucas and Alex at my request while the girls were on the opposite side of us so we could all face each other with relative ease. Soon we were left alone by the staff and only had a hero guard outside the room. Lucas, Alex. How well can you move? I asked, trying not to tear up. They responded they are sore but can move around and asked why. Can you two move to my bed please? I asked with some tears coming down my face. I was losing control of myself. My emotions were a mess since we almost died today. Lucas and Alex got up and dragged their IVs with them and got onto my bed and snuggled next to me. If you looked close, you could see the scar run across all three of us in a perfect line. I put my hands on Lucas's and Alex's chest and started to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry everyone. I am the leader, and I led you guys to a death trap. I should have noticed we were in the wrong place, I said while starting to cry more. By now, the girls had moved to the side of my bed, and everyone was saying it wasn't my fault since they didn't notice either. Lucas and Alex just started to run their hands through my hair and started to kiss my neck. After a while of getting pampered by my lovers, I fell asleep in their hold. Skylar POV. Izuku was apologizing to us. He shouldn't have since no one knew about the shift in the tunnels, nor did the Hearts Agency know about the gang's connection to Reaper. If they did, they would not have let us on that mission or at least go alone. I think it's clear that we will need to pay attention to Izuku's emotions for a while since he is going to take the largest hit because of this. He is going to blame himself for everything since he is our leader, but that isn't fair since not even the Heart's agency knew about Reaper or the tunnels, I said, with everyone agreeing. We all knew the only reason we came out alive was because of Izuku's plans. He was the reason they survived as long as they did, and without him, they would just be another body on the ground. Tier POV. I was standing outside the Vanguard room because I heard crying. I listened in because I knew we were going to need to help these kids deal with their emotions after this. They came so close to death but came out on the other side. They were never going to be the same again, but it still doesn't make it easier the first time something like this happens for teams. After they all quieted down, I decided to wait 10 minutes before entering so Paragon could sleep for a bit. After the time passed, I went and knocked on the door and walked in. Hello, Vanguard. It's good to see you all alive. I'm here to get your statements of what went on so we have the full story, I stated. We spent the next 30 minutes talking before Paragon started to wake up. He realized there was someone else in the room and started to blush since he was still in the hold of Dragon and Phoenix. Paragon, we were going over everyone's statements about the events that happened. I just finished with them. I need yours now. Paragon then went on to explain every single detail from how they entered and what he felt like when his quirk changed. Overall, I say Paragon did an amazing job in leading his. The mistakes that he and his team made were ones due to a lack of experience. Paragon, I know you are blaming yourself for what happened. However, I said sternly, which shocked the Vanguard team. If anyone is at fault, then it is mine and the Heart's agency's fault. We made the assumption that it was just small-time gang members and didn't take into account the risk of third parties. If anything, we should have assigned several experienced pros to be with your team but had them keep a hands-off policy until something drastic happened. I explained to Paragon and could see his face ease up since he let some of the guilt go. That's good, I thought. The doctors have told me that you will be allowed to leave late tonight. When that happens, we will be going back to the mission office, and we will review everything we can about this. We don't know why though since we are only interns currently. It would be one thing if we were on work studies with provisional licenses but we are not. Izuku had talked to his friends and lovers again and talked about how he didn't feel as guilty anymore after the talk with Tyr but still had little guilt left since he still was the leader. Overall, everyone accepted that but still told him that they don't blame him at all. Lucas and Alex have been attached to Izuku's hip for the most part if they could so they could pamper him and make him feel happy. The girls thought it was just an excuse for them to get far frisky with Izuku than they normally do in public. Izuku seemed to enjoy it though, so the girls didn't call Lucas and Alex out on it since it was always entertainment for the girls. Soon it came time for Vanguard to go out on patrols. The Tyr team was going to stick with them but was taking a hands-off policy. The Vanguard felt far more confident about working together to take people on after Reaper but still didn't let it get to their egos. They also learned from Reaper that if something can go wrong it will go wrong. As such, they went about their patrols with caution and would lead villains and thugs into traps that another member had set up. They made quick work of the streets and had arrested over 60 criminals in 4 hours. Paragon had gotten some basic skills in using his new quirk. Currently, he couldn't do much with the gravity manipulation quirk, but he could make his opponents trip up and fall to the ground where they could be restrained quickly. He did this by repelling and attracting the criminal's leg from under them, which caused them to lose balance and fall. The Vanguard kept repeating this for the next few days and was given instructions from Tyr on how to better improve their teamwork throughout it all. Soon the teamwork of Vanguard was improving at a fast rate that the Heart's agency was extremely pleased with. Vanguard was moving more flawlessly and was not overreacting to unknown situations and variables that got thrown their way since Tyr had heroes attack the Vanguard team on their patrol to give them more experience. This allowed Vanguard to get more tactical experience at a faster pace and allowed Paragon to lead the team better at responding to new threats at a fast pace. Last day of internship Izuku POV. Everyone was still asleep in their rooms since there were roughly 30 minutes before their alarms went off. I started to wake up though. Once I was awake, I looked at my sides and found my lovers snuggled close to me. I decided to wake my lovers up early by starting a make-out session with each of them. This made Lucas and Alex wake up quickly and start kissing back as they each took turns deep kissing me. "Morning, little son. Thank you for waking us up," they each said. "No problem, my dragon and phoenix. It's time for our last day of internship and the school principal is meant to be here today to talk to us," I said. "I wonder what the school will want to talk about. Also, I can't wait to go home. We've only had time to do small text messages and phone calls before we had to get moving. The Hearts agency kept us in the office today and had our training in their gym. They had me working on my new quirk and getting a better hang of it. Now with the quirk, I am able to use it to float even without the float quirk. It takes a bit more energy, but I realized that if I used float and the gravity quirk I could fly at a better speed and flexibility. I used to use OFA to correct my flying, but with the gravity quirk, I can have more precise movements. I also attempted to condense a ball of gravity which started to attract everything in the gym towards it. I released the ball, but then the problem came with that. It caused a large-scale repulsion force to happen which created a hole in the floor and repelled everything and everyone away from me. Everyone talked about what happened and found out that since I allowed the gravity to break down too quickly without it being controlled, it created an explosion of gravity that sent everything away from me. Well, I think I just found some large-scale attacks. If I'm not concerned about the damage that I could create a large ball of gravity and then let it break down on itself, which would wipe out anyone and anything in the range of the attack, I stated, and this made everyone look at me as if I was crazy because if I did it on a large scale I could wipe a DMN city out since I only did a very small ball and already wiped the room out. Little son, please don't test your theory out without the school's permission and them providing a place for you to test it. We don't need you destroying the city, Lucas said to me. I just gave him a big grin which he shivered at and whispered, "I pray for the villain that gets hit by that." This caused everyone to laugh since the room was silent when he said it. Everyone cleaned up the room and went back to training while we waited for the meeting to be called. However, what none of the Vanguard knew was that the school had a lot of matters to talk about that would make their lives very busy for the next year and a half. After training for a bit longer, the meeting was called. Everyone was told to get cleaned up and changed and meet in the meeting room in the next 30 minutes. After everyone was changed and cleaned up, the Vanguard team met each other outside the changing rooms and waited for all of their members before heading up to the meeting. They arrived at the meeting room door and Izuku knocked on the door. They were called in by Robin, who was sitting at the head of the table with Principal Victor at his left and Tyr on his right. "Vanguard, please take a seat. We have multiple matters to talk about before we release you to go back to school with Principal Victor," Robin stated. All of the Vanguard members took a seat with Izuku sitting at the other end of the table facing Robin. Lucas and Alex were sitting the closest to Izuku with the girls sitting spread out next to them. Robin then stood up and bowed his head a bit and apologized for his agency's mistake which almost cost the Vanguard team their lives. "We cannot apologize enough for our error. Though you all are powerful individually as most top 30 pro heroes, we should have assigned a team of experienced heroes with you to take into account any external factors that could have and did present themselves in the mission. I am glad you all came out alive with only scars from this encounter," stated Robin. He then sat back down and started talking again. "As you have seen, Paragon, the Hearts agency did leak the news of your team's victory to help give your careers a boost in the future since you are only first-year students and were able to take down the number 3 villain. Though it was luck at the end that saved you all, you still won. I know very well you have all learned lessons that were created through blood in that mission. Never forget them since they will help keep you alive in the future," said Robin with a solemn tone. Indeed, the Vanguard would never forget their first mission before they even had their provisional licenses since it was a near-death victory. "Second, we recovered the video feeds from Underground and compared it with your statements. Everything checked out. The Hearts agency will be providing copies of the mission files to Principal Victor. The school will help you all go over every single detail of the mission to help learn where you could have done better as individuals and as a team. This is to help you learn everything you can from this nightmare and come out far stronger," Robin said and then looked over to Victor, who looked back and nodded his head. It seems like they had something far more important than the Reaper incident that they wanted to talk about with the Vanguards. "Paragon, you and your team were not informed of this, but this mission was a test for you all," Robin said, which shocked the entire Vanguard team. "Let me be clear. We had no idea Reaper was there. We indeed thought it was a small-time gang, but we should have still had pro heroes with you. The test was to see your skills and teamwork in the field. If you had passed the test, then the Hearts Agency would have offered you all a work study the moment you received your provisional licenses. I do want to note that you did indeed pass with flying colors considering what happened. However, we must ask if you are all still comfortable with working with this agency with our error that nearly cost you your lives? Asked Robin. Izuku then looked at his lovers and friends and saw in their eyes determination. Robin, we are still willing to work with the Hearts Agency. I ask just as the team leader that precautions are taken in the future for my team's safety until we have gained enough experience to be by ourselves. Until then, we would like at least 1 to 2 pro heroes to be with us who would take a hands-off approach unless something major comes up that they deemed it fit for them to jump in, Izuku said with a strict tone. Robin, Tyr, and Victor were amazed at Paragon and his Vanguard team. It looked like they would not let the Reaper incident slow them down. This made them glad and easier for them to bring up the next topic. As you wish, Paragon, Robin agreed. This brings us to our next topic. To start work studies, you must have a provisional license. As such, by a vote of the staff at AUA with the recommendation of the Hearts Agency, it was decided that based on the results of the test during this mission that you would all be recommended to take the exam before this semester is finished. If you all pass the exam, your team would be offered a work study at this agency, stated Robin. This shocked us all. We knew second years got their provisional license the first semester and could petition to take the full exam at the end of their second year if approved by the school, but for us to get permission to take the provisional exam in our first semester is unheard of. We agreed to take the exam, but it seemed like they still had one more thing to talk about. The next thing would be even more shocking. We have one more item to discuss that is also related to your exams, stated Tyr. Indeed, by agreement of the staff of EUA and the Hearts Agency, it has been decided that your education will be accelerated moving forward, stated Principal Victor. We all asked what he meant by that, and the answer shocked us. We mean that moving forward you all will be placed in a separate class from 1A and 1B. This class will be called 1V, Vanguard, and will aim to have you all graduate with your full hero license by the end of your second year. Students that petition for the full hero exam still have to attend school for training and general education. However, you would not be if you pass all exams and obtained your hero license via the accelerated program we want to put you in. This means that you would be training and studying nearly 24/7. We would have workout routines that you would need to stick to or surpass, and your free time would be limited. You would be expected to stay hours after normal school to stay ahead of your studies and training. Our goal is to have you learn 2.5 years of education in 1.5 years, but sooner if you all could pull it off. You would also be performing a work study during this time, which would limit your freedom even more. Do you understand what we are offering and the demands we are expecting if you accept this? Stated Victor with a strict tone. Izuku POV, they just offered us to graduate early if we can handle their accelerated program. This was shocking to me and the entire Vanguard. I had asked them for some privacy so the Vanguard and I could talk about the offer. They accepted and said they would be back in 10 minutes. Once they left, I looked at my team and asked what they thought. Everyone was silent for a few moments. Then Lucas spoke up. I think we should agree. We were planning to go plus ultra anyway and aim for the full hero exam in our second year anyway. This way we could graduate fully and go full-time sooner than planned. We all lived together so we could sync our lives to fit the demands they would be giving us. We also have little son's home where we can work out and relax, so we don't have to really go anywhere to enjoy ourselves since the house has all the entertainment we really need, said Lucas. Everyone started to agree with that viewpoint. Sophia then started talking as well. We all agreed to help Izuku handle the burden of the legacy anyway. This would just get us prepared faster as well since we don't know when the monster would strike. This made everyone tense. That had been the reason they were pushing themselves. Indeed, they all wanted to be heroes to save people and didn't really care for fame or money since their families already had that. Instead, they wanted to support me in upholding peace and ending the 200-year-old war with the monster. If you guys are willing to walk down this path with me, I will be glad to have you. Once we start this, there is no backing out. We will be running straight into the jaws of death. The monster we will be hunting at the end is far stronger than Reaper was, I stated. Everyone turned to look at me and just told me they would always be with me, for they are the vanguard of the Paragon. This made me so happy. Soon Victor, Tyr, and Robin entered the room and asked for our decision. We will do it. We already had plans to petition for the full hero exam in our second year anyway. As such, this will just speed everything up. We all live together at my house, so we can sync our lives up easier to meet the demands of the school staff and our work studies needs, Izuku said with a firm voice. Excellent, then we have talked about all of the things we need to. Once you have packed, we will be returning to the school. We have a hero with a teleporter quirk who will make the trip quicker for us so that we can start talking about all the details of the planning and training that will need to happen. We planned for you all to take the provisional exam at the end of next week. As such, we need to get started on all the paperwork and inform your families. Also, your families are waiting at the school for our return, so once you have everything packed, please meet back in this room, stated Victor while dismissing us. Everyone quickly gathered all of their belongings and returned to the meeting room. They found Tyr's team waiting for the Vanguard team. Hello, Vanguard. We wanted to get a picture with you all to hang in the office before you all left. We decided to do it as a memory of the first mission you all completed and one so you can look back at where you started in the future, Tyr stated. Everyone moved their belongings off to the side and got ready for the picture. Robin joined in and stood behind everyone in the center and had the picture taken. He said that the school would be sent copies if we ever wanted one. Soon the hero with the teleporter quirk arrived in the meeting room and asked everyone to grab a hold of him. Within 5 minutes we found ourselves returned to the school and were located in the principal's office. The hero then returned to the Hearts Agency after saying goodbye. The principal led us all to our new homeroom class 1V, Vanguard, that will be taught by Principal Victor himself. The new homeroom was smaller since there were only 6 of us. This room has been used in the past when the principal takes on personal students since most people cannot keep up with his teaching speed and style. The classroom had a board to the left to keep track of our work-study patrols and missions, while the computers at the desk were far more high-tech than the normal classrooms. We also found our parents waiting in the classroom for us. Everyone started to talk to our respective parents while the principal called all might and projected the call on the large screen in front of the class. My boy, I am so glad to finally see you physically. It felt like my heart stopped when I received the call from Victor about you all going to me. All Might said. We could see that he was in the principal's office in JUA. We could also see Nizu in the background, who waved at us and congratulated us on defeating such a high-ranking villain. We thanked him and talked to our families and All Might a bit more before the principal cut in to talk about the accelerated learning program that he was putting us in. All of our parents supported it since they knew that we all planned to go for the full exam our second year anyway. They were also surprised to learn that Nizu would be teaching a class once a week via video call and will teach about how to analyze villains and body language as well as a few other subjects. This way they would be learning at a faster pace than normal since both principals are strict in their teaching. It was also talked about how the Vanguard would take the provisional exam at the end of next week. After talking a bit longer between everyone, All Might and Nizu cut in and told everyone that they had to go since they needed to plan the first-year students' final exam that would happen in a week and a half. Everyone said their goodbyes to them and talked for a bit more before the parents left. Soon it was the Vanguard and the principal left. The Vanguard had asked to get started on any lesson plans and training schedules now. As such, Victor left to go to his office and retrieved the training and education plans that they had already completed. The training plans had listed that they needed to complete a minimum of 3 hours of physical training on top of whatever they do in class. This was easy since the Vanguard already completes 4 to 5 hours of set training at home already. They informed the principal of this and the fact they started doing it about 2 weeks before internships started and had still done it while at the internships. They might be a bit further ahead due to their determination than we had planned, thought Victor. The Vanguard started looking over some of the study material and asked if they could test out of subjects they felt strong in or take placement tests so the school could get a feel where they currently were at. This was due to the fact that they all came from wealthier families that required their kids to learn a lot when they were younger. This resulted in them being further ahead than most of their classmates, which resulted in them in top grades all of the time. The Vanguard informed Victor that they all thought they could place well enough to clear first-year finals with some ease and could start on second-year education sooner if they were allowed to take placement exams. I will arrange for you all to start placement exams a few days after you return from the provisional license. In the meantime, take the study material and brush up on anything you might think you lack in before you take the placement exams. Also, Izuku, I was told about your little experiment at the Hearts Agency where you destroyed the training room, stated Victor, which Izuku just shyly rubbed his neck. Please refrain from using that move anywhere near other people. We are setting up a blocked-off training ground for the Vanguard to test their quirks. We will have it done by tomorrow so you can test more powerful moves out. If you are able to figure out the correct way to minimize the damage done from your new move, then you could use it in more closed-off areas if you can control the power output, states Victor. After they talked a bit more with the principal, they were let go and told to return to the school tomorrow when called so they could use the new training grounds even though it will be the weekend. Everyone arrived back at Izuku's home. They all decided to go relax for a few hours before doing some workout training. They arrived in the underground home movie theater and watched some random romance movies and then an action movie. After that, they all moved over to the underground gym and started to work out. Izuku wanted to test where he currently was at with OFA itself. As such, he turned on the treadmill and started to slowly increase the speed to keep up with OFA. He was able to go past his former limit of 45% and was now pushing 50% of OFA with only a slightly straining feeling in his body. However, this feeling would go away the more he used OFA at the 50% limit. While the others were doing their set workout plans by the school, Izuku moved over to the empty space with mats and started to do some light quirk training with the gravity quirk. Izuku did this by grabbing a large number of weights and making piles. He tied the weights together to make a stack and then started to use the repulsion side of his gravity manipulation to push the weights away from him. At first, he had a bit of trouble compared to when he used it on criminals on the field. He was only lightly pulling them or pushing them in quick blasts. However, here he is trying to slowly move different sets of weights across the floor away from him. He started with small amounts and started to work his way up. At the end of the training, he had completed his physical training and also did some quirk training and was able to use the gravity quirk to push away 500 pounds across 20 feet in only 5 seconds. The lower the weight, the faster he was able to push them away. Overall, he considered this a success, and now he just needed to get his pulling speed to be roughly the same later on, since he dedicated his time to pushing things away so he could push away attackers and their attacks. With training done for the day, everyone decided it was starting to get late and they would all start heading back to their rooms. Since they would go do some quirk training at the school tomorrow. Izuku, Alex, and Lucas arrived back at their room and started to get changed to go have a shower. Izuku noticed the scars across their chests and felt that the scars made them all match a bit more. It started to make him feel a bit hot even though they were taking a slightly cooler shower to cool off from working out. Once they were done with their shower, the three lovers had arrived at the bed after cleaning themselves off and just laid down watching some TV before Izuku fell asleep. Once Izuku fell asleep, Alex and Lucas turned the TV off and pulled themselves against Izuku, who always sleeps in the middle of them. If you looked closely, you could see the scar that Reaper gave each of them. It ran clean across all three of them and made a perfect line when they were next to each other. The next day came quickly as Lucas and Alex woke up before Izuku. Seeing this, they started to kiss across his scar to wake him up. Izuku started to wake up and kissed his two lovers back in his half-asleep state. "Morning, my dragon and phoenix," said Izuku half awake. Alex and Lucas put their clothing on and then helped Izuku get dressed since he was still half asleep. Lucas picked Izuku up and carried him off to the main building kitchen to eat breakfast with everyone. "Hello everyone," said Izuku, who was now fully awake after being carried around. Everyone sat down to eat, and Inko received a video call from All Might. She put the video call on and streamed it to one of the TVs nearby. "My boy, I'm just checking in to see how you are all doing since we can now talk more privately about OFA. They mentioned that you had a new aspect of your quirk?" asked All Might. Izuku then started to explain a bit more in detail how he came about getting the quirk and what happened to him in the few seconds before death and not death anymore. He also explained that he has gotten some basic control of some functions of the quirk and that they will be going to the campus to do quirk testing in a blocked-off zone so they didn't hurt anyone. I am proud that you gained another quirk, but please try not to. I don't really want to hear about how you got this close to death this early in your life. Anyway, at least you have more ways to defend yourself. I would suggest trying to come up with super moves you can use when you need the push, and also look into combo moves between your members. I do remember the report mentioning you guys created a combo move on the fly. While that is good, it worked. You need to be careful since if you do something wrong it could backfire. So during the training, try to create some combo moves between all of you and see if you can each have 1 to 2 combos that you can do with each individual member, stated All Might. They talked for a bit more while they ate breakfast until they received a phone call from Principal Victor. He had informed them that the school was ready for them to come to do quirk training and be destructive while doing it. Izuku's POV, they all arrived at the school with their outfits already on hand so they could change and start training. They found Principal Victor, who led them about 4 miles into the woods where they had set up the training grounds behind the school main building. They could see that there were large concrete walls surrounding the entire area. The area they were training in was about 1 mile wide in each direction, which gave them all enough room to work and test their larger attacks. Izuku checked with everyone if it was okay to try the decaying gravity attack again. They all told him sure and moved out of the way. As such, he went to the center of the area and was contacted by the staff and his friends that they were clear of the blast zone. He decided to use float to get some distance in the air and then started to condense a ball of gravity. He noticed this time he was able to stop it from pulling anything towards it since he only focused on the feeling of it all being stabilized into a ball and not the feeling of pulling the gravity together like last time. The ball was about the size of his hand, and he could tell it was floating off his hand as 2 magnets would push away from each other. He decided to see if he could just drop the ball and see what would happen if he was no longer concentrating on keeping it together. Chaos. That is what happened. The ball he made was far bigger than the pinky-sized one that he had made at the agency, and it showed in power. He created a large crater in the middle of the training ground. It was 1/2 mile long on all sides. He did notice that all the terrain that got kicked up didn't hit him. It went around him like he had a natural barrier protecting him. It seems things affected by the large explosion couldn't come close to his natural gravity field created by the quirk when he had it activated. Third POV. Everyone else was standing in a bunker created in the concrete wall while they waited for Paragon to test his attack out. Everyone thought it wouldn't create large destruction as warned by the agency, the Hearts. They warned not to let him use the attack in any big form unless separated a far distance and away from anyone else. All the staff thought it would be the size of a room or several. They were wrong. Paragon had gone into the air and started to create a ball the size of his hand. The Vanguard students were talking about how it was much bigger than last time, and then Paragon let it drop down to the ground. They thought it was a failed attempt, but then it touched the ground. Everyone thought a nuke had gone off as the ground started shaking greatly. The dust soon cleared, and they could see via the drones they sent up that there was a 1/2 mile long crater in the ground. Well, he is forbidden from using that in a DMN city, yelled Principal Victor, which got yells of agreement from everyone else. Everyone decided to head out to meet Paragon at the center of the crater. Paragon was just shocked at the level of destruction he caused and agreed to never use that in a city. The teachers talked about the Vanguard wanting to create combo moves and special moves. As such, the teachers got the Vanguard training. Paragon had asked the teachers to provide him with multiple targets if they could. As such, they called in a hero in training from the 3rd years that had a clone quirk that allowed him to make copies of himself. Paragon started to fight a mass of them but was getting annoyed at the numbers. In a fit of annoyance, he threw up his arms and channeled his gravity to repulse everything nearby. This caused all the clones to go flying back and getting knocked out. The teachers approved of that move being used more often since it was far less destructive and worked well on groups. One of the teachers suggested if he could do the opposite and focus it on one individual. The idea behind this was to see if he could add it to his fighting style. He could pull someone close by and grab them to slam them or pull them in when they backed away so he could land a kick on them. Izuku was having trouble getting it down but had the basic foundations of the idea in the works. Sophia was working on creating illusions of herself at a fast pace. She decided to try to create phantom images of herself so she could hide her up-close attacks and make it seem like she's attacking from multiple directions at the same time. Before, she could only create one illusion of herself, so this would be a huge improvement if she could make multiple copies of herself. She also asked for help in trying to control her weapons away from her body. The teachers believed she could control any weapon she creates even if it isn't in her hands anymore. Soon, with some help from a third-year instructor, she was able to learn some control of her weapons. It was a bit shaky currently, but she was getting there. The idea was to have this as a standalone attack but also add it to her illusions so it was like she truly was attacking from multiple places. In reality, she would be. Rose worked on the creation of elements at a faster pace. She soon figured out that she could link her lighting up with metal that she controlled fairly easily. As such, one of the instructors handed her some needles and had Rose control them. She instructed Rose to throw them at some targets and told Rose to send lighting from her hand with the needles in mind. Rose soon learned how to create lighting-pointed attacks. The teachers believed that she could shock people without having to use water as a method to get the lighting from her to the criminal anymore and instead use the metal she controlled as lighting rods instead. Skylar had been working on controlling the weapons she created just like Sophia had been. They assumed the same factors applied and taught Skylar basic control as well that just needs to be improved on. The teachers also wondered if she could channel her healing abilities through some of her lights so she could do area of effect healing instead of directly touching the people. They tried multiple ways but couldn't get her healing abilities to leave her hand. That was until Izuku suggested trying to send it through her items created via light. Since Skylar could create more than just weapons, she attempted this by creating little ball of light that would fall down in an area that she created them in. As such, she was able to create an area of healing that was slightly slower than directly touching but still could heal more people faster. Lucas worked on controlling his fire. Since Lucas could control if the fire burns at will, then the teachers thought he could incorporate the fire into his hand-to-hand combat. The idea was to have fire hover or touch his hands and feet, which would allow him to create more painful blows of punches and kicks. This turned out to be possible and allowed Lucas to create more powerful attacks in his hand-to-hand fighting. He also figured out that when he was throwing punches, he could make the fire go out in blasts from his hands, which allowed him to surprise his enemies when he was fighting close quarters. Alex focused on making his dragon transformation change sizes. Overall, he had always transformed into a large dragon but thought what if he could control the said size? Well, it turned out that he could control the size and make himself the same size as a normal human or anywhere in between. His dragon form was very large since he was as long as the towers for the main building if you measured the length of the building and his largest dragon form length. Once Alex figured out how to shift the size of his full dragon form, he noticed that he became far more agile and faster the smaller he became. This allowed him to use the full dragon form far better in close-quarter combat. Alex also worked on seeing if he could increase the range in which his flames in his half-transformed state could go. He was able to double the distance from what he could breathe before he had to let go. The Vanguard kept going at their training for the rest of the weekend and kept returning to the training grounds after they were done with school since the accelerated learning wouldn't start until after the exam. As such, they spent the entire week up to Wednesday training at the training grounds the school prepared them. They decided to take Thursday off so they could relax their bodies before the exam. Name: Alex White. Sexuality: gay. Love interest: fiancé Izuku Midoriya, main, and fiancé Lucas Smith. Group: Vanguard. Quirk: Elder Dragon. Description: Alex is able to transform his body into a half-dragon state and a full dragon state. He is able to control the size of the full dragon state from his large form, which is the length of the school's towers down to a normal human height. The smaller the size he is, the faster his dragon form is and the far more agile it is. Overall, the quirk provides a boost to his speed, power, agility, and healing abilities. The user is able to breathe fire in either the half or full transformation states. He can breathe fire longer in the full transformation and is limited by training in the half-form state. While in his half-transformation state, he is provided claws of his dragon form and sharper teeth to use against opponents with a tail that he can use as an extra limb to fight with. The user is able to fly even when not in a transformed state. This quirk also makes the user closer to an immortal due to the long lifespan and hyper-healing abilities. Users will also have soulmates who can be granted the same lifespan and healing abilities. Drawbacks: long lifespan will not start until the user finds their soulmates, and will only be able to impregnate their soulmate due to the dragon influence. Though the soulmate has been found as such, this drawback is nulled. Hero name: Dragon. Name: Lucas Smith. Sexuality: gay. Love interest: fiancé Izuku Midoriya, main, and fiancé Alex White. Group: Vanguard. Quirk: Fire Phoenix. Description: this quirk grants the ability to control all forms of fire and is able to have the fire burn or not burn at the will of the user. Lucas is able to mold his fire into different weapons such as a WHP or spear. Lucas also found that he can wield his fire from his hands and feet to incorporate it into his hand-to-hand combat skills. Lucas can also send the fire from his fists out in blast to catch his opponents off guard. The quirk enhances Lucas's speed, power, agility, and healing abilities. The user can transform into a fire phoenix and is capable of flying while in both human and phoenix form. This quirk makes Lucas close to an immortal due to the long lifespan and hyper-healing abilities that are granted. Lucas will also have soulmates who can be granted the same lifespan and healing abilities. Drawbacks: long lifespan will not start until Lucas finds their soulmates, and will only be able to impregnate their soulmate due to the Fire Phoenix's influence on the user. Though the soulmate has been found as such, this drawback is nulled. Hero name: Phoenix. Name: Skylar Baker. Sexuality: straight. Love interest: none. Group: Vanguard. Quirk: Angel. Description: this grants Skylar white wings and a halo when active. Wings can appear and disappear at will. Grants Skylar the ability to control light and create weapons/items out of the light that will stay unless the user removes them. Skylar can also move the weapons/items via her mind. Granted the ability to heal others and the user as well, passive healing on user. Skylar has figured a way out to cast an area of effect healing by combing the healing ability into items she creates via her light. Drawbacks: abilities are weaker during the night due to decreased light from the sun, though can still create due to light from other sources. Hero name: Dove. Name: Rose Harrison. Sexuality: bi. Love interest: none. Group: Vanguard. Quirk: Elemental. Description: this grants Rose control over the elements: air, water, fire, earth, and lightning. Rose has also figured a way out to control metal via any impurities. In the metal, many different types of moves can be created and elements can be merged to create subsets depending on training. The user is able to create the elements without a natural source nearby but will consume the user's energy as a result. Rose has learned how to send her lightning to metal that she controls so that they act like lightning rods for her lightning element. As such, she can shock people without using other means such as water on the ground. Drawbacks: abilities are weaker if there isn't a natural source present, but this can be overcome via training. Hero name: Storm. Name: Sophia Jones. Sexuality: straight. Love interest: none. Group: Vanguard. Quirk: Demon. Description: this grants Sophia black wings and 2 horns when active. Wings can appear and disappear at will. Grants Sophia the ability to control darkness and create weapons/items out of the darkness that will stay unless the user removes them. Sophia is able to control the weapons/items she creates from a distance with her mind. Granted the ability to create illusions as well as a passive healing ability. Sophia has learned how to create multiple images of herself that allows her to appear to be attacking from multiple directions. Drawbacks: abilities are weaker during the day due to an increase in light from the sun, though the user can get around this by going to areas of great shadows. Hero name: Azrael. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Sexuality: gay. Love interest: fiancé Lucas Smith and fiancé Alex White. Group: Vanguard. Leader. Quirk: One for All, Subquirks, and Immortality. Description: One for All is a transferable quirk that can be passed on from one user to the next. One for All also allows the user to stockpile an enormous amount of raw power, allowing them to significantly enhance all of their physical abilities to a superhuman level. This results in unbelievable levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. One for All also grants the user the ability to access the previous user's quirks. Starting out before the JUA, Izuku could only control 10% of OFA, and leaving UA to America, he had control of 25% of OFA. By the time the Provisional Hero License exam starts, he has control of 50% of OFA. Quirks unlocked in OFA, Black WHP still locked as of the Provisional Hero License exam. Float, the quirk wielded by the 7th user, Nana Shimura. This quirk allows the user to levitate. Black W, the quirk wielded by the 5th user, Daigoro Banjo. This quirk allows the user to create tendrils of dark energy from their arms. These tendrils are good for grappling and increasing the user's mobility. Gravity manipulation. Offensive uses of this power include repulsing people or objects with such force as to shatter practically anything, increasing gravity to crush or immobilize opponents, decreasing it to render them defenseless, or surrounding one's body in a gravitational field to amplify physical strength. Defensive uses include creating a gravitational force field to repel all manner of attacks or anchoring oneself to the ground. Current moves for gravity manipulation: Almighty Push, Almighty Pull, Almighty Devastation, Gravity Ball that created the crater in the training ground. Quirk, Immortality. Description: due to being soulmates with Lucas Smith and Alex White, he will gain near-immortal powers. The soulmate marks appear once they meet. This will grant the same lifespan and healing abilities as his soulmates have. He will also be able to get Paragon and T by either soulmate due to their quirks. OFA breaks bones and or shatters them if uses more than the body can handle. Float, energy is consumed with a lack of experience. With training, minimum energy would be used. Black WHP, if the user is not careful, they can crush whatever is in the WHPS and the WHPS will go out of control. Gravity manipulation, energy is consumed and lack of experience and training can lead to users being harmed due to changes in gravity that their body is not prepared for. Energy consumption will decrease with training to minimum levels. Immortality, long lifespan will not start until the user finds their soul mates, nor will healing abilities start. Hero name: Paragon. Vanguard combo move list: Lucas and Alex and Izuku, combining air blast from OFA with their fire to create a supercharged blast. Skylar and Sophia, creating a vortex of swords made from light and darkness mixed with illusions of fake swords. Third POV. Izuku and the Vanguard have been training constantly during the weekend and week until they decided to take a break starting Thursday to relax their bodies for their exam on Friday. They decided to spend most of Thursday just relaxing around the house after school and not doing anything that could harm them since they didn't want to risk their chances. They also decided to go and enjoy the spa in the house to help relax their bodies and then did stretches for their bodies before going to sleep to get up early and ready for their exam Friday. Day of exam Friday, Izuku woke up first and started to call for Lucas and Alex to wake up as well. They all got up and started their morning routine of taking a shower, changing clothes, exchanging good morning kisses, and then headed down to eat breakfast. Unlike normal, the entire Vanguard went to the main house kitchen instead of the Vanguard's kitchen since Inko offered to cook today for their exam. Izuku's parents wished them all luck as they finished eating breakfast and started to head out to the school to meet the principal. Victor wanted them all to show up half an hour early to school so that they could be transported to the exam site. Soon they arrived and saw that the principal was standing outside with a large bus next to him. "Welcome, Vanguard. Please get on the bus so we can head to the exam site. It is half an hour trip and the exam is in 1 hour, stated Victor. Everyone got on the bus and relaxed while Victor talked about some of the information they needed to know. There was going to be a written exam of basic hero laws that they have learned in the class as well as some other things. Then after that is the physical portion of the exam. Due to the fact that Vanguard will be planning to register as a team-based hero agency in the future, the commission requested that they undergo 2 exams, an individual exam and a team-based exam. This will allow Vanguard to cut some of the red tape in the future for their hero agency if they pass the team-based exam now, since team-based hero agencies have to take an exam to register instead of an individual agency with multiple pros. It is to show that the team can indeed work together and that the government can trust their teamwork. It would have them registered already for the future when they get their full exam done and allow the government to start calling on them as a team now instead of later down the run. Soon they all arrived at the exam site, which was a giant stadium with multiple different scenarios built into it. This would allow them to perform tests in multiple areas and have a baseline for them to rebuild off of later when they need to reset for a new exam. The American Provisional Hero License exam was one of the strictest exams in the world. This was due to how many exams happen across America on each exam day. Only 5% of people taking the exam can pass, and there were 2,000 people taking the exam the same day the Vanguard was, which meant only 100 people could pass the exam in full. Victor skirted the Vanguard to the written exam site and told them to check in with the exam officials. Izuku walked up to the table with his team behind him. "Hello, we are here to check in from AUA for the provisional exam. Hero's name is Paragon," stated Izuku. The official looked up in shock since he had heard about Paragon and his Vanguard who defeated the number 3 villain of America. The official started the paperwork and instructed them where to go. The entire Vanguard took their seats and waited for the written exam to start. Soon all 2,000 exam takers had found their spots and were told to start the exam. They only had 1 hour to do 100 questions. Once the time was over, those who failed would be kicked out and sent home. The hour passed really quickly. However, the Vanguard was done within the first 20 minutes and had to wait. The exam officials called time, which caused the exam program to end and grade everyone's exam. 650 people failed the written exam, which left 1,350 people doing the physical exam. First, it was the individual exam, and those that passed would be allowed to get their license. The team-based exam could only be taken after the individual exam since it required the entire team to have their licenses already. Listen up everyone. Today we have 1,350 people who passed the written exam. Only 100 people will pass the exam altogether. The physical exam is a tag exam. Only 200 people can pass this stage. As such, the first 200 people who gain 6 points without being knocked out of the exam will pass to the next stage. You need to just tag your opponent's point marker to gain a point via any method, announced the exam representative. Izuku looked at his Vanguard and told everyone to turn their communicators on. They had set up several plans beforehand and designated them. As such, he told everyone to go with Plan Alpha since it would be the quickest method for them. This method was them going right out in the open and letting everyone spot them. Once people started getting close to them, he used his almighty pull on several people to pull them off their feet towards their group. They needed each hit on the person, which caused them to be knocked out since you only had 6 life points before you were out. Some people attempted to attack them at a distance but would miss due to the fact that Sophia used illusions on them to offset where they truly were. This went on for several minutes until they had all of their points. They decided they wanted to make it perfect by escaping without getting hit. As such, they had Alex transform into his full dragon form and they all rode him to the next stage area. Izuku used an almighty push in a big zone around them to ensure nothing would touch them. He learned how to do this by accident because of the crater he created while training. He had noticed that the quirk creates a natural gravity field around him. As such, he expanded the field and integrated the feeling of pushing into it to cause a bigger version of his almighty push to protect them. Soon they arrived at the next stage and were announced as the first to pass. As such, they had to wait for the rest of the people to pass the exam, which took half an hour. Soon they had all the required people in the next stage and the exam representatives announced the next exam as a search and rescue mission. They had to rescue all of the people trapped in the collapsed city before the time ran out. They were being judged on how they interacted with the people and how they did in defending them from threats. Explosions went off across the city and the exam started. The Vanguard went in as a team and found a large group of injured civilians. They asked them if they knew of any life-threatening injuries that they needed to deal with before they started evacuating them out. A few pointed out a group of people that had lethal-looking wounds. Izuku called Dove over and asked her to start doing direct healing on these injured people first while the team looked over the other injured and prepared them for evacuation. Dove started her work while Storm and Azrael guarded the entrance. Dragon and Phoenix were moving around treating minor wounds that could be handled on-site while Izuku started asking for anyone that could move on their own power to separate into one group. Most people separated but left 3 people who said they had broken bones and couldn't move. He asked them to hold on and they would provide first aid before preparing them for transport. They accepted and waited with him before Dove came over. She told him that she healed the major injuries enough for transport. This left them with 6 people that needed to be transported. Izuku called for several people who looked less injured to help move the non-moving people. They had Storm create hardened earth in the shape of long stretchers so the injured people could be moved. They loaded the injured up and had them positioned in the middle of the civilians. Listen up. We will be moving as an entire group. If someone attacks, we will deal with them. Just keep moving as we will have an illusion cast on the group that shows the entire group behind the actual group by about 20 feet. As such, even if villains appear, keep moving and you will be safe. We will deal with what comes and we will protect you. Izuku shouted out. It seemed to have calmed everyone down as they started to move out. They had Dove and Azrael flying above them looking for incoming threats. They spotted 2 threats coming which they conveyed via code to them. Paragon, Reaper is positioned northeast 2 minutes, came across their comlink. They named any threats Reaper due to the incident that they went through, which would always be remembered by them. As such, it became a good name to use to call out threats. Dragon was on that side of the group, so he half-transformed and started to move to intercept the threat. The civilians noticed he moved away from the group and then heard the fighting. They were impressed that they didn't let them know about threats coming until they had already started to deal with them. They encountered several more threats that they each dealt with quickly without the civilian group coming to a stop. Soon they made it to the medical tents and had dropped off the civilians. Once they ensured they were in the hands of the medics, they started setting off to deal with as many threats as they could find. They soon came upon a group of exam takers who were being pushed back by villains and the civilians were close to being hit. Dragon, Phoenix, go in hot and pull the villains away from the civilians. This caused Dragon and Phoenix to do a full transformation and rush in, knocking the villains away with their big forms. Everyone around was shocked at them. Azrael, Dove, Storm, and Izuku arrived at the other exam takers and asked them to start moving the civilians. Sadly for them, the exam takers were not cooperating and started yelling at them for taking their villains and how they were going to fail the exam. Soon Izuku had enough and yelled at them. Silence yourself. You are here to be heroes, not for the fame and money. Dove, Azrael, Storm start leading the civilians towards the medical tents. I will provide cover for any new threats. He stated to them and then turned to the civilians and told them in a warm tone to follow his Vanguard members as they would protect them. They all started to move the civilians away while he hovered in the air above them. They got about 20 feet away before one of the exam takers got angry and pulled one of the fake civilians back, starting to yell about taking their fame. Izuku had enough and put himself between the civilian and the test taker, warning the guy that if he didn't stop, he would consider him a threat to the civilians and would stop him. The civilian was surprised but looked happy. The exam taker raised his hand and activated his quirk. Izuku acted and did a 25% kick to his gut, knocking him out. He looked over to his friends and asked them if they wanted to attempt. They didn't, so he told them to join the group and protect the civilians. He had Storm create earth cuffs around the guy's hands and had to firemen carry him to the medical tents. About 30 feet away from the tents, Dragon and Phoenix arrived and said they took care of the initial threat and several others that were aiming for the group. The moment they passed into the medical tents, the exam was called to an end. It seemed that this group of civilians was the last one out there. The civilian he had saved from the exam taker asked him to bring the idiot and his vanguard with him. They needed to go report the fact that he had to step in for an actual threat to the exam judges. He told Izuku not to worry about failing over this since he would be supporting them. Soon they arrived at the judges while the staff person that Izuku had saved explained to the judges about what happened. They pulled the video feed from that area and saw it. They were upset with the guy Izuku was dragging. Well, I can say for sure he failed and most likely his group as well depending on their overall points, stated the main judge. Then he looked up at the group and motioned them to follow the judges into a different room. They entered a room with other staff people and also saw the principal of their school. When he saw them with the judges, he got scared a bit. The judges turned to them and said the following: "You would normally find out your scores outside, but I wanted special attention on you all." He then played the video for all the staff and the principal to see from the start of the rescue operation to the very end with the idiot. Everyone was shocked at the Vanguard. "I was warned you all were an excellent team and would be taking the team-based exam. However, I think it's safe for us to pass you without completing it. The exam is focused around a battle group where you need to defend civilians from villains and you are the sole team on the field. However, based on how your entire team acted as a team during this, the judges and I agreed that we would pass you on both exams. Congratulations, you have passed your provisional hero license exam. Paragon, Dragon, Phoenix, Azrael, Dove, and Storm." When the judges said this, they were all shocked. They had passed the entire exam with perfect scores, which showed on the screen above them, and they were given a passing grade for the team-based exam without even taking it because of their teamwork and dealing with the threats like they did in the exam. Principal Victor just started screaming out in happiness. He was so proud of their Vanguard for what they accomplished at this exam. They set out to do plus ultra work, and they did plus ultra and beyond according to him. They just responded that it's the basic things to do when doing hero work while questioning him. This caused everyone in the room to laugh since most heroes were not like them who wanted to save people instead of getting famous and getting money. They were soon taken to get their pictures taken and given their licenses that had the team designation on them, which showed that Vanguard was an officially recognized team now and that they could do missions as individuals or as the Vanguard team. They also found out that only 67 of the 100 people passed since the others didn't have enough points but could try again during the summer retake attempt. Principal Victor had them all moving back towards the bus, but they soon ran into the idiot from the exam. He saw them and came charging at them. Paragon raised his hand and said almighty pole, which caused the idiot to come flying. Then Dragon and Phoenix jumped in front of Paragon and both punched the idiot in the face, knocking him out again. Security from the exam came over and arrested him since this was his second attempt at attacking them. The Hero Commission was now done with him and had him arrested. Well, isn't that just lovely? Anyway, let's get on the bus and go back to school. I'm sure everyone would like to know if you passed. You were the only ones taking the exam this year since the second years will take it at the start of the next semester since they weren't approved to be ready yet, stated Principal Victor. Everyone got on the bus and started to relax. Izuku took his gear off and told everyone that he was going to call All Might since he should be in lunch right now. All Might had just finished teaching the class and had entered the staff room to start eating lunch. Suddenly his phone started to ring, which meant it had something to do with Izuku. Everyone looked at him worried because the last time it wasn't good news. He told them he doubted it was bad news since today the Vanguard group had their provisional hero license exam, which surprised everyone that first semester first years were allowed to take the test. They knew Izuku's group was strong but didn't know they were that good. Most of the staff, except Nizu, didn't know all the details about the Reaper incident and thus didn't know that they took down the number 3 villain of America. Japanese people don't read much American news all the time and the few that wouldn't know Izuku's connection to him. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call request. He accepted it and was met with all of the Vanguard next to Izuku. "Hello my boy. How are you doing? I know you had the exam today. How did it go?" he said and then saw it. They all lifted their cards. Izuku then explained what went down and how they all got perfect scores and how they didn't even have to take the team-based exam to have their team registered because they did so well in the other exam. That surprised him greatly because America, unlike Japan, requires long-term teams to take an exam and be registered so they knew who to call for large team-based missions. This was so the government knew who worked well together and could be counted on to work well together and not argue. This news made him so happy. Izuku even got copies of their exam and had sent it to him. He started watching it on his computer in front of him while eating with them on the line. He watched it and was shocked at how well they performed. It was also funny seeing Izuku use the new gravity quirk so well and mix it with the OFA and float. He made it so seamless that you wouldn't know he had multiple quirks as he does. I am so proud of you, my boy. I am also so proud of you, Vanguard. I am thankful every day Izuku has you all in his life, especially his two fiancées to keep Izuku company in his private moments where it isn't enough to keep trying to act strong. Where you just need someone to pick you up when you just need to break down. I am so glad you will not make my mistake of being a soul pillar, he said as a few tears ran down his face as he was smiling. They all just thanked him for letting them be a part of his life as well and said they needed to go. That they were closing in on the school and would need to get back to work. He told them he had to go as well since he needed to finish eating and planning for the final for the first years in the middle of next week. Vanguard arrived back at the school. Principal Victor already alerted the staff at the school that the Vanguard passed with 100% and passed the team-based without even taking the exam. The news was leaked around the school and a lot of the students were waiting outside to greet the Vanguard since they have become a symbol of pride for the school. The bus arrived at the school and the Vanguard was shocked to see nearly the entire school outside waiting for them as they got off the bus. The crowd started to cheer for the hero of hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard. Paragon Vanguard. Paragon Vanguard. Paragon Vanguard, shouted everyone in a chant. The school soon calmed down as everyone went back to their classes. Principal Victor let the Vanguard know that they had the day off, but he knew they would go train in the training grounds assigned to them only. Soon some of the staff walked out to the Vanguard's private training grounds as it started getting called. The staff could see the Vanguard going all out in their training. They could see Lucas and Alex fighting against Izuku as the girls were having a three-way battle themselves. Soon Izuku started going all out as well. Izuku powered up OFA and used his gravity manipulation at the same time. Izuku kicked the ground, causing parts of the ground to come flying up and punched the debris he created at Lucas and Alex at his max limit of 50% with a gravitational push at the same time. This caused the debris to go flying at a far faster pace than would be possible at a normal 50% punch. Both Alex and Lucas had to transform and use their increased strength to tank the hits, which still caused a lot of damage. After the attack was done, both of them went charging at Izuku in their forms. Izuku decided to try and experiment by using a push downwards, which caused a field of gravity to be created around him, which caught Alex and Lucas. Though it didn't stop them, it did slow them down. They both got close to Izuku and started close quarters combat once they transformed back to humans since Izuku couldn't get his gravity quirk to work fast enough this close. Izuku had to rely solely on OFA, which allowed him to keep up in the battle. Soon the battles came to an end with the girls coming to a rough draw and the boys coming to a draw as well since all of them were tired from non-stop fighting and the exam. As such, they decided to go home for the day and relax over the weekend since next week would be the start of their accelerated learning and placement exams. Everyone enjoyed their time in the spa and then the girls decided to go do their own separate things for the night, leaving the boys alone in the spa. Izuku took Lucas and Alex over to the massage lounge chairs and had them get on them. Izuku then started to give his lovers the best massage he could give with his lacking skills. Though they didn't complain since Izuku wanted to give them it. I could tell they were disappointed it ended as soon as it did. However, I have another gift since they did so well in the exam. After throwing on some clothes, we arrived back in my room where we went and sat down on the couch and looked at the night sky. I noticed that they were still hard from the massage, so I started to paw at their breathes with my hands. They started to groan as I kept rubbing their breathes. "Little son, are you wanting in our breathes?" purred Alex in my ear. That made me blush a bit, but then I leaned down and pulled his clothing down his legs. I got up and took my clothes off as I laid down on the storage trunk that was in front of the couch. Lucas and Alex both took turns ramming me with my legs thrown over their shoulders. When one wasn't ramming me, the other was skinning me off so I could enjoy all the pleasure I could. They kept suching for a few turns before we came to a stop since I was getting sore. "Love you, my dragon and phoenix," I purred out, and they just kissed my neck and whispered, "We love you as well, little son." They picked me up and took me to take a bath in the tub and help clean me since they came inside me several times. Soon the next weekend came to an end. We spent some time doing light training over the weekend or enjoying ourselves in one of the many rooms of the house that had entertainment in it. The day to return to school had arrived, and we would start doing placement tests to judge where we currently are at so the staff knows how to teach us the quickest. The goal is to finish the education by the end of our second year while also doing the work study with the Hearts Agency, so when we graduate we can operate our own agency. As we arrived in our new homeroom class 1V, Vanguard, we saw the principal waiting with a stack of papers on his desk and smaller ones on ours. "Good morning, we don't have time to waste to get you graduated by the end of your second year. You will find the first placement test on your desk. It is a revived and harder end of the school year exam for first-year students. Both myself and Nizu have gone over it to ensure that you would have everything you would learn in your first year tested on that. If you pass, we can move on to second-year information, which I have some sample tests behind me where I will judge where you are at in regards to second-year information, and then we can start learning." Since the principal had taken over our education, we no longer go to other classes anymore besides heroics for physical training and quirk training. As such, we had all the time to take whatever test he gave us. Soon 1 hour had passed, and we all finished the first-year final exam. The principal put the test in a grading machine while he was watched by several other staff who were in the room the entire time we were taking the test for official purposes. Once the principal finished entering our test, the machine graded the test and provided a score sheet. "Well, that is amazing," he said. "The ranks are first Alex at 97%, second Izuku at 96%, third Skylar 95%, fourth Lucas 94%, fifth Sophia with 92%, and last at sixth Rose with 91%. Well done. You all passed the harder version of the first-year student exam," the principal stated, which shocked us all since we all scored in the 90% range. This meant that we could just start on the second-year information where I know most of us will need to study. I'm sure we know 25% of the information, but that isn't enough to pass. After a few more tests, the teachers found our current standing points in regards to the second-year information. We found out that we all know around 30% of the material. As such, the staff would prepare lesson plans based on that to give the principal refresher lessons for us on the material we already know. We would have a quest every 2 weeks to see where we are at before taking the next test. The goal was to get at least 80% of the second-year material done by the end of the second semester and then finish the second-year info by the middle of the second school year. Then finish all of the third-year material in the time remaining. As such, this started the hell learning we signed up for. All Might POV. I just arrived back in Japan since Izuku is now attending AUA. I'm glad he's found some support over there already. I just really don't want to teach Class 1A anymore. Even though I'm a hero and meant to put a lot of things aside, I really wish Izuku had let us deal with Bakugo and the rest of the class that hurt him. Though I guess the staff and I can make their lives hell. Since I got back, I decided to hold a Saving the Innocent class where they had to rush across the pipeline training grounds to rescue me and win. It was disappointing, to say the least. Bakugo was an idiot and used an explosion on one of the students, burning them a bit. I gave him detention for that. He just yelled that he would be better than me and surpass me. Yeah. You might, but Izuku will wipe the floor with you easily. Anyway, some of the other students seemed to have some motivation after Izuku left, which is ironic since they all pushed him to leave. Shinso will be amazing in the underground and Koda in rescue operations, but none of the other students seem to be doing any good in their respective fields they plan to go into. Todoroki seems to have lost a lot of motivation as well. He's been using his fire far less since the sports festival. I know Izuku helped him start using it, and I think Izuku leaving has drained the longing to use it. He's back to being about his father's power CRP. Ida looks like he is going to have a brain malfunction. Izuku told me what happened in Hosu, so I'm not surprised. Lita betrayed the guy that came and saved him. Everyone else is just looking lost and seems not to be improving much. That's a problem for Aizawa to deal with. Some time has passed, and I returned to Japan again after visiting Izuku to see him at the tournament. I have been thinking of returning to America to live with the Midoriyas when I retired, as they offered. However, that is a thought for later since I need to deal with Class 1A still. We've had a few more classes, and the staff all have noticed the disappointment that Class 1A has turned into while Class 1B has been improving a bit better than normal. The staff all think it's because Izuku left and that they know the truth. It has become a big issue for Class 1B to be better than 1A because of that. You can see that Class 1B has been doing extra training in the gyms. But neither class can compare to Paragon and his Vanguard, in my honest opinion. Also, for the most part, I don't bring Japan and the UA here up to Izuku anymore since I don't want him wasting his time on this school and former classmates. Izuku does contact Koda and Shinso every so often, but there isn't much contact between them to consider them friends anymore. At best, they would be mutual acquaintances based on the level of communication. Koda and Shinso did keep some of their determination and drive, but it's not the same as when Izuku was here. The staff overall has become a lot stricter with 1A since Izuku left. I wonder if anything will give 1A a kickstart because at their current rate they will become subpar heroes, and it won't be anyone's fault but their own. Oh, did I mention to anyone that Mirai aka Sir Night Eye has called me to talk about finding me a successor? Oops. Because he has started to call me again about that issue. I just shut him down and told him I didn't need help. Everyone has noticed how I was acting today. Though only the staff knew the true reason, and the reason I gave out to anyone else that asked was that a close friend passed away. Some of the comments people said annoyed me. Bakugo said the symbol of peace shouldn't worry himself about lower people. Dear God, how did Izuku deal with this idiot in his childhood? I'm close to just slapping him with a 25% smash. Though my day did get better when I received the news that Izuku was alright. I've messaged him a few times throughout the day but would be doing a video call when they return to their school at the end of the week. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that they ran into the number 3 villain in America, Reaper. Izuku really must have a hidden quirk that attracts trouble because goddamn it kid. Also, I think he unlocked another quirk as well. This kid is going to be a powerhouse of all powerhouses, and I won't be surprised when his entire team takes all the top ranks for the entire world. Izuku really did get lucky with his soulmates and friends. I am so glad they are there for him. It was closing in on the time for the final exams for the first years. I did receive a video call during lunch from Izuku. The Vanguard and he all passed their exam and even all got 100% during it. He told me about what happened. And again I must say he always ends up in the center of trouble. God, I am glad I gave him OFA, or else he might be dead by now with the amount of trouble he gets into. Everyone could notice my upbeat mood that day. People asked why, but I refused to answer. I won't let anyone rain on my fun. Not even Sir Night Eye could ruin my day, even though he is called again. He keeps asking me to meet Lemillion and to consider him as an option. I just kept telling him that I didn't need someone to recommend the 9th user to me and I had it handled. I refused to tell him about Izuku since Izuku wanted the information limited to the previous people that knew about OFA. Sir Night Eye had no reason to be involved in Izuku's life, and the only reason Nizu and the others know is that they had an actual reason to know. Sir Night Eye doesn't anymore since he has no direct connection with Izuku unlike all of the others. It's time for the final exams. Izuku sent me a message yesterday about how the Vanguard passed a harder version of the first-year exam that both Principal Victor and Principal Nizu had created, which is scary to think of those two together in a teaching setting. As such, the current plans to have them graduated by the end of their second year are on track, and they will be getting field experience via the work study at the Hearts Agency. Now though, it's time to deal with my first years and their exam. I'm expecting 1B to do better than 1A, but who knows? The teachers have decided to have the students face us, teachers, because of the increase in villain attacks. The pairs were revealed to be as follows. Nizu vs Denki and Mina, 13 vs Yuga and Achiko, Present Mike vs Koji and Kyoka, Ectoplasm vs Fumikage and Tsu, Midnight vs Hanta and Shinso, Snipe vs Mizo and Toru, Cementos vs Rikido and Ijiro, Power Loader vs Tenya and Mashireo, and Todoroki and Yayorozu vs Eraserhead. Last was Bakugo versus myself. Is it bad that I might enjoy my fight against Bakugo since he has caused so much harm to my boy? Anyway, the finals for Class 1A were starting, and we all made our introductions about the exam. The students groaned a bit, and some like Bakugo were yelling that he's fighting all might because he's the best. Anyway, most of the class had failed the exam, which was no surprise there honestly. The only people to pass the exam were Hanta, Shinso, Koji, and Kyoka because Shinso and Koji pulled their teams. Even Bakugo did worse than the rest. He didn't even do much damage to me, and I just kept doing 20% smashes at him. Soon I just got tired of his stupidity and rushed him, ending the fight by KOing him. We limited my fight by so much that he could have passed. I stood still so many times that when he created the blinding light, he could have cuffed me. It was quite disappointing to say that 1A did so badly. 1B, on the other hand, did quite well with only one pair of people losing their exam, but even then they did far better than 1A. Everyone was told about the fact that they would still be going on the training camp trip even though they failed. They would have to put in a lot of work at the camp though. I am kind of glad that I don't have to join them for the camp since I was requested to stay back. Class 1A arrived at a rest stop where their teacher had them all get off the bus. However, they learned soon that it was a trap, and the pussycat who they just met had them pushed off the ledge and told them to go through the forest to get to camp. This took them most of the night since they didn't have clear leadership, as Bakugo and Todoroki kept arguing about who was in charge. After a lot of infighting, they arrived at the camp with 1B already training at the campsite. The staff was once again disappointed about Class 1A's performance. The class had a few powerhouse quirks and should have gone through the forest quite quickly. The students started making their own food since they didn't arrive before noon for lunch. Koda, who watched them all, just sneered at them since he hated heroes and villains because they only ever wanted to kill each other. Eraserhead knew of the kid's dislike of heroes and was hoping telling him about Izuku could help the kid. Soon the students were set up with their training methods and told to get to work while Eraserhead just walked about observing their training. Aizawa decided to go find Koda and talk to him about Izuku. He had warned Izuku that he would call around this time, which would be around 2 to 3 a.m. for Izuku, which Aizawa hated to take away sleep from other people since he loves to sleep. Soon he found Koda up on a ledge near a cave. "Hey kid," Aizawa called out. Koda looked at him and just frowned. Aizawa started to talk to the kid about his issues. Koda didn't want anything to do with heroes and talked about how they are all in it just for fame and money. Aizawa countered this by saying he could show him multiple heroes that aren't in it for fame or money. The kid called him out and said that there isn't any way there are heroes still in it for saving people. Aizawa then pulled out his phone and called Izuku. Just a warning, he might not be the best at talking this early since it's 2 a.m. for him. He currently lives in America, stated Aizawa. Hello Aizawa? No, Eraserhead gave me his phone and said I should talk to you since you are a hero not for fame or money. The name's Koda. I see. 1 second. Let me move so I don't wake up my 2 fiancés. Okay, so I just want to ask, why do you hate heroes? Koda then explains his reasons and who his parents are. Okay, I agree with you. Those are good reasons to hate heroes, and everyone who told you to be happy about their deaths are idiots, and you shouldn't listen to them. This shocked Koda and also Aizawa since Izuku is meant to try and get the kid to see differently, not agree with him. Eraserhead looks shocked next to me. Guess you're doing a bad job at what he wants? If he agrees with what people told you, then he can go shut up as well. Koda, I will admit there are a ton of heroes that only want fame and money. I can bet you at least half the students in 1A want that. However, there are also a lot of people like your parents that just want to save people, even villains that can be saved. Let me tell you a story of a quirkless boy. Izuku then explains his life but leaves out OFA and stops explaining where he meets his friends and lovers. So Koda, yes, you are right to hate a good portion of heroes, and you don't even have to be a hero if you don't want to be. I just ask that you look at why your parents did what they did. They wanted to help create a better world where you and other children could be safer. However, evil people do exist that enjoy killing just for killing. Thank you. You're the first person to actually agree with me but also present a reasonable different viewpoint. What is your hero's name, by the way? Also, do you think we will ever meet in the future? My hero's name is Paragon. I aim to be the hero of hope. The Paragon who is accompanied by his vanguard of friends Dragon, Phoenix, Dove, Storm, and Azrael. Also, if you are ever in America, give me a call. I attend the AUA and could host you at my family house. Though if I'm ever in Japan and can swing by you, I will if possible. Thanks. I would like that. Could we stay in contact? Izuku said yes, and soon they ended the call. Aizawa had the kid follow him back so he could eat. With this slight change, Koda would find himself staying in his room the following night where he would start researching any information about his new interest in the hero known as Paragon and his Vanguard. The next day came, and everyone was training once again. They all kept training, and some were doing quirkless spars. The 1B students stuck to themselves for the most part and didn't bother the 1A students, which surprised them since they felt 1B had a problem with their class. Soon the night started to roll in again, and most of Class 1A had to go do review classes with the teacher. However, the night would soon turn into a nightmare. The students that were left outside had started to play a courage game, but soon they noticed blue flames and gas in the distance. The camp was under attack. The teachers ordered everyone to return to the building. As they were getting everyone inside, they were attacked by some villains that knocked Ragdoll out quickly but were unable to kidnap her like they intended to. As such, they were still needing to get their main objective, the explosion kid who they wanted to recruit to the league. Bakugo, being the dumbass he is and thinking he was all power, decided to charge outside to fight villains, which set the teachers off. They attempted to get him back inside, but the other students followed the idiot as well, which caused problems for the teachers. Soon the battle between heroes and villains was at a max. Some of the smart students retreated into the building while the main group that followed Bakugo stayed outside to try and help him. The villain that could compress was able to grab Bakugo and started to retreat with the rest of the villains. As a result, the idiot students gave chase, which caused the teachers to try and stop them, which made them unable to go after the villain that had Bakugo, allowing them to escape. This night just turned into a nightmare, and now they had to rescue an idiotic student who got himself kidnapped. Third POV. Thursday night after kidnapping, everyone in Japan was tense. It felt like you could take a knife and cut the tension like a cake. The news about the JUA camp being attacked came out. The news was unsettling, one student kidnapped while a handful of students were injured. Somehow the news got hold of the fact that the student that got kidnapped caused his own kidnapping by not staying where he was already safe, which caused his friends to follow him to danger since they didn't want to leave him alone. This fact shifted some of the blame off of UA since the teachers had to deal with uncooperative students while defending them. Though the public still held some blame for the school, they were not blaming them as badly as they could. Well, we survived somewhat in the media because Bakugo caused his own kidnapping by rushing the villains when he was already safe. Though we did get hit a bit because we still failed to stop any attack on our students again, stated Principal Nizu. This got some agreements out of the staff before they started to shift to the next topic. The heroes talked about how one of the students was able to place a tracking device on one of the Nomu that attacked the camp. As such, they had a location of where the Nomu was currently at. They also received news from the police that they had spotted some individuals going in and out of a bar that looked like the villains from the camp. As such, they now had 2 locations to raid. They had planned a press conference which they would use to get everyone's attention as the attack forces launch an assault on the 2 locations. Soon everyone was dismissed, but Nizu had All Might stay behind. All Might, you are currently sitting at a 2-hour limit, correct? Do you think you will have any time left if you have to face All for One? Asked Nizu. All Might paused. I don't know. After the USJ, I went from 3 hours down to 2 hours. The only reason I didn't go down more is that Izuku helped me punch the Nomu and I could conserve some strength in that fight, All Might said. All Might, I know you won't want to hear this, but call Izuku. Say what you need to say to him because you risk not walking away tomorrow. I know that sounds cold, but we need to face the facts. Would you rather him watch you die on TV without getting to talk to you one last time, or would you rather talk to him one more time and then know you can walk out knowing you said all you needed to say to him? Asked Nizu in a solemn tone. All Might couldn't really disagree. He wished he could have talked to his Himsara in full before her final fight. All Might told Nizu he would go do it right now and then exited the office. All Might POV. Izuku should be waking up roughly now to start his day. He likely hasn't seen the news due to the time difference. Hello All Might. How are you doing? It could be better my boy. I take it you haven't seen the news. No? What's wrong? There was an attack by the LOV on the training camp UA took the students to. As such, due to some idiot students' actions, Bakugo got himself captured because he was a hothead and left the safety of the building to fight villains. As such, We will be raiding several locations tomorrow during a press conference. Izuku. This might be it? Izuku POV, I just froze. The Vanguard and my parents became worried when I asked what was wrong but got really worried when I froze. What does All Might mean this might be it? What do you mean this might be it? You sound like this is going to be the last time we talk? I'm sorry because it might be. All for One is the one behind the LOV. As such, I will likely fight my final fight, my boy. I always had a regret that I couldn't say what I wanted to Maya or before her face down with him. I refused to go in this battle without talking to you one more time. I couldn't say anything against that. Anything I said would be just selfish of me. All Might is the symbol of peace and likely the only one in Japan that could take All for One head-on. I had tears running down my face as everyone was now next to me trying to figure out what went wrong. They knew it had something to do with All Might though. Izuku, can you put me on speaker since I know everyone is there? I did as he asked, and then All Might started to explain the situation to everyone and they all understood why I was upset. They were upset as well, but they knew it hit me harder. All Might was like another father to me, and now I had to know that he might not be alive past tomorrow. Son, I want you to know that I am so proud of everything you have done so far. You have made me so happy every day that I had picked you to be a part of the legacy. No one could have been a better 9th user than you. Not even the people that got recommended to me by anyone that knew about OFA. You are the 9th wielder and you will change the world, my boy. Izuku was filled with happiness but also sadness. Izuku went on to talk to All Might and had let the others talk to him as well. Soon it was time for them to go to school and Izuku promised to always keep moving forward regardless of what happened tomorrow. He promised that the Paragon and his Vanguard would guard the world. Goodbye my son. I love you. Goodbye Pops. I love you too. All Might ended the phone call and Izuku just collapsed and started crying out with everyone starting to hug him. They would need to soldier through the next few days and await the outcome. All Might POV, that was far harder than I thought it would be. But I'm glad. He also called me Pops as well. I promise my boy I will do everything I can to walk away from that battlefield the best I can. Soon I went to Nizu's office and they talked about the phone call. Now it was just a waiting game for the battle to start. My phone started ringing and I noticed it was Sir Knight. I'm not answering him, Nizu. I am in a good mood and I refuse to let him ruin it. If it's important he will call you or someone else that can get a hold of me quickly, I said. Nizu agreed with this since he knew Sir Knight I would only want to talk about All Might passing OFA before he went into the battle, but he didn't know it was already in the hands of the 9th user and not even in the country. Everyone had accepted Paragon's request at limiting the information about him to Sir Knight I since he had no involvement with Paragon. He didn't need to have the information ever. As such, OFA was protected and being used quite well, Nizu would say. Nizu knew Lemillion would have made a good 9th user, but he doubted it would have been to the level of Paragon. Also, All Might had told Nizu about the interactions Paragon has been having with OFA. It was due to the power of OFA increasing, but the past users also said Izuku had gained a far deeper understanding of OFA than the past users. Nizu suspected Izuku's hardened will and pure longing to save people had synced up with the will of the past users, which allowed him a far deeper understanding than even All Might could achieve. Third POV, it was the day of the fight. The day either All Might walks away alive to his son or dies. All the people who knew the truth about OFA were tense. Sir Knight I did attempt to call Nizu, which he answered. It was as they expected that Sir Knight I wanted him to meet Lemillion and pass the quirk off before he went into battle. Nizu just assured Sir Knight I that it was All Might's choice what he did with OFA and it was out of anyone's hands. Nizu just wanted to toy with Sir Knight I since he was a sadistic person, so he left Sir Knight I thinking All Might still has OFA in his body. Aizawa, Nizu, and Ken were sitting down at a table representing UA in regards to the recent attack and kidnapping of their student Bakugo. They apologized for allowing the camp to get attacked and not being able to get the student back before the villains left. The media asked them questions about the attack and what they think of the student who purposely put himself in danger when he was already safe. Nizu talked about how typical students wouldn't have this many encounters with villains so soon and that UA would have had time to work these types of attitude issues out before students started encountering battles. However, with the LOV targeting the first years, this hasn't been allowed to happen like normal. The crowd starts to badmouth the first years of Class 1A for causing problems for their teachers. Though they still blamed UA for failing to stop the attack before it happened, the general public still felt the students made the situation far worse by getting involved when they didn't have permission. What the general public in the streets didn't realize was that a group of UA students were behind them. These students were Kirishima, Lida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. The reason Lida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu went is that Kirishima wanted to get his bro back from the villains and didn't want to wait around. Lida, knowing what he did in Hosu, didn't want him making his mistake and decided to come along to keep them in the law. Todoroki just wanted to prove he was better than Bakugo in a misguided way. As such, he decided to get the only person in 1A back that could rival him. Yaoyorozu went to ensure that they didn't use their quirks and to help plan, since she doubted any of them would come up with a decent plan. All of the heroes arrived at their locations and the raid was about to start. All Might could hear Bakugo yelling at the villains. "Does that boy never stop yelling?" thought All Might. They all received the order to start the operation. All Might goes and knocks on the door and calls out about Pizza DLV. While inside the League of Villains hideout, Tamura decides to have Kurogiri and Mr. Compress restrain Katsuki. They're interrupted by the call about Pizza DLVY. This confused everyone, and then suddenly All Might breaks through the opposite wall with a smash attack. Kurogiri attempted to open a warp gate, but Kamui Wood swoops in and restrains all the villains at once. Dabi tries to burn the restraints, but Gran Torino swoops in and knocks him out with a swift kick to the head. Edge Shot enters the room by slipping through the door and reveals the entire hideout is surrounded by the police. Endeavor angrily asks why Edge Shot gets to fight while he remains outside with the police. With Kurogiri knocked out after attempting to call Nomus, the League is left contained, is what the heroes thought. Soon they all start to disappear in a portal that isn't associated with Kurogiri, which startles the heroes since they just lost the villains and the student. All Might moves outside and sees Nomus attacking everyone. Soon they get a radio call for help at the other site because of a powerful villain in a mask. All Might knew this was all for one and went flying towards that area. All Might was glad that he still had his full 2 hours for this fight, since he isn't straining at the moment to fight. Izuku POV. It is early morning as we all woke up. Everyone had some trouble sleeping last night, but we all soon did fall asleep. We all made it to the main family room where we turned the TV on to see the news. We saw that the raid had started, and then suddenly the news switched to a destroyed section of a city where we could see a villain floating in the air with the League of Villains and the kidnapped student Bakugo with them. Within a few moments, All Might arrived and slammed into All for One but was knocked back. The cameras couldn't catch any of the words All Might and AFO were saying. However, they soon started throwing punches and attacks at each other. All Might can't go all out because Bakugo is there, I said. This made everyone realize that this was a tougher battle as long as Bakugo is on site. We could see that All Might can't get past All for One to rescue Bakugo. Bakugo was using his explosions to keep the villains at bay while keeping his distance. I worried that All Might won't be able to evade AFO for much longer since he can't go all out with a student there. All Might continues to scuffle with his nemesis while holding back to protect Bakugo from potential shockwaves. Then I see that there was a movement in the background. I recognized the people as former classmates, which I let everyone in the room know about. They were shocked they were there and scared they are going to cause trouble for All Might. "Let's hope they don't, or I'm going back to Japan to kill them," I stated with a sad tone. I didn't really get sad with them when I left, but if they get my pops killed, then I won't hold back on anger against them. All Might POV. Goddammit, with the student here I can't go all out. Please, for the love of God, tell me that isn't students from 1A. These kids are getting on my nerves. Suddenly, there was an explosion of ice as the students went up the ramp of ice and flying in the sky, catching everyone's attention. Then you could hear Kirishima yell out to Bakugo to grab his hand. Bakugo smirks and then goes flying with his explosions and catches the hand. The villains attempt to catch them but were blocked by MT Lady. Thank God she was here to block them. Now it's time for me to go all out. Let's end this all for one. I yelled at him. We started to fight it out and I was slowly pushing him back. He then stated that Tamura Shigaraki was his MSDR's grandson. This made me come to a stop for a few moments with a sickened look on my face. This BSRD really does not have any morals, does he? He also talked about how he couldn't feel OFA in me anymore and asked me to provide the name of my successor. Though the news of my MSDR's grandson did hurt me, I could go after the boy later on and get help from other heroes. I have to focus on all for one. I promised Izuku I would try my best to walk out of this alive, and AFO currently doesn't know who he is, which allows Izuku more freedom to move around. I'm straining my body and cutting into my time, but I'm not at my limit yet. I increased the rate of my attacks as other heroes arrived on site to help me fight. I saw Gran Torino come flying in. He looked at me and nodded his head as he kicked off and kicked AFO at a fast rate. In that split second, I could hear everyone around yelling for me to win. I could feel Izuku through the bond of OFA yelling for me to win. This feeling through OFA caused me to surge with some power as I felt OFA's strength within me somehow as I charged off in the direction of AFO. AFO didn't see me move since I was faster than normal and he had turned to attack Gran Torino. In this split few seconds, I had jumped close enough to land a United States of Smash on AFO, which caused him to go slamming into the ground. This attack caused massive damage to the area around us. Soon the dust settled all around us and you could see how much damage that attack had caused to the ground. I am a bit sad that the rest of the league had escaped. However, I should be happy that my form wasn't revealed to the world. Police and other heroes soon arrived at my position where I was with Gran Torino, and we had them take AFO away since he was knocked out. Soon media had started to get close to us at the center of the destruction. I haven't fallen out of my buff form, but I knew I couldn't hold it for long, so I needed to make this quick. I waved over at one of the cameras and they got closer. Izuku POV. We were all watching the TV as All Might was fighting it out. We saw the students all leave the zone with Bakugo, which was good that they could do one decent thing to help. Then All Might and AFO started to fight it out. For some reason, All Might froze up with a sickened look on his face. Then he started to fight AFO again with other heroes that arrived. Gran Torino showed up as well and started to help All Might. It was at that moment I started to scream for him to win. All Might looks like he was powering up for a large attack. AFO had turned away for a few moments to deal with Gran Torino, who was annoying AFO. You could hear through the TV as everyone was yelling for All Might to win. Then suddenly OFA activated within me and it felt so painful. It felt like the quirk was going in overdrive that I started to scream out in pain. Everyone got concerned for me since they didn't know what was going on. We suddenly heard All Might yell out United States of Smash on the TV. This attack caused a great deal of damage to the area. It was smaller than when I used the Almighty Devastation attack in the training grounds, but still caused a lot of damage. My body was still in pain and I felt like I was going to black out soon, but OFA wasn't active anymore, so the pain was starting to go away. Next, it's your turn. All Might said while in his buff form. Then he turned away and walked to a car that UA Principal Nizu had pulled up in with some staff members. All Might got into the car and they drove away. It was at this point I blacked out. However, I knew deep down what that message meant. Even though he still held his buff form, he didn't have enough time to go out in public much. The symbol of peace had come to an end with only a handful of people knowing about it. All Might POV. I was lucky that Nizu and the staff had arrived to get me out of the public view. My body was hurting. I dropped my buff form the moment I was in the car with the door closed. Damn it. That battle hurt. I groaned out. Nizu decided to take me to Recovery Girl instead of a hospital since they didn't want the news to get a picture of my form. You did it, All Might. Congratulations. Now the question is, how much time do you have left in your buff form? Asked Nizu. I thought about it. I shouldn't have any time left is what I thought, but I could still feel the flame of OFA left in me. It wasn't as bright as before the battle, but somehow it seemed to have gained some strength during the battle, which allowed me to save some time left. I started thinking based on the power I had left, I should have around 30 to 45 minutes left in my buff form. Not even time to do hero work, but enough to hide my skinny form in front of others when I need to. This way I can stall a bit longer so Izuku can graduate and take over my hero duties to the world. I noticed all of the staff in the car, Nizu, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and also Gran Torino, who jumped in the car before we left, were looking at me for an answer. I don't have a defined answer, but I have an estimate of 30 to 45 minutes. Not really enough to do any hero work, but enough to hide inside UA and teach if we work things out to save my form. If we play this right, we can stall the world from finding out about my form and the fact that the symbol of peace has fallen, I said, which caused Vlad and Eraser to question why I wanted to stall, but Nizu and Gran Torino figured it out quickly. If I didn't do hero work and announced I was shifting to teaching far more, than we could stall until the Vanguard graduate next year. We can figure it out. If we play it right, none of the students will learn of your form. We should be able to create control rooms in the training grounds for you so you can hide in it while teaching the classes. This will cut down on the amount of time you use your form, stated Nizu. This was a smart plan since we will be entering the next semester in a few weeks, since this all happened over the summer. Nizu, I'm going to go to America for the rest of the summer break. This will help cut off questions. We can tell people that I went to visit people I know while I heal from the injuries I received in the battle, so I can relax before returning for the next semester. Everyone saw that I had a broken arm and was bloody. So they shouldn't ask too many questions since they will respect my right to relax after such a battle. This will allow me not to strain myself in public or at. Unluckily for me, Sir Night Eye came to the school. Nizu was happy enough to send Gran Torino to me so I could be informed before Sir Night Eye arrived. I was laying on the bed with bandages across my arms and a brace on my left arm since I had fractured it with the United States of Smash attack when I heard a knock on the door. Gran Torino walked over to the door and looked outside to find Sir Night Eye. However, I heard Gran Torino question him why he had brought a student with him. This set me off since I had a bet it was Lemillion. He really is trying to get my form exposed to a student, and he is trying to force the issue of OFA when I don't even have it anymore. Let Sir Night Eye in, but have the student go away. Tell him he should go wait for Sir Night Eye in the staff room. I told Gran Torino, who conveyed my message to Sir Night Eye and the student. Sir Night Eye seemed to try to protest and say that the student should come in, but Gran Torino knew what this conversation was going to be about. Soon Sir Night Eye came into the nurse room, followed by Principal Nizu, who knew this conversation could get out of control. As such, he decided to come and help keep it under control if it de-escalates past a point. However, I think he just wants front row seats to the argument. Nizu, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Detective Tsukachi, Sir Night Eye, and I were all standing in the room waiting for someone to say something. Soon the silence was broken by who? You guessed it, Sir Night. All Might, what were you thinking of going into the battle without passing OFA on? You could have died and lost the legacy. Don't you remember how I told you that you were going to die? Why didn't you just meet with Lemillion? He is the perfect successor for you, yelled Sir Night Eye. Everyone was just looking at him as if he was dumb since he was left out of the loop for a while now, which is kind of funny for the hero with a foresight quirk to be left out of the loop. Brat, it's not up to you what he did with OFA. Also, it was his job to find the ninth, not yours, groaned out Gran Torino. The others just stayed silent. Night Eye was said that they were treating OFA as a joke in his opinion. The world needs a new symbol of peace. Lemillion is just like All Might. He should inherit OFA so the world doesn't fall into chaos. I've trained him so well for this, stated Night Eye. This caused me to remember the conversation with Izuku about how the symbol of peace was a flaw since I created a faulty system with only one pillar. Night Eye, the job of finding the ninth user was mine and mine alone. I believe your boy will make an amazing hero. The fact that you think he is a copy of me makes me believe he isn't the right fit for OFA. The next user of OFA isn't meant to be a copy of the previous user. I stated. Night Eye was caught off guard by this. Though he is like you, he is still his own person. At least meet him and decide if you wish to give him OFA or not. At least just meet him, please. Night Eye begged. But he isn't mine to give. I stated, which made him freeze. Everyone was just waiting for his reaction since they didn't think I would admit it. Though they all know I wouldn't tell him about who received it, they know I might as well tell him that I no longer have it. You gave it away? Who did you give it to, and why wouldn't you at least meet Lemillion first before deciding? Also, when did you give it away? Asked Night Eye in a stressed tone. I just started to shake my head. Yes, I gave it away. As I told you, it was my job to find a ninth user. As such, I found a new user for the quirk. Also, I met them before I even truly considered meeting Lemillion. When I met them, I just knew in my heart that I wanted them as the 9th user. As such, I don't need anyone else. I stated. Night Eye, however, wouldn't give up. Why wouldn't you tell you had already picked someone? Poor they. Also, why don't we have them compared to Lemillion and see who is a better fit for OFA? I still believe he would be better than this random person you picked off the street, he stated. This annoyed everyone in the room. I could even tell that Nizu was annoyed. It looked like he was gripping his teacup really hard since I could see cracks forming where he was holding it since Night Eye just suggested they should have a competition of sorts to see who was worthy to hold OFA. Night Eye, are you insane? Why would I ever ask the person I picked to ever agree with something like that? OFA is theirs now and I would never ask them for it back. Also, you will never be told by any of us who the 9th user is. They requested the information to not be spread. The only reason the others know is that they had a direct need to know the information due to situations they were all involved in. I was said. He is asking me to betray Izuku's trust by asking him to have a competition for Izuku's quirk. I should be told who they are. I've been helping guard this secret. Shouldn't I be entrusted with the knowledge of who has it now so we can watch them and ensure they stay on the path of good? Night Eye said. This made everyone really set off since he was already told that the 9th didn't want their information spread and the fact that he thought the person I picked would go off the path of good so easily. Night Eye, this conversation is done. Just because you were a bearer of secrets for me doesn't mean you are one for the next user. The user has the right to decide who knows. They have already created their circle of trusted people and you are not invited. Also, Lemillion is just a random person to me just like my successor is a random person to you. I will hear no more of this conversation and you should mind your own business in regards to the 9th user. Stay away from the 9th user. I stated with an angered tone. Night Eye looked shocked that I would talk like that to him. As such, he excused himself and decided to leave. Well, that is finally done. Now I should call Izuku since he is likely worried about me if he saw the news. As I pulled my phone out, I saw it start to ring. The contact was Inko. Hello, Inko. Where is Inko? What do you mean he collapsed? OFA activated during my fight without him wanting it to? Please let me know when he wakes up. I currently plan to visit you all for the rest of the summer break until I have to return for the second semester. Thank you for telling me. Goodbye. I hung up the phone and looked at everyone and explained the situation as I've been told. I also told them what happened during the fight and Nizu thinks that Izuku and OFA synced up at a greater rate which allowed him to somehow send me the power, which caused him to collapse. It would mean that I owe Izuku my life since I should have run out of power during that fight and should have died. I informed them that I would be leaving for America the moment I was allowed to in 2 days since that is when the major wounds would heal and allow me to fly. News outlets were running footage of the battle between All for One and All Might. They talked about how the villain was able to fight a mostly even match against the symbol of peace but still lost. People were happy that All Might won but worried about his wounds. A press release from UA and Mighty Towers, All Might's agency, stated that All Might didn't leave the battle untouched. As such, All Might was planning to take a leave of absence for the remaining portion of the summer break so he could relax with friends in privacy. As such, they noted that people should not expect to see All Might for a while but also even after that they should expect a decrease in his hero patrols. It was also announced in the press release that All Might has decided to shift to teaching full-time instead of doing hero work and teaching. The statement said that All Might needs to put more time into teaching the next generation since he agreed to teach in the first place. As such, he would uphold his contract to UA and place the students above his hero work. This went well with the public since All Might didn't announce a retirement instead of a shift in his focuses. The students and parents were all asked to have the students start living on the campus of UA since they would be protected while en route to school since the other League of Villains members were still at large. The students that caused problems at the camp and those that went to save Bakugo were all reprimanded in private and warned that they were now on probation and that UA didn't trust any of them since they caused so many issues. They were now on thin ice with UA currently and warned the next step out of line when they don't have their provisional licenses would have them kicked out of the hero course. Some protested this but were silenced. Bakugo, of course, only complained slightly since he felt a bit of guilt that All Might got injured because he got himself kidnapped and had to be placed on short-term leave to recover. All of the students' families agreed to let them move into the dorms. The dorms were set to be finished by the end of the week and could have everyone start moving in. While all this was going down, All Might was finally cleared to fly. As such, he jumped at the first chance to have his private jet fly him to America. He was told that Izuku had woken up and needed to talk to him. Izuku was informed that All Might would arrive in a few days and was willing to wait. Izuku recovered quite quickly is what All Might was informed of, though Izuku did run a very high fever and had symptoms of severe quirk exhaustion which didn't make sense to everyone. Izuku told them all that he would explain when All Might arrived and that it was nothing to worry about since it wouldn't be a problem. This made everyone calm down. All Might had arrived in America and was on his way to the house. The Vanguard should be getting out of school soon. Though it was summer break for them as well, since they are trying to graduate early, they have been taking classes with Principal Victor even during the breaks to ensure they stay on track or ahead of schedule. Currently, they were set at least 1 month ahead of schedule, which allowed for any accidents to happen, like when Izuku had to miss a day of learning when he collapsed during All Might's fight. All Might arrived and used his key to enter the home. "I'm home, everyone," he called out. He could hear some people start moving towards his section of the house. Everyone walked in and started to hug All Might. "I'm so glad you are alive," said Izuku while hugging All Might. "I am as well, son," replied All Might. They all talked a bit more about small matters as they headed over to the private family room to sit down and relax. All Might then brought up the topic he really wanted to know about. "My boy, what happened during my fight that caused you to collapse? Was it just emotions or was it something else, because I was told you had OFA activate without you planning it?" All Might asked. At this point, Izuku started to tell the events that had happened and what he had found out after he blacked out. "When I saw you fighting, I just started to scream for you to win and OFA reacted to my will and activated. I have to ask, did you notice anything during your fight that felt off?" I asked. All Might explained what happened that night and what he felt and heard when he was fighting All for One. "Well, it's good that he hasn't found out who I am currently. That feeling you felt and the voice you thought was me was indeed me. I also caused the surge of power you received. It was why I blacked out," I stated. This shocked everyone that I was able to pull this off. Phil asked me how I figured it out and how I did it. I then started to explain my interaction with OFA inside the mindscape where OFA past users belong. That after I blacked out, I found myself with OFA again, like when I inherited a new quirk. However, this time I wasn't there for a quirk. I met all the past users at the same time and then they all went away except the 7th and the 1st users. They talked to me about how my deeper connection to OFA that I've gained over time was so much greater than any of the past users that I was able to sync up with OFA on a far more spiritual level that it reacted to my will to have All Might win. I then explained how the energy transfer worked according to the 7th and 1st users. I explained that they said that I will be slightly weaker than normal for a few weeks but my normal power would return. This was due to OFA refilling the power it had provided to All Might's OFA. The 7th and 1st users explained that before the battle All Might he had enough energy to maintain a connection to Izuku's OFA, which allowed All Might's version to replenish his stockpile each day so that he didn't lose his version of OFA too quickly. This connection became too weak for energy to flow to All Might because All Might used up too much energy and passed the point of no return. All Might's version of OFA was now drying out in him since the connection has become so weak. All that is left for All Might's OFA is to send a completed echo of him into OFA when he dies. As such, a very weak connection to All Might will always be maintained until he dies. I also explained to All Might that the past users expect how long his buff form will last before he can no longer enter it. They expected that if All Might used OFA every few days to his limit, that he could have the buff form last for roughly 1 to 2 years. If All Might used the power every day, though, it will decrease faster and he would lose the buff form within a year. Lastly, I brought up the concern of the 1st user. All Might, The first user believes we haven't heard the last of AFO. The first believes that AFO is just biding his time in prison and didn't put up much of a fight. The first feels really off about the situation and wanted us to be wary in the future since we don't know what the rest of the LOV will do. The first believes that they may attempt to release AFO from the prison, which would be a blow to society if the most secure prison couldn't keep him locked up. Everyone was shocked at the information drop but was glad that no lasting negative effects on Izuku. All Might explained that Izuku had confirmed Nisa's theory on why he still had a buff form, since Nisa's theory was that somehow Izuku sent him energy via OFA. It was mind-blowing that such a thing was possible. All Might also had explained what the plan is on delaying his retirement by shifting to full-time teaching and having different ways to hide his skinny form from being found out, like having a control room created where he could hide. Delaying the knowledge to the public that the symbol of peace has already fallen will help soften the blow for a bit of time. All Might said he would warn Nisa later in a phone call about the first user's concerns and that they should be mindful of AFO in prison and plan for the event that AFO escapes before Izuku gains 100% of OFA. Moving on to lighter topics, All Might did inform Izuku of the situation of Sir Night-Eye, so in case somehow Sir Night-Eye found who Izuku was, he wouldn't be caught off guard. To say everyone in the group was annoyed was an understatement. The Vanguard wanted to yell at Sir Night-Eye for his assumptions, and the fact that he thought he had the right to pick the 9th user annoyed them. Lucas and I will spend the rest of our lives with our little Sunday. So you could expect us to recommend someone to be the 10th user for OFA, but we wouldn't train them and then recommend them to Izuku. All we would do would be find information about them and pass it off to Little Sun as a candidate to go look at on his own time, stated Alex. I have to agree with Alex. To try to purposely train someone to be a vessel sounds vile to me. It was like he wasn't seeing the guy as an individual human and only as a replacement, stated Lucas. Indeed, if any one of the Vanguard tried to find a successor and train them without me approving of it, I would be annoyed with them. It's one thing to run across someone and provide me the information to check out, it's an entirely different thing to find them, train them, then try to force me to pick them as a perfect choice. There is no such thing as perfect, stated Izuku with an annoyed tone. All Might had to agree and was glad that the Vanguard group saw it in the eyes of him and Izuku so they wouldn't make the same mistake that Sir Night-Eye is doing, which is just straining our already strained relationship. Soon everyone started to talk about how their summer schooling is going. The Vanguard is currently set ahead of schedule by 1 month of the original plan to graduate by the end of their 2nd year. The principal is thinking if they keep it up at the current rate they could get finished by the end of the 1st semester next year, which would be pretty rapid. They also have started the work study with the Hearts Agency. The Hearts Agency has them working every other day at the office currently and are being transported by the hero with the Quirk teleporter who was hired on staff after the Reaper incident, since he proved really useful in those situations. The group hasn't gone out on any patrols yet since the agency wants them to get knowledge of all the paperwork first, since they all plan to open the Vanguard Agency in the future. As such, their typical day goes with waking up/breakfast, schooling for 8 hours, working out for 2 hours, work study for 3 hours every other day, working out again for another 2 hours. This leaves 9 hours left on a typical day. 1 hour to relax and the last 8 for sleeping. All Might was stunned at their schedule since they are constantly moving. He wonders how they don't go crazy, and the Vanguard explained that they entertain themselves throughout the day and enjoy each other's company. The girls get entertainment from the boys flirting and making out as well, which just embarrassed All Might since he didn't really need to learn about that. All Might's phone started to ring and noticed that it was Principal Victor that called. "Hello, Principal Victor. What can I help you with?" Victor had called to ask All Might if he would accompany the Vanguard during their physical training time, since the staff member they had assigned to watch over them has requested emergency leave due to a family issue out of state. All Might was surprised but happy nonetheless. Though All Might admits that he isn't a great teacher, he does know how to teach the physical conditioning of people's bodies. All Might accepted the offer and found out the details and said he would be doing it under his real name instead of All Might. The family was wondering what he just agreed to do but soon got their answer. "It would seem that I've just become your physical education teacher while I am here. Your normal teacher requested emergency leave for a family matter. As such, I've agreed to help you all during your physical training since I'm far better at that than teaching itself, All Might said with a laugh. The Vanguard was happy with this since it would mean spending more time with All Might because their schedule wouldn't really allow it. Otherwise, Izuku himself was really happy and was bouncing on his feet until he got pulled down by Lucas and Alex into their laps. All Might just decided to laugh at this. The dorms have been finished and the students are all moving in. They all got reminded that most of them were on thin ice with the staff and that the rest of them didn't have the staff's trust anymore since none of them decided to tell the teachers when they knew about it. The mood in the dorms was a bit tense since some of the students blamed Bakugo for the mess they found themselves in because he couldn't tamper down his ego and stay in the building where he was safe. Bakugo's friends didn't blame him that much since they could tell that Bakugo did take a hit in his pride after everything. The exams were set to start the second week of the second semester, which was only 4 weeks away, meaning they had 3 weeks for the students to prepare. As such, they had the homeroom teachers inform the students about the exam. It has been 2 weeks since All Might had come to America and started to help train us during the summer. As such, it was time for All Might to return to Japan since classes would be starting up for both UAs in a few days. Overall, our training has paid off quite well. Everyone could see that we all had put on some muscle and that our other muscles had become much firmer. Overall, Izuku is now able to push his OFA usage to 55%, and he figured out how to make his hand-to-hand combat moves improve with his usage of gravity. Now he can use the push and pull abilities while fighting hand-to-hand and is able to wipe out an army of the third-year student clones. Izuku also figured out a way to make a gravity field that increases the gravity around him or on targets to be heavier. The group actually used his gravity field as a method of training, which allowed them to get firmer muscles by the end of their 2-week training. This is why Izuku had a 5% increase in OFA for these 2 weeks. It was decided that they would only train in Izuku's gravity field with the supervision of a nurse since it could lead to health issues if Izuku loses control or they train too long in the field. They were only allowed to train in the field every other day as well. The other group members were able to increase their overall abilities, which allowed them to be faster and more agile. Most of the group gave Izuku a run for his money when he was only using 35% of OFA while they went all out without using full transformations. This fact alone made them far more deadly when dealing with villains since most typical villains wouldn't be able to keep up with their movements anymore if their quirks don't provide an enhancement to their bodies. Thank you, All Might, for helping us do our training. It's also good that we figured out how to take advantage of Izuku's gravity field to increase the level of our training, stated Skylar. The rest of the group agreed with this. All Might was just happy he could be of use when he couldn't do normal hero work. The Vanguard suggested that he could start teaching physical training classes once he retires fully. They also talked to each other and decided to offer him a position in their future agency where he could help train new members of their agency or help plan out logistics or other things for missions. It all depended on what All Might wanted to do in the future. This made All Might so happy that the kids were thinking of him and wanted him to come work with them at their agency. All Might thanked each of them and told them to be careful because they were alerted that the Hearts agency would start shifting their workdays from doing paperwork to patrols out in different cities with a few pro heroes assigned to them. All Might was always impressed with their dedication to their life goals. He was really considering joining them in the future when he retires from his current workload at JUA. The entire Vanguard and All Might took a photo together and posted it to their social media page. They told All Might that they would just identify him as a personal trainer that the school had assigned them for several weeks. This way, no one would put the fact that he was All Might until later when he revealed his form. The Vanguard had a growing fan base even though they didn't do official patrols yet. They would always help older ladies and little children on their trips to and from school. They would always identify themselves as their hero names and the team they belonged to, so people would start getting used to them being around. This made All Might happy that they already knew how to manage their media presence at such an early stage in their careers. All Might arrived back in Japan and made his way in his car to UA. He could see the media outside UA since he had alerted people that he would be returning today. As he parked in the teacher's lot, he transformed before showing himself. "Ah, I am here." He laughed out to the reporters. They started to ask some questions until they stopped since he wasn't answering. Then All Might pointed to one reporter who asked him what he did over his time in America. I did enjoy myself. I was able to relax with people I know and even help watch over some physical training for some young heroes. Since it didn't require anything more than me sitting on the sidelines giving advice, I was happy to help and just relaxed while they worked out. This prompted a question of who he was training. I will refrain from mentioning their names. However, they are an upcoming group of students in America who attended a hero school near the place I was staying at. One reporter asked which school it was, but All Might shot it down since it could be used to identify them. The reporters respected him enough not to push it. All Might then ended the questions and said that he needed to go meet with the principal about any matters that happened while he was gone and catch up on paperwork. All Might soon rushed into the school and made it to the staff room where he dropped his buff form. I see you enjoyed your time in America based on the answers you gave the media, said Nizu, who was sitting at the head of the table. Indeed. Victor asked me to cover a teacher that requested an emergency leave. The teacher was Vanguard's physical trainer. As such, it was perfect for me to spend time with the group and relax at the same time since I didn't have to do any work besides pointing out improvements and new methods they could use. I did help Izuku with some quirk training. We figured out how he can increase gravity on individual people or an area around him. Vanguard decided to use it as a training method, but I and the medical staff at the school set limits on how often they can use that method since it could lead to health problems. Overall, Izuku increased to 55% of OFA and gained new tricks while everyone else increased their overall physical abilities. The entire group can more or less keep up with Izuku when he is running at 35% of OFA, which is far better than most of the villains that they will face, All Might said with pride. Nizu was happy that All Might enjoyed his time in America and the fact that the Vanguard was improving. Nizu had plans being built around the Vanguard for the safety of the world since they now have concerns that All for One will attempt to escape the prison one day in the future. If Izuku keeps up the rate of improvement, Nizu believes he should have 100% of OFA controlled at the end of his second year or within a year of graduating, which will help them secure a future against All for One. Well, let me catch you up to speed on everything that happened here while you were gone. We have the dorms done and students moved in already. We also decided to allow the students to attempt to get their provisional licenses due to the threat of LOV being around them. We want them to be able to defend themselves. We're unsure if we will allow them to do work studies though even if they have their licenses, stated Nizu. All Might could agree. He didn't know about sending Class 1A to do work studies since their behavior hasn't been that great and didn't want UA to send them to agencies to have them deal with them. We can only wait to see who passes the exam, and All Might is kind of hoping most of Class 1A fails. Paragon and his Vanguard have kept up their routine for another week before being alerted that the Hearts Agency would start them on doing patrols now. The agency wanted it to start a week before classes restarted so they would get used to having both of them going on at the same time. It was decided that the Vanguard would be responsible for a longer-term mission in a city that is several states over. The mission would have them responsible for wiping out a mafia that had taken over the city with a population of 500,000 citizens who are being ruled through fear. On the outside, the government appears to still have control of the city and area, but internally the mafia has overpowered the local officials and heroes who have been kept busy dealing with the mafia's normal crimes to go after the mafia's main branch. As such, the shadier parts of the town where crime is horrible had crime rates of up to 56%. There are several smaller gangs that the major mafia controls as well that kept the heroes busy. The government requested the Hearts Agency to send people to deal with the issue but knew it would be a long-term mission. As such, the Hearts assigned Paragon and his Vanguard to start dealing with the threat since all of the other teams are out on missions and can't start on the Mafia. Vanguard's mission is to do as much as they can before another team is cleared, which is undetermined currently. They would have 2 individual heroes assigned from the Hearts Agency to help them who will take a back seat and only step in at Vanguard's request or if they see a moment to help turn the tide of a battle. Otherwise, Paragon has the lead on the case and total authority of any hero involved in the case as Paragon is assigned as the lead. The agency provided the following mission details that are known currently. City has been under Mafia rule for about 1 year now, with this only being discovered half a year ago. The Mafia has built up power in the past 6 years, taking control of the city in a death grip in the last year. The head of the mafia is unknown, nor are the main branch members. Gangs under control of the main branch all rank from DC rank villains with a few BA ranks. The main branch is believed to have CA rank villains with one S rank villain based on rumors of their power level. All gangs combined have a membership count of 6,000 members, with the main branch making up only 1,000 members. Lower rank members refuse to talk in fear of death or don't know anything that would lead us to major operations. The Vanguard knew that they would need to take this slow and balance their studying with working on this case. They decided they would patrol for a few hours each day they were in the city while trying to find any clues about the main branch. The school has now started back up and the Vanguard hasn't found any clues yet. They have captured around 45 lower-tier members of the smaller gangs, but they all refused to talk or told us that they didn't know anything and they just did grunt work. It was now Friday night and the entire team decided that they would spend tonight and the weekend to patrol at night and see if we could find anything since we are a month and a half ahead with our education. We told the principal we wouldn't be showing up to the weekend classes or training. He understood and wished us luck. Nighttime, located inside an alleyway in the downtown area of the city. The Vanguard team was moving about on our patrol when Paragon noticed one of the guys from last week. The guy wasn't a normal thug from what Paragon could gather. He was the one dropping the drags off to the dealers. "Guys, see the guy in black clothing with a blue cap on?" They responded that they did. "I noticed him from last week when we took out some dealers. He is the one that dropped the drags off. Last time we couldn't get him since he left so quickly. If we follow him, he might lead us back to where they store the drags and we could scout the base for information before we take it out," Paragon stated. Everyone was in agreement and left the drag dealers alone and followed the drag carrier. They followed him for 20 minutes after he took many different turns and twists. It seems he's used to throwing people off his tail. But we're sure he didn't notice us since we had Azrael make us disappear with her illusions by having us blend in with the clouds above since we were all flying with the two assigned heroes being carried by us. Soon he arrived at a house in a far wealthier area which surprised us since he would draw attention if he went back and forth from the areas each time for a drop-off. Though he did a good job at covering his tracks, so he might have slipped by for now. We moved closer to the building and noticed that it had cameras on the outside of the building. Paragon had Azrael cover Storm with an illusion of a cat and had Storm get close to the building. Her job was to get close to the building and use her earth element aspect to sense if there were any underground structures below the building that shouldn't be there under normal buildings. Storm moved back over to our group and we moved away from the building to talk. "Paragon, there is an underground structure that shouldn't be there. It spans several floors and goes under several other buildings. If we move over to one of the other areas, we could breach into the building via my earth aspect to move the ground out of the way, and depending on the wall we could go about it multiple ways," stated Azrael. "I accessed the city blueprints for the building we are watching and none of the plans show an underground area. As such, with the fact that a known drag carrier went into the building where there is an unlisted structure, we had legal means to search the building. Dragon, call the police SWAT team and have them and a squad of heroes on standby in the area. Tell them the general area but don't say which building in case there is a leak. Tell them to arrive silent and await our orders to move out on a drag operation," Paragon ordered. Dragon started the call and was told they would be there in 10 minutes. "Let's move over to the farthest point and start making our way down." Soon we arrived at a building about 5 buildings away from our target building. Storm started to dig the earth out of the way while Dove and Azrael watched our backs from the sky so they could alert us of any incoming threats. 5 minutes later and Storm had created a path for us all to get down to the hidden structure. The structure appears to be made of metal that doesn't have enough impurities in it for Storm to bend out of our way. Though we had some goggles that allowed us to see through materials. Luckily for us, this wall was thin enough for us to see that no one was in the room. With that knowledge, I had Phoenix start heating up a flame that could start slicing the wall like a blowtorch. We had to take this slow, but we were able to get the wall cut open in 5 minutes. During that time, Dragon was informed that the SWAT team and heroes were on standby several blocks away. We informed them that we had entered an underground structure connected to a building that a drag carrier had entered and told them to be ready to strike at the following address on our orders. Soon the entire team was inside the room. I slowly unlocked the door and opened it slowly. We could see that we were inside a facility that had some people walking around. I noticed at the end of the hall was the drag carrier that was talking to an individual with respect. I'm assuming it is someone higher up in one of the small gangs, which means we could get some nice information. I had Azrael use her illusions again to disguise us as the drag dealers we saw in the alleyway from earlier today. Once the people moved out of the hall, we entered the hallway and started to check the rooms. We found a few drag dealers who we quickly knocked out. Paragon, come check the room out that's near where we saw the drag carrier, called Dove over the comms. What we found was a room that had paperwork lying out on a desk that showed some other addresses. What was more important though was the crate of drags. It was a drag called Trigger. This drag is a nasty drag that started in Japan but made its way over the world and soon became a taboo by all governments. If you are caught in possession of this drag, you can face a lot of time in prison. This was all the evidence we needed to get everyone in the building detained. Dragon, order the police to move in and arrest everyone they come across in the building and underground area. Tell them we have located Trigger inside the compound, Paragon stated. Soon you could hear sirens from above and people started to yell. Move out and start taking people down. Don't let them destroy any proof of their crimes, Paragon called out. The entire team started to move out and Paragon had asked the two pro heroes to get involved as well since they needed all the proof gained to find the other places and end the mafia control faster. The entire base had alarms going off as gang members were moving around. Vanguard soon entered a room where there were roughly 300 people getting ready to fight. Get down on the ground and give up. You are under arrest, Paragon shouted, which caused all the people to turn around to look behind them. You bastards, you are responsible for these alarms and police, aren't you? Yelled one buffed up guy. It was the man the drag carrier was talking to from earlier. The man screamed out that anyone that killed us would get recommended to the main mafia, which confirmed he had the knowledge we needed. The gang members started to attack the Vanguard as we started to jump into the fight. Dove and Azrael took to the air since we were in an underground warehouse with a higher roof that had crates stacked up. They started to send weapons made of light and darkness into people's shoulders and legs. Dragon and Phoenix were just mowing down their opponents with hand-to-hand combat skills while Storm was using her metal needles and lightning to knock people out. I jumped into the middle of the largest group and started up OFA to 55% and started to use my pull and push abilities to screw up the gang members' fighting positions, which allowed me to make an easy path through the gang members. Soon the 300 people went down to 50 people left awake. Then we heard a large boom and the doors to the room burst open with a SWAT team storming in the room yelling for people to get down on the ground. I looked at the gang leader and told him to lay down on the ground since he was now outnumbered and would lose. He just laughed at me and took a needle out that was Trigger. Before I could react, he injected himself with it. He then started to grow to double his size with his muscles bulging. I believed he had a strength-based quirk that made him bulkier. He started to charge me down as I raised my hand and used the gravity field on him. He slowed down and started to have trouble moving. You should have given up, I stated as I raised my other hand and charged up OFA at 55%. I moved up to him and then knocked him on the neck, which knocked him out. Well, that was anticlimactic, said one of the SWAT team leaders. I turned to him and told him we need to move quickly. We found some documents with other addresses and should hit them as quickly as we can since the moment they find out that we took this place they will start moving their operations. The officer was stunned for a second because this operation has been the biggest lead they had on the mafia. The officer unfroze and started to shout orders about getting everyone detained and to alert all the officers on call and SWAT teams to start getting ready. They also alerted several agencies to get all their heroes ready to start hitting other addresses off the document we provided the officer. It turned out that the location we first hit was one of the top gangs under the Mafia Control Headquarters. As such, we found a large amount of information. The addresses for the other locations were given out and SWAT and heroes started to hit the locations all across the city. That night the city looked like it was daytime with all the police lights and quirks in use. The media had found out what was going on and were trying to get answers to what caused such a big reaction. Soon, the Vanguard was done resting for 30 minutes and decided to help hit the other locations. The police alerted them that they had gained some information about the main branch via a memory-reading quirk that a police officer had. The information found was as followed. Leader name, Broly Quirk, Extreme Strength Enchantment, Vice Leader, Envy Quirk, Shape-shifting location of one of their buildings, Downtown Club, XXXX. We had a location of one of the Mafia's buildings. I told the police that Vanguard would head to that location and they should send us several SWAT teams to be on standby near us and to call us when they are near. It took us 20 minutes to travel to the new location. We were alerted that the SWAT teams were ready for our orders. We told them to surround the building because the Mafia would already be on alert due to the raids taking place across the city, so there was no point in the slow and steady approach. Just to see what would happen, we had Azrael cover us in an illusion and had her change my appearance to the gang leaders that we caught. I had them follow me in as I rushed in the doors and saw that everyone had a gun pointed at the door ready to shoot. I threw my hands up to act like I meant no harm but to also prepare a gravity push if they decided to shoot. "What the hell are you thinking coming here, you idiot? What if the police followed you?" yelled one of the men in the back. He matched the description we were given of one of the Mafia's men that were in charge of running the smaller gangs. "Wait, how are you free? The news said they arrested everyone in the building," the guy stated. "Well damn, he figured it out. Indeed, I should be arrested if I was a gang leader." "Almighty push," I yelled out, which sent all of the gang members flying across the room as it became chaos. The entire Vanguard dropped out of illusions and started to charge the Mafia members. The entire room broke out into chaos as I charged across the room at the main Mafia leader for this location. The fight took about 30 minutes before the SWAT team was charged with capturing any Mafia member trying to flee the location. Soon the battle was over and the police were searching for any information we could use against the Mafia. Soon we noticed that it was starting to have some daylight coming. As such, everyone decided to call it a night and go over all the information from all the places. It was Sunday morning now. It took the police, heroes, and the Vanguard an entire day to skim through the information and evidence that was obtained. As a result of the operations, we were able to hit 25 locations across the city of the gangs while hitting one of the Mafias. We arrested a total of 2,400 members throughout the entire operation on Friday night, with 60 members belonging to the Mafia. We acquired $540 million in drags and weapons from the Mafia and several crates of trigger. As such, the Mafia had taken a large hit that would make them struggle for a while. Amongst the evidence we gathered and the memories from the more important members, we were able to locate the main building for the Mafia. It was suspected that the two leaders of the Mafia were currently there still but would attempt to flee the city since their control has started to break due to the operations. All of the SWAT and heroes were gathered together and were planning to hit the main base in addition to the other locations gathered from the evidence. The Vanguard plus 5 SWAT teams would be attacking the Mafia base while everyone else was attacking the 20 other gang locations that were found at the same time. Police and heroes from other cities were called in to make this operation possible to go down all at the same time. The operation was set to happen in 2 hours. The media was still trying to get answers on the heavy police and hero presence but were denied and told to wait. The main Mafia base was located off in the woods outside the city limits. It's why the police and heroes never could find it, since it had been off their radar from what they were thinking. It took us 1 hour to travel to the location and prepare ourselves. The police told us that they didn't care about the destruction since we were not inside the city. As such, we were given the green light to do as much damage as we could to ensure that we captured the two leaders. The Vanguard team would move in and we would alert the SWAT teams when we have visual on the leaders. "Let's do this, Vanguard. If we can capture the leaders, the entire organization will start to fall apart and we can get information about all the locations," I said to my team. We started to approach the compound while being hidden by Azrael's illusions. We soon got up to the location and could see guards posted everywhere. It looked like they had pulled all the Mafia members back to the base because of the raids. This is going to be a long drawn-out fight. I motioned to my team to start taking out the Mafia members because there was no way we were going to get in silently. SWAT start moving in. There is no way to get in without alerting them all. The Mafia has pulled all of their members here, it seems, I said over the comms. Dragon transformed into his dragon form and started to rampage across the mafia members. Rose and Azrael flew up into the sky and started to rain down arrows made of light while also swinging down and tossing members that they grabbed across the yard. Azrael had already dropped the illusion since there was no point to them. Phoenix and Storm separated and started to run through the mafia members that were outside. I just powered up OFA to 55% and started to make my way through the mafia members. It took us 10 minutes to make our way through the sheer number of mafia members outside so we could enter the inside of the base. The SWAT team had arrived 5 minutes into the fight and were arresting any members we had defeated so they wouldn't escape. Once we got inside, there weren't that many mafia members since most of them were outside. We didn't find the leaders and were getting a bit worried. The SWAT came in and started to raid for information. They were said that the leaders were not located here as well. Suddenly one of the SWAT members yelled out for my team, "Vanguard! I found a hidden staircase. My quirk lets me see through walls and there is a hidden staircase behind this wall," stated the SWAT member. This caught our attention. I ran up to the wall and kicked it in, revealing the staircase as the SWAT officer said. "Azrael, create illusions of us that stand in front of us in case of an ambush once we enter," I stated. Once they were up, we started to move in. Dove created a small amount of light and sent it ahead of us so we could see. It took a few minutes to arrive at the bottom where we found the 2 leaders and around 30 men. "Give up Envy and Broly. All of your men outside have been taken care of. We've also hit most of your operations across the city. You are done," I yelled. I activated Float and used my gravity quirk to help manipulate my flight since I doubt they will give up that easy. I was right. Dragon half transformed and took on Envy with Phoenix while Dove, Azrael, and Storm took on the remaining men. I was tasked with fighting Broly since our quirks match up and I should have the ability to win. Broly was pretty strong. His quirk wasn't a simple extreme body enchantment like everyone thought. He started to get better as we fought and he told me his true quirk since he thought he wouldn't lose. His quirk allowed him to adapt to fights at a godlike speed, meaning the longer we fight the better he gets and the stronger he gets. Well, that is such a horrible quirk for a villain to have. This is the reason he could take control of the gangs and the city. He would just keep getting stronger as time went on and many people wouldn't pose a challenge to him. I could see that the girls were getting close to finishing their fight, while Dragon and Phoenix were winning their fight. Overall, we have been fighting the bosses for about 10 straight minutes now due to their quirks. Envy just kept changing their form to dodge quirks and gain strength in critical moments, but Dragon and Phoenix were strong enough to counter her. They might have faced a challenge if by themselves but would still have one, I believe. It was time to try to end my fight. I started out with increasing Broly's gravity and then using a pull attack on him to bring his face down for a 55% kick. This did a lot of damage. The only reason he wasn't getting knocked out was that his body was adapting to taking damage, so I had to deal enough damage before he could adapt fast enough. I kept using pull and push to trip him and redirect his punches every time he attacked. I was using OFA to move faster than he could land a hit and was landing blow after blow after blow. Soon he got said and charged me where I increased his gravity to make him compensate for his moving, then released it so he would overcompensate. This caused Broly to lean up a bit too fast where I had a clear shot to uppercut him since he was blocking any hits I tried to send there beforehand. "You're done," I yelled as I landed an uppercut to his jaw, sending him flying into the roof where the upper half of his body became stuck. You could tell that the blow had knocked him out because his legs and arms were just dangling in the air. I saw Dragon and Phoenix close to winning and that the girls were already done. "SWAT, start making your way down here, we have the leaders. We're finishing the last leader off now," I called in over the radio. Right after I said that, Dragon and Phoenix finished their fight by both landing a blow on Envy's face, knocking her out. They complained that Envy just kept doing everything by changing her forms so fast. Yeah, I would label Envy as S-Class and Broly is a possible SS-Class villain. The only SSS-Class villain in the world is AFO, who is now in jail, I stated. The SWAT team arrived and we informed them of the details. The SWAT commanding officer agreed with my assessment that Broly would likely be labeled as an SS due to his quirk being able to adapt. It made sense why his mafia was able to take control of the gangs if they had a person who would only get stronger for every fight he had. Troublesome indeed, because most pro heroes wouldn't have lived if he fought them, and the commanding officer had bet that most in the top 30 would have a hard time unless they had a strong quirk like I did that could let me do a lot of damage to Broly. I asked how the other raids were going and were told that most of them are done. There are a few more that are cleaning up and will be done soon. They found the locations of 6 more bases that SWAT teams were heading to right now, which were close to our area since they were on the outskirts of the city. I talked to my team and we agreed we would split up to go help the SWAT teams since they had no heroes because they were all at the other sites or too far away. SWAT commander was very thankful for our help and gave us the locations. We all had finished the locations and helped clean up some of the chaos that was left. Once we were cleared to leave, we all met back at the police headquarters where the commanding officers were located. It was really late in the night when we all arrived. The Vanguard team realized that they had ditched their supervising heroes at one of the previous locations and apologized to them. They didn't mind but recommended not to do it again to any future supervisors. They agreed that they were only here for backup and felt we had it handled. It was decided that the media would be informed of the operation that had taken several weeks and finished in the last 3 days. The Vanguard agreed to attend the press conference. Paragon decided to text a link from one of the live TV crews to All Might, Victor, Nizu, Tyr, Robin, and our families and told them to watch the press conference because our mission was done. Some of the responses were funny to Paragon. Victor, what do you mean done? It was a large mafia that controlled a city? How are you done? It should have taken you all 1 to 2 months if not longer. Tyr, how? You were only meant to get information so the other teams could take them down when they were free. How did you already take them down without us knowing? Robin, so you're telling me that a mission I expected you to only gain information on for when other teams could help you in a month or 2 has already been finished without me finding out. I'll be watching. All Might, wait, what mission? Nizu, I don't know what mission you're talking about, but I'll be watching. Families, all of them, will be watching. TV Reporter 1, Commander, can you please explain what has had the entire police force and heroes of our city and the cities close by running around for the past 3 days? You guys haven't said a word about what is going on. TV Reporter 2, are we safe with all the activity going on? Should the citizens be evacuating? Commander, please silence yourselves. We are here to provide answers, and yes, the city is safe for citizens to stay. Roughly over a week ago, a new team of heroes was assigned a case in our city. As much of you know but won't talk about is that our city has been under the death grip of a mafia that controlled all of the gangs in this city, which has caused crime rates to skyrocket across the city. This new hero team didn't have much success the first week in but would soon discover a clue that led them to one of the main gangs under the mafia control. It was at this location, after discovering that there was an underground structure that wasn't permitted, did the hero team enter the structure by tunneling inside the base via a tunnel they created. They had summoned a few SWAT teams and some local heroes to be on standby near where they would soon get orders to storm the building. Located in the building was Trigger and the locations of other gang bases. This base was detained successfully. This is the commotion you first heard on Friday night, which sparked a large-scale and rapid response to the new locations that the team and police discovered in the first base, stated the commander while taking a breath. Commander, soon we gained information via a memory quirk of one of the mafia's bases inside the city. The hero team then attacked this base with SWAT behind them and was able to win the battle. This also happened while SWAT and heroes from the city attacked the already known locations before they could leave them. After we were done, we gathered all the information we had gained and studied it all on Saturday. We discovered the main mafia's base and other locations that required us to call in for more heroes and SWAT from other cities. We launched a major strike across the entire city at the same time on all new locations, and the main hero team and 2 SWAT teams attacked the mafia base where they found the 2 mafia leaders now known as Envy and Broly. Envy had a shape-shifting quirk that allowed her a great deal at shifting, which proved tricky for most people but was handled. Broly was a harder battle which the leader of the hero team took on. Broly had a quirk that adapted their body during each fight, meaning they would only grow stronger and stronger during each fight. Broly is currently pending as an SS rank designation with the Hero Commission, which I believe will be approved. Broly's quirk allowed him to take control of all the gangs in our city and put us in a death grip once he had them under control. We then discovered 6 more locations that were being raided by SWAT only. The hero team, even though they had fought hard battles, offered to go to these locations and had split up to each location to ensure the safety of the SWAT members. Once they finished at these locations, we now arrive here for this press conference. Any questions? The entire room was dead silent due to the shocking information. Everyone knew about the mafia that controls the crime world in the city but wouldn't talk about it because of fear. They were just told it had gotten wiped out by a brand new hero team in less than 2 weeks when others couldn't in months. One reporter unfroze and asked the million-dollar question. Reporter 1. Who? Who saved our city? Commander. He moved his hand towards us and said, why of course the hero of hope. The Paragon and his vanguard of Dragon, Phoenix, Dove, Azrael, and Storm had saved us. They are a first-year team doing a work study with the Hearts Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, our future is looking quite bright with the Paragon and his vanguard here. This caused an eruption of questions to be thrown our way as the commander took a setback. I took the lead in answering questions. Paragon. Hello everyone. My hero name is Paragon and next to me is my vanguard. Our hero team name is Vanguard. We plan to open a hero agency in the future that will be named Vanguard as well. We were assigned this mission since all other teams at the Hearts Agency were already occupied on missions. The agency honestly didn't expect us to work so fast either. We are willing to answer some questions but want to keep this short since we are running low on energy. We've been pushing ourselves through many battles over multiple days and would like to return home to sleep after this conference. So please don't yell and keep your questions straight. First you, sir? Reporter 3. The commander said you are all first-year students. What hero school do you attend? Paragon. We attend the UA here in America. Reporter 4. Did you expect to finish this quickly? Dragon. No, we didn't. We had planned that this mission would have taken more than a month, but we got lucky when we noticed a drag carrier from a previous night that had left before we detained some drag dealers. At the time, we didn't give chase since we needed to turn the drag dealers over, which proved to be useful for us when we followed him the next time we saw him. Reporter 5. Do you think you will have success like this in the future? Phoenix. We always aim to succeed in our missions. However, we are realistic that we cannot save everyone, but we will try to do our best. We recognize that we got a lucky break on this case that allowed it to go as fast as it did. Reporter 6. Do any of you have relationships? This caught us off guard, but Dragon and Phoenix moved quickly on the answer by both answering at the same time. Dragon and Phoenix. Yes. Hands off, ladies and men, as they both turned to me and kissed me on the cheek while I just blushed and then kissed back. The girls just giggled and told everyone that they didn't. The reporters just laughed at me because of my 2 lovers' quick reaction. Reporter 7. What would you say was the hardest challenge in this mission? Dove. The speed we had to move at. We couldn't sit and rest for too long since each location needed to be hit quickly before they pulled out. Luckily we had enough SWAT and heroes called in for the operation to go so fast over the 3 days. The reporters kept asking different questions that we all handled quite well. The commander soon came back over and cut the questions off and said any remaining questions about the operation should be given to the police and that they wanted to let Vanguard go home and rest after such an amazing job. However, one reporter shouted one more question that made me stop and turn around. Reporter 8. Paragon, why are you calling yourself the hero of hope instead of peace or victory? The commander wanted to tell her to stop, but I had already moved back to the mic with my team standing right beside me looking straight in the camera. Paragon, I aim to be a hero of hope because peace can be broken. Victory can be short-lived. Hope is something that is better to have in my opinion. This city of 500,000 people didn't have really any hope because of the death grip by the mafia that treated their lives. However, the hero of hope, the Paragon and his vanguard arrived and dealt with the threat. Now I truly hope that the citizens of this city are able to feel hope that they can live better lives. That they can be happy to go out of their homes and not be threatened by a mafia and its gangs. To feel safe enough to feel hope that even if another threat comes to this city, Heroes will deal with it even if it's not me and my team that does it. That is why I aim for everyone to recognize me and my team as the heroes of hope, because unlike All Might, who built himself as a sole pillar of peace, I want there to be multiple pillars that support society and inspire change and hope even in the darkest times. Does that answer your question? Reporter 8, yes. Thank you. Izuku POV. Well, the team and I just got done with the press conference and we were waiting for the teleporter from the Hearts Agency to arrive to take us back. I checked the messages on my phone and saw. Victor, I don't even know where to start with you all. We'll talk about it when you return to school Monday. Tear, again how? Also a SS rank villain. Really? Robin, we can just talk when you get to the office? All Might, what the hell is Izuku? You all completed such a major operation and you aren't even a full semester from having gotten your licenses. There's the fact that you led the operation as well, which takes years to get in that position. Nizu, I shouldn't even be surprised with your team anymore. Families, all of them, way to go. We love you. Soon the teleporter arrived and we were brought back to the main agency. We are sitting down in the meeting room even though it's super late at night. We just want to go home and sleep, but nope, Robin wants to speak to us about the mission. Well, I don't honestly know what to say. You all went outside the expectations and completed a major operation without anyone leading you. You instead led the entire operation and all the other heroes as well and made a positive impact on the police in that city to the point they all love you, said Robin while looking just done with the situation. I guess he really didn't expect this. Though, always expect the unexpected with Vanguard should be a motto here in my honest view. I'm still going to leave you all with supervisors for a while to be safe, but the Hearts Agency will start tasking you all with more important work since you have proved to be able to handle it. We will talk more on Wednesday when you all arrive. Take Monday off to catch up on sleep or something. Enjoy school, Robin said as they left the room, and then the teleporter teleported us outside my home. Time skip Monday. After we got dropped off by the teleporter, we all went straight to bed after taking showers. No one really had the energy to do anything. Lucas, Alex, and Izuku just finished our shower quickly and started to snuggle in a close group with me in the middle like always. Soon what little time of the night that remained passed away and the day came. When they all got up, they found their families in the main building waiting for them. They all congratulated the Vanguard for what they did and sent them off to school when the time came. It was now time for the second week of the second semester to start, and the Vanguard was a bit worn out due to how many hours they pulled over the weekend for the case. As the Vanguard walked through the school to their homeroom class 1V, Vanguard, they kept seeing people look at their phones and then them and start to whisper. The Vanguard assumed that they all saw the press conference from last night and were talking about it, which didn't surprise anyone in the Vanguard. The Vanguard arrived at their homeroom class and still had 20 minutes left before the start of the class. They all decided to try to nap a bit longer before they had to start class. Izuku decided to walk to Lucas's and Alex's desks and sleep in their laps since they had a bit of time. Lucas and Alex just slept in their chairs while holding Izuku's body close to them. Welcome BA. Oh, you are all asleep? Principal Victor said as he walked in and saw them asleep. He just waited until the bells went off for the start of the class since it would wake them up. 5 minutes passed and the bells came on, waking them all up with Izuku falling out of Lucas's and Alex's laps since he jumped up fast due to the sound. Oh, that hurt, Izuku said while the Vanguard members just laughed and Lucas and Alex just placed kisses on Izuku's cheeks. Welcome back, Vanguard. You all completed a major operation over the weekend which has surprised many people in America. The government sends their thanks to you for saving the people of that city. Have any of you checked social media yet? We all said no and wondered why. Victor explained that our page has become far more popular and people were talking about them on the news and social media with several tags trending in America. Some of the tags were like #ParagonVanguard, #Hero of Hope, #Saving with Hope. They pulled up their main social media page, which was called the Vanguard. They could see that they had gained nearly 2.2 million followers on their page and could see that a lot of people were talking about them. Paragon. The Paragon and his Vanguard #ParagonVanguard are going to be the new pillars of the world to replace #symbol of peace at the rate they are going. Burning Dragon. The Vanguard is burning with passion. America's new rising heroes. Hashtag saving with hope. Random hope. Hashtag hero of hope and his Vanguard are only first years as well. Just think they will only grow stronger. They all will become new pillars for the world. Some people were commenting and posting their stories of how they met the Vanguard before this sudden wave of fame. They talked about how we would always help older people across the road or random kids on our paths to find their parents before we went to school. This inspired people to look more closely and saw that besides personal pictures with some people, and some other pictures the people saw that the Vanguard didn't spout off about gaining fame or money. Overall, people were really happy with Vanguard's performance and wanted to watch what they did in the future. Okay, enough about all that. It is time to start getting on track with your education again and press forward so we stay ahead of schedule. We have 1 year and 1 semester to get you all graduated, stated Victor. Everyone responded with determination and got to work. Time skip and POV change to G, as the Vanguard had finished up their mission and returned to school. All Might and Nizu were dealing with Class 1A as they prepared them for the provisional exam that was in 1 day. Overall, the class made some progress, but they weren't confident in the class skills to pass the entire exam. The class was doing somewhat well when it came to preparation for the written exam portion but didn't seem to do well on the rescue portion. There was also the fact that the exam typically had the standard elimination stage between the rescue and the written exam as well. Nizu was predicting that only 25% of Class 1A would pass the exam, and he was betting Bakugo and Todoroki would fail the rescue because of their attitudes. They could only hope they passed but would leave it up to fate. Soon the day of the exam came and 1B and 1A were separated into different test sites. All Might decided to go watch Class 1A in his skinny form since he thought they would be the most interesting exam takers. He did stop by 1B before they left and wished them all luck, which helped boost their spirits. He didn't go wish 1A luck because he honestly didn't care if they passed or not. Soon the classes were shipped off in buses to the exam sites and All Might had followed in his own car to the 1A exam site. The exam site is a standard format for all hero exams across the world. There is little difference to ensure that everyone is taking the same exam for the most part unless approved by the UN's Hero Commission. Class 1A got off the bus and were met with their school rivals Shiketsu High. This school is said to be the #1 school of the West in Japan while UA is the #1 in the East. There was clear tension between the two schools since neither school liked the other. However, the exam was going to start soon, so everyone started to move into the exam room to take the written test. It would take roughly an hour before they would all finish the test, which would eliminate 2,000 people of the 8,000 that were taking the test at their site. All of Class 1A did pass the written exam and moved on to the elimination portion. Through this portion of the exam, the class did have some troubles because of the famous UA crush that they didn't get warned about. Soon people from all different schools were getting knocked out of the exam left and right. One student had knocked out over 100 exam takers by himself due to his wind quirk. Most of the class broke up into small groups or went by themselves to fight. It took the entire class 30 minutes to all pass, with the last person passing being Aoyama with only 10 spots left to spare before he was automatically failed. All Might POV. Aizawa, the class is doing a bit better than I expected. I kind of thought a few would fail in the elimination portion of the exam since they all don't have great teamwork unless they are in their certain groups, I stated. I knew they would all likely get past this stage. However, I'm betting they all won't pass the last stage. I think Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Shinso, Koda, Sato, Shoji will pass the last stage for sure. They have paid more attention to the rescue classes while others haven't or have had issues in regards to their confidence in dealing with the situations, which will show here and make them lose points. I also think everyone else will have enough to pass for a second attempt during winter break, which will require additional classes during this semester to prepare them, stated Aizawa. This shocked me a bit that he had such a straight assumption on who would pass and fail to fully pass. I said that we can only wait and see now, but I agreed some would fail due to their attitudes though. About 30 minutes later, the last portion of the exam had started. We could see that some of the students were doing as we expected already in this portion of the exam. Bakugo had already yelled at a fake civilian, which I bet cost him a few points right out of the gate. Some students just ran past some of the people on the ground and went straight to fight the fake villains, which depending on how it looks and their abilities would be a good or bad call. There are students that are more fit for rescue-type heroes and shouldn't go fight the villains if there are more heavy hitters around them, since it doesn't make a logical argument. We could see some members of Class 1A struggling to deal with the wounded civilians while others seemed like they were in their field. It looked like the guess by Aizawa was becoming true. We then can see that some students didn't even attempt to rescue civilians and yelled at them to take care of themselves. Everyone could guess who that person was, since he just charged the villains and started screaming to die, while you could see Todoroki attempting to fight Gang Orc, who was the lead villain boss. However, soon Todoroki got into a verbal argument with the wind user that was near him, and they started to clash with their quirks, which almost got one exam taker killed. The teachers knew at that point Todoroki wouldn't have enough points to fully pass, but might still have enough to do a retake during the winter break, since he did help a bit in rescue operations by supporting buildings with his ice. That might be Todoroki's only way of not failing the entire test and having to redo the entire test next year. Some students like Shinso, Azui, and Uraraka were doing far better in the rescue operations, since their quirks allowed them to deal with those situations. Shinso was using his quirk to calm people down and get vital information, which allowed Azui and Uraraka to deal with the situation quicker instead of dealing with panicked people. Shinso then fought some villains that made their way near them and quickly subdued them, since he was a perfect mix of reducing and combat abilities. Soon the exam came to an end because everyone was rescued. Time skip. You could see all of the class back on the bus. The mood was great for some people, but overall the class was disappointed in themselves. As Aizawa stated, Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Shinso, Koda, Sato, Shoji all passed the exam with enough points. They didn't get anywhere near perfect, but they did place in the middle of the rankings. They lost some points due to some screw-ups in handling the wounded, but overall were passed since they showed true care for the wounded and defending them. Students like Todoroki and Bakugo barely made enough points to qualify for the retake exams in the winter. Each of them was within 5 points of having to retake the entire exam next semester instead of a simpler retake during the break. The other students failed to qualify for various reasons, but still had enough for the retake in the winter. Students like Aoyama were just trying to be flashy and didn't pay much attention to what the wounded said. As such, he caused more damage to fake wounded civilians, since he didn't listen to them to hear their explanations of their situation. Others failed due to being too nervous when they took care of the wounded. The reason they lost points for this is that heroes are expected to instill safety in those that they save. If a hero is nervous while taking care of the wounded, then the civilian will panic and cause problems. A few other students entered combat against villains on the field when they were ill-suited for the situation and had heavy hitter exam takers near them. They should have let the heavy hitters take the villains and instead deal with the injured. One example of this was Lita, who encountered someone that could counter his speed. Lita attempted to fight the villain when there was another exam taker fighting already who could take the villain. Instead of getting the civilian out of the danger zone, he decided to screw up the other exam taker and fight the villain. The other exam taker took the civilian and ran, since he couldn't do it before with the villain pressing him. Listen up. Congratulations to those that passed. To those that didn't, there is a retake for you all, since you had enough points to qualify for it during winter break. If you fail the retake, you will have to take the full exam during the second semester if UA decides to keep you in the hero course. Consider this your warning. Don't fail the retake or you risk your spot in the hero course, yelled Aizawa. This was true from UA's viewpoint. If the students couldn't pass the retake, then how could they be confident in keeping them in the hero course when they could offer the spots to others? Aizawa had also gotten word that everyone in Class 1B had passed except 4 students who had enough points to retake the exam in winter, though they had far higher points than those that had to retake in Class 1A. Time skip. Everyone had made it back to the school where Class 1B and 1A ran into each other. So we heard a lot of you failed and will have to take the retake exam during winter break. What happened to you Class 1A students? You all used to be all big and strong, yet your class is falling behind ours, stated Momoma, who loved to mess with 1A. This just annoyed a lot of the members of Class 1A, but they couldn't say anything against it really, since they also wondered what happened to them. Why had they fallen so far behind? It was like they lost the fuel for their determination. Bakugo, of course, still started to yell and scream that a stupid test wouldn't stop him from being the #1 hero. This created an argument for a while before the teachers told them to shut up and go back to the dorms. The staff decided to have a meeting to talk about the results of the exams. Once everyone arrived in the staff room, Nizu brought up the test results and congratulated Vlad King on his class doing so well. They then moved towards the topic of 1A and talked about how they all made enough points to do the retake with only a handful of them passing the exam. They talked about what they could do to make the students perform better and decided that they just needed to be harder on them during the training since they are failing to rise to the challenge. They also talked about the threat that Aizawa gave his students and agreed that it was a valid threat that would only apply to 1A since they are the ones having the troubles and not 1B. "What are we going to do about work studies?" asked Vlad King. This caused everyone to think about it. Most of Class 1A wouldn't be able to participate, but there were some students that could, while most of 1B could as well. It was soon decided that if an agency reached out to the student, then they may accept an offer but would need to keep their grades and training up. As such, they decided to have the Big Three show the class the difference in skills between the first-year students and the third-year students due to work studies. Time skip 1 week. Listen up. Today we are going to introduce you all to the Big Three of UA. They are the strongest students in our school. Those that have their provisional licenses may do a work study if you are offered one by an agency. Those that didn't pass the exam can look forward to work studies after passing if you are offered one. We are going to have the Big Three show you the difference in power between third-year students and first-year students, stated Aizawa. Then the door opened up to show the Big Three enter. Shota asks the third-year students to introduce themselves. Class 1A meets Tamaki's intense glare. Tamaki is shy by nature and succumbs to stage fright. He turns his back to the class and states that he wants to go home, surprising the students. Hato then introduces herself and Tamaki. She says her group is meant to speak to Class 1A about hero work studies. Suddenly, Nijire gets off topic and displays her frantic and curious personality. She rapidly questions all of the underclassmen without giving any of them a chance to answer. The class is endeared by her childlike demeanor, but Shota quickly grows weary of her act. The last person to introduce themselves is Mirio, who steps in and tries to break the ice with a joke. The class starts to wonder why such esteemed students have such strange personalities. Mirio insists that the best way for first-year students to learn about the work studies is to fight him. As such, they all move to a gym where the class fights Mirio. Even though most of the class failed to pass the test, Mirio still has them fight him to learn a lesson. The fight went as you would expect. Mirio destroyed the class fairly quickly. He knew some of their quirks from the sports festival and aimed for the ones that would provide him trouble, like Shinso's quirk. After Mirio effortlessly takes care of the class is shocked at the Big Three's strength. Hato mentions that people consider Mirio the closest person to being the newest #1 hero while including the pro heroes. This shocked the class even more at the difference in power. However, their thoughts are cut off by Aizawa. Actually, Hato, Mirio is considered the closest for the #1 title in Japan only. There is the #1 title of the world and other countries. If we compared some other students from other countries that the staff knows of, then Mirio would likely place around 7th when comparing closest to being the world's new #1 hero. If we're looking at Japan only, then yes, he is close to Japan's #1 spot but not in the rest of the world, stated Aizawa, which caught everyone off guard since it was known by a lot of people that Mirio would place quickly even on the world's list as well. The class was shocked and confused about the difference between the world's ranking versus Japan's ranking, which their teacher caught. Most of you, when thinking of #1 hero, think All Might. All Might is the #1 hero in Japan but also the world as well. There is a list of top 50 heroes of the world that is maintained by the UN's Hero Commission, which is hard to qualify for that list. They look at everything you've done and consider you for placement. You must also have a world's hero destination, which means you directly report to the UN's Hero Commission and not an individual's country commission, which is a hard destination to get since world heroes are sent on missions across the entire world and not just their home base country. As such, the heroes need to be a good representation for the entire world wherever they go, Aizawa stated. He then went on to explain that All Might is a world hero and not just a Japanese hero. As such, he qualifies for the world ranking as well as Japan's, where he is the #1 hero on. Izuku POV. It has been about 2 months since the Vanguard's Mafia mission. Everyone's individual skills have increased over the 2 months. We have been learning different fighting styles and techniques to incorporate with our quirks. For myself personally, I have also pushed my control of OFA from 55% to 60% as well. Outside of the physical and quirk training, the Vanguard has been keeping up with our studies as well. It has been a tough few months since the school has increased the speed we are learning at. We are now 3 full months ahead of schedule for graduation, and this is on top of the Vanguard still doing missions and patrols for the Hearts Agency. The patrols have been spread out across several different states due to the teleporter hero who could allow us to travel quickly. This helped the Vanguard to become far more well-known and gain experience in different environments from colder states to far hotter states. Overall, the Hearts Agency wanted the Vanguard to be a well-rounded team that could deal with any threat in any environment. We did have some unique patrols in some of the states. One example was we were stationed on a coastal state and we received an emergency alert about a very large villain that was attacking ships in the harbor. It was a bit difficult since the villain would keep going underwater since he could breathe in it. To counter this, we had Dragon go full-size transformation and waited above the clouds. When Storm could feel the gigantic villain start to come up to the surface of the water to attack, we had Dragon dive down to twist himself around the villain and pull him in the air, which was hard for Dragon to do because of the villain's size. The villain was about half the size of Dragon but bulkier, which made him very heavy. Once Dragon had him out of the water for a few minutes, we pulled him over to the beach by me doing an almighty pull which pulled the large villain out from Dragon's body and onto the beach where we could all attack him. Storm had set up a circle of metal needles so she could start sending lightning at the villain whenever he got too close to the circle. Dove and Azrael started to fly above the villain while sending attacks to keep him contained to the beach. This left Dragon and Phoenix, who created a firewall around the villain, to start drying him out, which would cause him to have a heat slide or give up. To make the fight go quicker, I would start attacking the villain via OFA kicks and punches as I would fly through the firewall and land attacks on the villain's body. Soon we tired the villain out to a point he had to shrink down because of energy consumption. At this point, I flew in fast and landed a 15% punch to the guy's stomach, knocking him out. The Vanguard also learned recently that the city that we saved from the Mafia had started a petition which grew quickly due to all the people we would interact with on patrols. The petition was to have me and the Vanguard included in the team and individual ranking system. However, the Government and Hero Commission of America announced that the rules prevented this due to us not being full-fledged heroes. However, they found a way to still meet the petition request since the government was also supportive of me and the quickly rising Vanguard. A government official came to the school and explained what they would be doing. The Vanguard wouldn't be able to take the position officially on the ranks, but when the new results for the rankings came out, the Vanguard positions on the individual and team ranking boards would be shown to the public, which would show where Paragon and his Vanguard would be standing at if they were full-fledged heroes. Vanguard would also be allowed to claim publicly their unofficial ranks by saying stuff like, if we had our full licenses, we would be at such and such rank. This would allow the rules to be maintained while meeting the requests of the citizens. Overall, this compromise was accepted by everyone that was calling for them to be ranked. Izuku POV, the new hero rankings for America would soon be announced. The entire Vanguard, our families, Principal Victor, Robin, and Tear all were at the Midoriya's home waiting for the results. I had texted All Might and told him about the petition and the government compromise. He said he would tune into the announcement today and would be waiting to see where we placed, and that regardless of where we all placed he would be happy since we were still only first years that are unofficially placing at all. I turned my head to the TV as I heard the American ranking showcase start. Third POV, hello, America. How are we doing tonight? Yelled the president of the Hero Commission. Tonight we are announcing the new hero rankings. I know a lot of you are tuning in for a special reason tonight, so please stick with us and we will get there. She stated. The officials worked their way through all the different rankings for fun things and weird things. We soon arrived at the team-based ranking chart. Now, I know some of you are tuning in tonight for this ranking and the individual rankings since we have some unusual ranking going on tonight. So let us see who all places in the top 20 teams of America, she stated. The top 20 teams of all of America are Tears in first, Golden Pride in second, Steel in third, Fury in fourth, fifth, sixth, 20th. These are the official top 20 teams. However, we will be announcing an unofficial ranking of a rising team that is made up of first-year students from the world's and America's #1 hero school, America's UA, the Vanguard. This team has been on the rise lately and has been showing America that the next generation is powerful and worthy of being called heroes. With that said, the unofficial ranking of America's UA Vanguard team is 5th place, yelled the president of the Hero Commission for America. Everyone in the crowd at the announcement started to cheer while everyone at Midoriya's house was frozen. We placed 5th. We're not even full-fledged heroes yet and our team placed 5th already. Izuku screamed out in happiness. Everyone started to cheer and clap about that fact. Tyr and Robin were both happy that they helped Vanguard grow at their agency. The results are showing just through their placement in the rankings since Tyr's team that is called Tears is ranked first and has been doing it for years. Yet, an upcoming group may soon overtake them once they have their full license. Everyone started to calm down and then heard noises. They all turned to see Lucas, Alex, and Izuku having a full-blown makeout session on the couch while they were getting a bit too touchy for a public setting. Cough cough boys, please don't get too frisky in front of your bosses and principal, called out Hisashi, which snapped the boys out of their makeout session. They apologized for doing that in front of everyone while the girls on the team were just giggling and encouraging them to do more. Everyone just gave the girls deadpan looks. Everyone turned back to the TV since the crowd calmed down and they were moving on to the individual ranking. Now we are going to be announcing the top 25 ranks for individuals. Remember folks, we will do the unofficial ranks of the Vanguard members at the end to see where they place. First place is the Hero Brave. Second Lion, third. Sixth is Robin from the Hearts Agency. Seventh is Tyr from the same agency. 8th, 15th, 25th. Folks, these are our top 25 heroes of America. Now I know everyone wants to know where the individual members of Vanguard place unofficially. We will start with Azrael, who placed 17th. Next is Dove, who placed 16th. Storm placed 15th. Phoenix placed 12th. Dragon placed 11th. And lastly, the leader of the Vanguard, the rising hero of hope, the Paragon, has placed 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire Vanguard team has placed in the top 25 heroes of America unofficially, with Paragon placing in the top 10. Please do remember that they are also only first-year students as well, announced the president of the Hero Commission. Izuku and the Vanguard arrived back in America over 2 weeks ago. Now the Vanguard was approaching the end of the year. Winter break was approaching, which meant the cultural festival was coming up, but also the exams for the end of the semester were also coming up. The exams would be harder for them since they would be tested on second-year knowledge. The exam would cover everything a second year should know, and if the Vanguard passed it, that meant we would start working on the last semester of classes next year, since the assumptions of the principal puts the Vanguard a full semester ahead of schedule, which means the Vanguard had already started studying third-year schoolwork and just need to pass the test that covers all the second-year stuff. If the Vanguard all passed, then they would take their third-year knowledge exam at the end of the first semester next year. Though this does not take into account any long-term missions or accidents. Since only 6 of us are in our own homeroom, the Vanguard had to decide for themselves what they wanted to do for the cultural festival. The girls suggested a Nico cafe shop with Izuku dressing up as a Nico, which got shot down quickly by Lucas and Alex. They wouldn't allow anyone to see Izuku like that but themselves, they said, which made Izuku blush. They soon decided to dance show with Lucas, Alex, and Izuku dancing. Izuku POV, the day the cultural festival arrived. It was hard for us to include the dance practice in addition to all of our training, but we found creative ways to do it. We had a stage set up outside that wasn't too big or too small, and by the time we had planned to go out and dance, there was already a decent crowd gathered around the stage. We could tell the 3 girls in our group were enjoying this because they were yelling for any girl to get over near the stage to enjoy a good show. Soon we came out walking in heels, which confused the crowd for a second. Then this happened. Soon our dance came to an end and we were able to go explore the rest of the event. I decided to go get changed into a different outfit and surprise my lovers. I came back dressed in this new outfit that I bought while back in Japan. I looked at my two lovers and could tell that had a blush on their faces even though they were trying to hide it. I just found it very cute of them. We went around the different stalls and got food as we listened and watched different booths that had music or performances going on. There was one booth that had one of those water guns and you had to shoot the fish to get the prize. The prize that I saw was a painting of Lucas, Alex, and me in our hero outfits. I wonder when someone had the time to paint that, but I still kind of wanted it. Lucas and Alex noticed my attention and saw the painting as well, and they couldn't deny that they didn't want it as well. As such, both of my lovers turned it into a competition to see who would get me the painting. Ironically, they both tied and had enough points for it, so we had gotten it either way. I had given them both a kiss on the lips and told them good job and thanks for the present. Soon night was upon us and we all moved over to the lake located on campus. Due to the size of the campus, they had a lake built for training purposes but also used it as the spot for fireworks shows this time of year. The fireworks were amazing. Lucas and Alex sat down on the ground and pulled me onto the middle of them both and just hugged me as we sat there watching the fireworks. Skylar, Sophia, and Rose sat behind us as well to watch. It was nice having these moments with the group. Soon the show came to an end and we all went home for the weekend since we didn't have any training or learning to do since all staff was off campus for a break after the festival. As such, we had the weekend to ourselves. Izuku POV, we all got home and went to our rooms. I lead Alex and Lucas to ours where I separated and went into the bathroom. Soon I came out and saw Alex and Lucas both under the covers not noticing me yet. I walked up and crawled under the covers and found myself between Alex's legs where I started to lick his underwear, causing him to get hard. Suddenly the covers came flying off and Lucas and Alex were looking at me. Alex had a large blush on his face from me liking him. We have the weekend for me to recover from some rounds of nighttime activities, my dragon and Phoenix, I said as I purred it out. I started to lick Alex's underwear again where his D was located, causing him to a bit. This made Lucas start moving as he pulled me out from Alex's legs and pulled me close to the edge of the bed where Lucas was now standing. I was flipped on my knees and arms and had my clothing removed from me as both Lucas and Alex had already gotten naked. Lucas started to work on my anal area and was preparing me while Alex moved himself to be on his knees in front of me. I saw that his long member was in front of me and I started to play with it in my mouth by liking up and down his and started to deep throat him. Soon Lucas had me ready and started to make himself home inside me with his member as well. Within minutes I had both of my holes working on them both as Alex suddenly grabbed my head and forced me fully down on his member, making him go all the way to the back of my throat as he started to come in my throat. Lucas soon after slammed into me and came inside. Soon they switched places and we started another round, however this time they flipped me on my back and Lucas started to SCK me off while I SCK him off while Alex was entering me. Soon we finished several more rounds when Alex repositions us. He laid down on the bed while still inside me and then Lucas moved and entered me after a few seconds. They both started to F me at the same time as we all became a miming mess for several minutes until we all came. Soon though we needed to move to the bathroom so they could help me clean myself and they could clean themselves. As they sat me down in the bathtub I moved over and had them sit on the edge where I gave them both BLWJBS that caused them to give me a facial because I wanted to do it a bit longer. After I finished we all sat down in the tub and Alex started to clean me up while Lucas just rubbed my muscles to help me relax. Third POV, the Vanguard enjoyed their private time and alone time over the weekend before they had to return to school today, Monday. They were gearing up for the final exams again and would need to be ready both physically and mentally for the exams. They had 1 month left before the end of the semester and they all had goals that they wanted to aim for. Izuku wanted to see if he could increase OFA from his current 60% limit to 65% but was unsure if he would make it. The gravity field that he could create was helpful in increasing his muscle mass but always had to be careful with using it for training. Izuku also wanted to figure a way to use OFA with the Vanguard quirks by combining them or some other method. Alex wanted to see if he could learn to control his fire into physical weapons or use the fire in a different format with his fighting style or current abilities. Lucas wanted to test if he could turn his fire to create coldness. He currently could make the fire burn, or not as such he should be able to make it turn into ice fire. Skylar was aiming to see if she is able to remove the energy from an opponent. Currently, when she heals, she is sending her energy to the other person, as such if it goes one way it might be able to go the other way. Rose has started to look into controlling her air element better, to a point where she can create a vacuum effect to remove the air out of people's lungs, which would knock them out. Sophia was looking into making her illusions more real. Currently, she makes an illusion that people see, but instead she wants to change people's perception of reality by changing a person's entire field of vision into one entire illusion. Third POV. It was now a week into the Vanguard's winter break. They have been keeping up with their studying, physical training, and patrols. However, today was going to take a drastic turn for their patrol. The patrol started out like a typical patrol where Vanguard would patrol different areas but focused on more poorer and higher crime rate areas. They caught quite a few different criminals that ranged from drug dealers to muggers, but on the way back to the agency from patrol they received an emergency request for backup. Vanguard decided to go act as a backup since they were nearby and thought it shouldn't take that long. Oh, how wrong they were that day. They arrived on site to see a villain with a gigantification quirk attacking heroes. Vanguard was about to move in when they heard a scream coming from an area behind the villain and spotted a group of 12 children and 2 adults. It looked like it was a school tour group that had come from the museum down the street since there was a bus in a nearby parking lot. "We need to get the students out of there first before dealing with the villain," Paragon stated as he started to move in that direction with everyone following. Suddenly the heroes on site hit the villain with a larger attack that caused the villain to fall back towards the 12th-floor building behind it. This caused a chain reaction of the building becoming destabilized and Paragon rushing ahead to save the school group. "Paragon!" the Vanguard team yelled out as they saw him dash ahead and stand in the middle of the school group as the building started to fall down on them. Izuku POV. I refuse to allow these children to die. I yelled in my mind as I saw the building starting to fall down on the school group. In those few remaining moments, I arrived in the middle of the school group and they looked at me with shocked faces. "Don't lose hope, for Paragon is here," I stated. Right after that I powered OFA up to 65% and raised my hands to catch the building. I couldn't use a gravity push since it would send the building parts onto other people, as such I was left with catching it all in one go. Time slowed down. "Hello, Ninth. It's like you're a magnet for the trouble, you know that," stated a bald man that I recognized as an OFA past user. "My name is Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of OFA, and you're here to get my quirk Black WHP, Banjo stated. Banjo explained how Black WHP is the perfect quirk for increasing one's mobility and grappling things from a distance. That my longing to capture all the falling building parts reacted to what Black WHP is used for, grabbing things at a distance. Kid, the users of OFA are amazed at your willingness to do everything you can to save everyone, but you need to remember you can't save everyone. If you walk away from this alive, then you better remember that. OFA doesn't make you a god, Paragon, because not even All Might saved everyone," Banjo said with a solemn tone. I had realized I was a bit reckless in my actions just now, but just felt said that young children with such a long life ahead would have died. Soon the first user of OFA appeared behind Banjo and waved at me as I started to disappear. I could hear him whisper, "Good luck, Ninth," as I found myself back in the real world. I could feel the Black WHP respond to my emotions as Banjo said it would. I sent all the Black WHPs out to act as support beams to help me hold the weight above me. "Everyone get as close to me as you can," I shouted to the school group, which all gathered in a circle around me. I could feel all the weight from the 12th-floor building settle down on top of me. Though I am using 60% of OFA and Black WHP, it still is straining my body by holding all of this weight non-stop. It would be one thing to lift it all and throw it, but another to just hold it non-stop. "Don't lose hope. I will hold this as long as I need to," I stated with a smile on my face. I could see the kids become less scared, but the teachers knew that I was performing a feat that could kill me if I'm not careful. I just smiled at the teachers and nodded my head. They knew what I knew. This was going to be a long and scary time under this rubble. Third POV. Soon after the rubble collapsed, everyone was frozen since they all saw Paragon go under the rubble to catch it. Dragon and Phoenix moved to detain the villain quickly since they couldn't allow the villain to mess with the destroyed building rubble. Dove, Storm, and Azrael started to organize any of the heroes and emergency responders on the scene to start working on the collapsed building. It only took Dragon and Phoenix 2 minutes to detain the villain because they were said. They didn't hold back on their punches as they do for normal villains. No, they were punching as hard as they could and knew they broke bones in the guy's body but didn't care. They handed the villain over to the police and moved over to the area where they saw their soulmate be buried alive to save a school group. Soon the media and other heroes got wind of what happened and people started to show up to help clear the rubble. It took everyone working for 2 hours to get the rubble cleared enough that we started to get to the center. It took everyone so long because the experienced rescue heroes on site were worried about us collapsing the rubble down onto Paragon if he was holding it all up. As such, everyone had to take their time in moving the rubble from the pile. After the 2 hours, we heard a hero yell out about finding some black substance that looked like a quirk. The Vanguard moved over to that area and called out for Paragon. "Paragon, are you in there?" They yelled out. They could hear a muffled response, but they heard a yes. "Just hold on for a bit longer, we are getting close. We found a black substance that is blocking part of our way," stated Dragon. However, the black substance started to move a bit, which opened up a hole for them to fit into. This shocked everyone, but soon rescue heroes started to make their way into the hole. Izuku POV, I heard the Vanguard shouting and asking if I was in here. I shouted back that I was, and then they said something about a black substance. I realized that they were talking about the black WHP. As such, I felt where there was no more weight on the black WHP and pulled that WHP back to open a hole, which caused some light to enter the cavity that I had created by my WHPS and me holding the rubble up. After a few minutes, I could see rescue heroes enter. They looked around and saw how I was holding the rubble up and were shocked. Soon though they started to move and got an idea on the wounded. The school group only had light wounds, which allowed the rescue heroes to start passing the school group out of the hole. It took about 30 minutes to get all of the school group out. "Paragon, please keep holding as we figure a way to get you out of here," stated one of the rescue heroes. Suddenly though I saw Storm enter the cavity from outside. "I'll take care of it. I can manipulate the earth below us to create supporting pillars to hold the weight up instead. They should last long enough to get us all out of here," Storm stated. It was another 30 minutes before the rescue heroes approved of the support structure that Storm had created, and they had me start pulling back black WHP before it was all gone. Next, they had me slowly lower my hands from the rubble above me, and once my hands were away from the rubble, I started to collapse from quirk exhaustion due to running my quirk for hours nonstop. The rescue heroes and Storm had to help me walk out of the rubble, and I could hear the cheers when I was brought out. A large crowd had gathered during the hours. They started to chant, "Paragon's Vanguard! Paragon's Vanguard!" as I raised my hand up in the air and clenched my fist. Soon I was escorted to an ambulance nearby and was taken to the hospital. Third POV. All of the families were waiting at the hospital with Principal Victor, Robin, and Tear waiting as well. Soon Izuku and the Vanguard had arrived, with Izuku being rolled into a room for an emergency checkup since they don't know what happened to the internals of his body from holding that much weight for so long. "Doctor, any idea of how he will be?" asked Dinko. "Currently, we don't know what happened to his internal body due to all that weight for being held for so long. If he is lucky, he will only have quirk exhaustion and will be banned from using his quirk for a week, with him only being allowed to do light physical training like jogging and stretches. Weightlifting and other things would be banned for the week as well. We will know all of the damage within 30 minutes because of some doctor's quirks," the doctor stated. All Might POV, winter break is over. Izuku and the Vanguard have returned to school for likely the last semester of their education. I was surprised to learn from Izuku that the winter break incident turned out to be helpful for Izuku in getting a new quirk, but also increasing his control of OFA to 75%. Most normal heroes and villains cannot even stand against Izuku at his 50% mark, and now he is at 75%. Izuku's 80% should be about the same as my 100% of OFA, which means that he needs to be far more careful in the angles of his hits, or else he will cause a lot of weather-changing events. Just him throwing a punch in the air at 50% can cause mild rain to happen, but when I or he enter past the 70% and higher is when we start affecting the weather far more with our punches. Third POV. We could see that the students were all lined up on the stage. The staff decided to have the top general education student give the speech this year since Bakugo somehow qualified for it and no one wanted to listen to him. Soon the event started and the first event was a King of the Hill match. There was the typical race from start to finish, but this year we had some new traps placed across the racing ground. This resulted in a lot of people being knocked out of the race, and even a few from 2A got knocked out of the race. Next was the Capture the Flag match. 42 students went in this round and only 12 would pass. This match took an interesting turn as there were no official teams. However, Class 2B joined forces and kept hitting Class 2A. Other students noticed this that were still left and joined in on teaming against 2A. This kept going for 30 minutes until the match was called, and it was shocking because of the 12 people that made it to the final round, all of them but one was from 2B. The only student from a different class was Shinso from 2A. You could see the devastation on 2A faces. The staff box in the stadium was silent as this was a bit shocking. We thought there would be more from 2A, but there wasn't. None of the quirk powerhouses made it to the next round either, but instead, a student with a mental quirk did, which just proved his strength and quirk abilities. I told my class not to get complacent, and what do? They got complacent, stated Aizawa, who was annoyed with his class. They did indeed, but none of that is your fault since we know this class went down the drain once Izuku left. He is what gave everyone the motivation and drive to go far past Plus Ultra, and his leaving SCKD all the Plus Ultra out of them. I said, indeed. I've been considering sending Class 2A and B to America to have them attend the AUA for a few weeks, stated Nizu. No. I will not agree with you sending his former classmates to annoy Izuku. Also, I doubt Victor and the AUA staff would agree since some of them know what 2A has done. I said, oh, don't worry. I was considering it after Izuku graduates with his team. This way he wouldn't be stuck with them. Nizu said. This didn't really make me happy either, but the staff and I agreed it could be talked about later in the year and wouldn't happen no matter what this semester at all. We focused back on the festival and soon the matches went by and we soon had our winners. In third place was Shinso, second was Kendo, and in first was Monoma because he copied a good set of quirks that he had practiced with a lot and became good at them. This was an interesting year of winners but was a good show of skills and quirks. Soon the students were told to go back to the classrooms and that they would talk to their teacher before going home for the weekend. Third POV. Well, that was something. I expected a bit more from all of you, stated Aizawa. He then went on to explain that if anyone requested them for an internship this year, they would be allowed to go. They were warned to make a good impression on their internships because it could lead to a work study if they were lucky. Otherwise, they wouldn't be getting the experience in the field that they need since internships only last a week, which isn't enough time to gain experience. Some of the class asked if UA would help students get work studies. Aizawa shot this down quickly. Getting you a work study is not our responsibility. As an individual teacher, they could recommend you to a coworker if they felt you would be a fit, but that would also mean that the teacher had to like you and trust your skills enough to put their name behind you. Now how many of you have good enough relationships with any teacher here at UA for that? Aizawa stated in a cold tone. If you had a work study last year, you can call them and request they take you on again, and they might if they believe you did a good job, he said before letting them all go home. Aizawa soon went to the staff room and Vlad King came in and talked to him. They talked about doing some joint trainings to try and get Class 2A to shape up before the end of the semester, or else they are going to turn out to be subpar heroes that will die quickly. Some of them might make it to the top 20 ranks due to their quirks, but most won't if they don't get skills to combine with their quirks. Soon it was time for the America UA to start their yearly tournament. Mostly everyone had bets placed on the Vanguard taking all the top spots again this year and are betting on individuals ranking for the Vanguard. All Might had arrived 2 days before the tournament to spend some private time with the family. He also was brought up to date on everyone's skills and Izuku's current quirk training. Izuku informed All Might that he was able to push OFA to 80% and was on track to get to 100% before or right after the end of the first semester, which made All Might happy. Using the gravity method, Izuku has been able to make his muscles firmer instead of bulking up to All Might's size. This method has also allowed Izuku to gain around a 5% increase each month to his control of OFA because he has been gaining muscles but also making them really dense. The school has even asked Izuku to allow the support department to study his quirk a bit to try and replicate his gravity field effects. It was discovered that they were able to, but only to a point. Izuku himself can now increase gravity by x8, but the support department could only build a room that would go up by x3. It was still a greatly beneficial device for AUA in which they provided half the patent rights to Izuku since he allowed them to study his quirk. Gravity quirks that operate like his were really rare, which caused problems in studying them. The school allowed students to use the room to train but had to get medically cleared to use it and had strict restrictions on its usage. Though the restrictions were strict, no one complained since they could see the results on the Vanguard from Izuku's quirk and they all wanted to benefit from it. It was time for the tournament and everyone was called out to the stage for a speech by Paragon this year. This was the first time for a speech to be done because of the format of the tournament, but the staff decided to do it because of how influential the Vanguard has become in the school. All of the students and staff treated the Vanguard's words as law in the school. This was due to how fair and honorable the Vanguard has shown itself to be. The Vanguard during their time at AUA had made several sweeping changes that got approved by the school. One such change was that there was now a new year-round quirkless combat ranking system that allowed students to challenge anyone to a quirkless fight if the school approved of it. The tournament came to an end and All Might returned to Japan with a lot to think about. How to announce his retirement, where to do it at, and if they would reveal his skinny form. These questions would be hard for All Might to think about but need to happen. At least he would have Nizu, Gran Torino, and the detective to help him plan for it all. Izuku's POV, the Vanguard and I have been working hard. We've been training non-stop and studying every day. However, our time is at its end since the hero exam is next week and then 2 weeks later will be the third-year knowledge exams that will determine if we can graduate on time. We've been told that we will not know our results from the hero exam since the UN will be reviewing every second of it and sending it to different people for grading of each category in their grading system, which is newly created since this is the first exam the UN has taken over. That made us a bit nervous, but we will push forward. Everyone focused a bit more on doing physical training since we have run out of ideas currently with our quirks. We plan to revisit that when we have more time to focus on it and not be crunched for time. As such, everyone used my gravity field for training instead of the gravity chamber that AUA created based on my quirk. We slowly worked our way up to an X5 gravity field that I can put out with my quirk. The school's medical staff warned against training in X8 gravity anytime soon since not even I can currently withstand it without negating the effects on myself. As such, we are limited to X5 where we have some difficulty, which grants us the best results. This resulted in a basic increase in everyone's muscle density and increased our basic agility, speed, and strength. I, however, was able to push my quirk control of OFA from 75% to 90%. Though 90% is my current limit, I am able to use 100% of OFA. However, currently, it greatly hurts my body and I can only use it for 5 minutes max before the great amount of pain turns to bone fractures and then bone breaks. All Might has warned me not to use 100% in battle unless it's a death fight but agreed that having 100% even for only 5 minutes in a death fight would make a huge impact. He wants me to gain more muscle mass before trying to use 100% of OFA at all before we consider me having mstred OFA. Though the hero exam is next week, the Vanguard team has decided to lower the amount of physical training since not much can change between now and the exam. As such, we decided to spend the time we would have been training to do more patrols. Crime rates on our patrol routes have dropped by 30% overall in most areas, which have led to civilians feeling safer to exit their homes and an increase in other heroes doing patrols in these areas. As such, we've requested our patrol routes to be changed to higher crime rate areas again, which the Hearts Agency and government were happy to meet since they have seen the effect of us doing this. We would enter the high crime areas and clean the streets up, which has led to lower crime rates and an increase in hero patrols from local heroes which kept the crime rates down in our past areas. In addition to more patrols, We have invested a bit of time into our social media page, which has gotten nearly 300 million followers, which aren't just Americans. We've started to pick up steam in other countries that we haven't visited due to America promoting the hero of hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard, Dragon, Phoenix, Dove, Storm, and Azrael. It also helped that the UN officials have been talking about us, which caused other country leaders to look into us. Overall, we are expected to take all the top 6 spots in the next ranking chart, which was pushed back to 2 weeks after our hero exam. Soon the patrols passed the time and the day of the hero exam was on us. The UN representative told us that the exam would be held at our school since they would be taking control of one of the city training grounds. We were told to head to our homeroom 2V and get ready to take the written hero exam, which was going to be proctored by UN staff members to ensure no bias happens. It took us about 2 hours to finish the written exam, and then we were given an hour break to eat and prepare ourselves for the physical portion of the exam. This exam would not be the standard one that other heroes take. The words that the UN representative told us were, "You said to make it harder, as such it will be harder. If you pass, then no one can say you didn't earn your full hero license unfairly." We were wondering what they did to make the exam harder, since the standard exam is a marathon, around 26 miles. Followed by a rescue and fighting villain test. We finished eating and arrived at the exam site on campus. We were given information about our fake mission that we needed to complete. Capture all the villains. Save the hostages. Cause as little damage to the city as we can. Don't let the villain leader escape. It seemed like a straightforward exam, but we felt like there was a catch. We would have to find out in the exam though if there was a catch or not. We were told to enter the city and start the mission and that there was no time limit. The team decided to move into the air and use the clouds to hide us while we try to find the hostages. About 5 minutes pass before we find any signs of activity in a warehouse. We use Azrael's illusions to hide as we get close to the building. Once we get to the building, we split up into teams of 2 to do recon. About another 5 minutes later, we have gathered a decent amount of information about the situation. There were 30 villains inside the base with 11 hostages. Dove mentioned that one villain kept looking in the direction of the hostages and was looking at one particular hostage. It was possible that a villain was disguised as a hostage to attack us later, but we wouldn't know unless we had more information. We started to make a plan of action. It was decided that once we got inside, Phoenix would make a cage of fire around the hostages so that if one was a villain they couldn't attack us from behind. Azrael would keep herself hidden and move behind the hostages in a backup plan if one hostage is a villain and still attempted to attack. The rest of us would split apart the villains and start to defeat them. We set off with the plan and moved in silently, taking out any villains we could before we set them all off. About 10 villains in we got discovered. Soon the fight broke out and Phoenix had set up the fire cage blocking all villains from getting to the hostages. The Vanguard was making quick work of the villains when one of the hostages got up and held a knife to another one. It was indeed a trap. "Stand down, heroes, or me and my men will kill the hostages," yelled the now identified leader. Azrael made her move and grabbed the hand that had the knife and broke the wrist. She then knocked the guy out via the neck with a strong hit. It took us about 5 minutes to clear out the rest of the villains before we had them all knocked out. Suddenly more villains showed up and started to attack us. Dove, Storm, and Azrael all protected the hostages while Dragon, Phoenix, and Paragon fought the new villains. The girls started to see the hostages outside of the building so they would be safe since we knew these new villains were far stronger than the other ones. Each of the boys had to take a group of 4 villains to fight. Dragon was making headway in his group by utilizing his superior speed and agility to deflect blows and attack when they were open. Phoenix made a ring of fire around them to heat up his villains and restrict their movements. Soon Phoenix took the lead in the fight and tied up his villains with his fire, causing them to be defeated. Paragon was able to defeat 3 of his villains quickly with 30% kicks and punches, while the last one was a bit thicker. He had a quirk that allowed him to absorb shocks to his body and send them back. As such, Paragon switched to using a gravity field that made the villains smash into the ground, which resulted in him winning. Soon after tying up all of the villains and ensuring the girls still had all the hostages, the exam was called. Heroes win. Please release everyone and return to the exam entrance, announced the UN staff. Dove started to heal the fake villain team and they thanked her for it. Soon everyone made it back to the entrance and the UN staff said that the first portion of the exam is completed. They announced that we now had to fight against several heroes that they brought from different countries so we wouldn't know their quirks. However, the said heroes were given descriptions of the Vanguard's quirks to make the fight harder. The few weeks between the exams and graduation have gone by quickly. Some of the time was spent doing physical training while the other time was for planning out the shift from the Hearts Agency to our own once we have everything set up. We have already found a building that is located near the Hearts Agency and has been purchased. The building has our team's logo located on the front of the building. We are currently having the office rebuilt inside to meet our team's needs and it will be completed soon. During this time, the Hearts Agency has offered to host our agency team in their office until we can relocate. They have also offered us the support of their agency's teleporter hero. We would just be responsible for paying him for the time he spends doing work for our agency. As such, this allows us to keep up our unique patrol routes across the country where we change the routes to high crime rates every month if we wish to. Today is the day of our graduation. The entire Vanguard, the family, All Might, Gran Torino, and Nizu are inside our home. We are getting ready to go to school to attend graduation. The ceremony was open to all students that wanted to attend to send off the Vanguard. Everyone was talking about random things until a knock on the door happened. Inko went and answered the door and we found Victor, Robin, and Tyr at the door. They were invited in and joined in on the conversations. Victor told everyone that the staff was taking care of the setup and he was here to guide them when they got to the school. Izuku decided to get a photo of everyone together for the Vanguard's social media when the announcement comes out that we have our licenses. Soon after talking for about another hour, we all headed to the school for the ceremony. As everyone with the Vanguard entered the school, they passed by the auditorium where the ceremony would be held. The Vanguard looked in and saw that the entire student body was present and had the entire room filled. The Vanguard was shocked at the fact that everyone had come on a weekend for their graduation, though it was within the realm of possibility due to the influence they have had on the school and American community. The Vanguard was taken to backstage while everyone else was skirted to the front row near the stage. Staff in the back had given us our outfits to change into for when we go on the stage. We are here, everyone. We worked non-stop for this and we finally will have our initial goal completed, I told the team. They all agreed and started to hug each other. We were so happy that we made it to this day. Through our hero in training life, we have had several close encounters with death. The first being the Reaper incident, which provided us with many learning experiences that still help us today. Soon we heard an announcer call everyone to calm down. Welcome everyone to this unusual graduation ceremony. These ceremonies happen typically in the third year and at the end of the year. Instead, we are gathered today to send off a special group of students that have proven their heroic drive countless times. Please welcome to the stage the hero of hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard, announced the person. With this, we all made our move towards the stage and were met with a round of clapping. Now, to conduct this ceremony we have Principal Victor, President Theo of the Hero Commission, and Representative Gray from the UN Hero Commission with us today. I will now let them take this over, said the person as they backed away from the mic and exited the stage. Vanguard, please rise, Victor stated. We did as he asked. Today, we send off the Vanguard who has only been with us a year and a half, which is what it took them to go through 3 years' worth of education and hero training. This is a feat that many cannot keep up with due to the harsh conditions that they would be put under. I am proud to have you gone through our doors, Vanguard, and am proud Paragon joined us from Japan's UA. They truly don't know what they let get away from them, Victor said while he threw Nizu a smug look. Victor then allowed the President of America's Hero Commission and the UN representative to take over. Vanguard, when your name is called forward, then step forward to accept your high school diploma from Principal Victor and your hero license from us, stated the President. They called each of us and gave us our diplomas and license. Everyone started to clap until the UN representative stepped back up to the mic and started to talk. Vanguard, if you please would look at your licenses. You will notice that you don't have the typical hero license. Instead, you have been given a World Hero license. This license is a new type issued by the UN Commission only. Having this license means that you are designated as a world hero but also represents that you had taken your hero exam through the UN Commission instead of any single country regulating body. Congratulations, as you are the first in the world to hold these licenses, stated the UN representative. The ceremony lasted for about another 10 minutes of talking before everyone was dismissed. The school stated that there was a large catering company outside on the field that would be providing food and drinks to anyone that wanted to stay for some time to relax and mingle. The Vanguard decided to go to the field and talk with some of the people and allow people to take pictures with them if they wanted to. Soon though, this came to an end as the Vanguard was pulled away by the staff to meet their family and guests inside the building. The UN representative was there also and explained more about Vanguard's new licenses. They didn't report to any single country hero commission, like normal. They had no home country destination and could set up multiple agencies across the world. It was decided that the wedding would be more of a private event and only a limited number of people were going to be attending. The people attending were all parents of the Vanguard members, All Might, Gran Torino, Nizu, Tyr, Robin, Victor, which was 24 people. The fathers had already picked the location for the wedding and soon everyone was getting dressed and ready for the day. Soon, everyone arrived at the wedding venue and Izuku was loving it. It wasn't grand but it was welcoming and he loved it. Lucas and Alex didn't care as long as Izuku was happy, so they went with it. It was decided that Nizu would officiate the wedding since Nizu had a license in many things, which included a license to marry people off in 20 different countries. This saved everyone from having to deal with a third-party official when they wanted to keep this ceremony private for family and friends. Soon the lovers were separated and sent to different rooms where they would start preparing for the ceremony. Lucas and Alex were sent to the same rooms so they could finish faster and get to their positions and be ready. The fathers decided to pick more unique outfits for Lucas and Alex to wear, while Izuku would wear a bit more of a traditional white tux and hairpiece. Alex and Lucas were standing at the front of the seating area and were waiting when they heard the wedding song start to play. Everyone turned around and looked at the entrance waiting for Izuku to enter. Soon the door was opened and All Might and Hisashi were both walking Izuku down the aisle. Izuku's father had All Might join him since Izuku saw All Might as another father figure and Hisashi liked having All Might in Izuku's life. Both Lucas and Alex developed a deep blush across their face when they saw how Izuku looked as he was coming up the aisle towards them. Soon Izuku arrived and Nizu started to talk. We are gathered here today to join Lucas Smith, Alex White, and Izuku Midoriya in holy matrimony. Will Lucas and Alex please each take a stand on the sides of Izuku? Now, do you, Lucas and Alex, take Izuku as your beloved husband and promise to love him, honor him, comfort him, and to keep him in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you three shall live? Nizu asked Lucas and Alex. I, Lucas, do. I, Alex, do. Izuku, do you take Lucas and Alex as your husbands, to live together in matrimony, to honor them, to comfort them, and to keep them in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live? Nizu asked Izuku. I, Izuku, do. Then Lucas and Alex, please repeat after me. We, Lucas and Alex, take you, Izuku, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part, Nizu said with both of them repeating. Izuku then stated his lines after Nizu stated them. Nizu then pulled out the rings he was given for them. The rings were a golden dragon and phoenix combined on the wedding rings. Nizu gave Izuku 2 rings while Lucas and Alex held the ring they are meant to give Izuku together. Izuku then placed the rings he held on both Lucas and Alex, who then turned around and gave Izuku his ring. Now, by virtue of the authority vested in me under the laws of America and the Hero Commission of America, I hereby now pronounce you husbands. Lucas Midoriya and Alex Midoriya, you may kiss your husband Izuku Midoriya now. Nizu said with a grin on his face as Lucas and Alex pulled Izuku in between them and started to kiss Izuku on the cheek and traded places to give him a deep kiss for a few seconds each. Everyone started to clap as the 3 now married boys moved towards the door as everyone followed them. They all soon arrived outside to the dining area for dinner, where they all sat down at the long table. All Might's private plane landed at the airport and everyone got into the car that Nizu had arranged. Nizu, please remember to send me the video from the sports festival. Also, please look over the video footage of whenever Endeavor was on campus near his son. I'm sure he has said some information that would help us against him. Izuku told Nizu, who was happy to compile. Soon the car arrived at the hotel where the Vanguard was staying. The group dropped off their luggage before getting suited up. They had posted on their social media that they would be doing an international mission for the UN since they were world heroes, so that no one in America got worried that they weren't on their patrols, since citizens would post information about their patrols if they saw the Vanguard group. Vanguard had started a case file on Endeavor with the following information: illegal Quirk marriage, abuse of spouse, abuse of children, spousal RP, possible murder of oldest son Tuya Todoroki, possible bribery of Rei Todoroki medical staff, possible bribery of Japan's Hero Commission. The evidence they had already obtained. First-year sports festival footage in which youngest son Shoto Todoroki admitted his father performed charges 1 through Vanguard decided to go question Rei Todoroki at the mental hospital since they could use Azrael to get them in without being seen or having Endeavor tipped off. Soon the Vanguard arrived at the hospital and started to make their way in. Due to the authority that the UN has overall hero commissions and heroes, Vanguard can do a lot more than typical heroes could not do. For example, sneaking into a mental hospital to talk to a patient and break into their mental records. The UN Hero Commission authority covers government figures, country commission figures, heroes, villains, and even the hero families if it is involved in a case. As such, world heroes can get around a lot of privacy laws when investigating corrupt government or hero figures. This meant that Vanguard could break into the mental hospital records room and make copies of all of Rei's medical records to see how doctors are judging her mental state and to try and figure out if her doctors are being bribed to keep her here, since if she is stuck here she can't go after Endeavor in court or public. Soon we arrived at Rei Todoroki's room and Azrael dropped my illusion as we had already entered the room silently without creating much noise via the door. I knocked on the door to let her know I was here. She turned around and was shocked for a moment and asked who I was. I explained I was a hero and needed to talk to her. Then I had my team drop out of Azrael illusions as well, and she saw all 6 of us. Hello Rei. My name is Paragon and I'm the team leader of the Vanguard. We are world heroes. Do you know what that means? I asked her. She did not know what world heroes were, so I explained to her what it meant. Explained the fact that we didn't report to any country hero commission but the UN's instead, and the fact that we had the authority to investigate heroes and corrupt government officials more easily than regular heroes. You're here about my husband, aren't you? Rei asked. Seemed she figured out what I was hinting at. Yes, we are here about our suspicions that he has committed multiple crimes such as illegal Quirk marriage with you, spousal abuse and RPE, abuse of his children, bribery, and possibly murder of Tuya Todoroki, depending on what we find, since your oldest son's death seems a bit off due to all the crimes we think he committed. Will you help us in our case against him? We already secured copies of your medical records to try and determine if you are truly still needing to be here or not. I asked and told her. She sat there thinking for a few moments when she agreed to talk. She stated that she doesn't know why she is still there since it's been a long time, but suspected it was because of Endeavor paying people off. As we talked and recorded the conversation for the case, we found more evidence of his crimes. We told her that we would attempt to get a third party to review her medical files soon and have someone come talk to her in person when we can do it without tipping off Endeavor. Rei also provided us a few locations in the house where Endeavor kept private documents that might help build a case about the illegal Quirk marriage. She also suggested talking to her son Natsuo, who would gladly help in the case. Her daughter is a bit blind and likely wouldn't talk until the case came full force. She did mention that they did bury what she assumed were Toya's ashes, but she doesn't know for sure that it was him. She told us Tuya had a blue fire that burned his skin and started to cause scarring because Endeavor pushed him to train too far, which harmed Toya. This caught my attention because blue fire and scarring caused by a quirk sounded a lot like the villain known as Dabi based on the descriptions he received from Nizu and All Might from the camp attack. I decided that we would have to look into it later, since finding Dabi would be hard since they are on the run from heroes in Japan. Soon the team left the hospital unnoticed by anyone and headed back to the hotel for the night. The evidence they had already obtained. First-year sports festival footage in which youngest son Shoto Todoroki admitted his father performed charges 1 through Rei Todoroki's admission about Endeavor committing crimes 1 to 4, and possibly the 6th crime. We had sent the recording we gathered so far to the UN case lawyers who told us that they would send us a trustworthy doctor to review the medical files in our possession and would need to be taken to Rei for them to review her. It's been 3 days since we arrived in Japan. The doctor sent by the UN will arrive today and will review the medical records we have, then have us take them to Rei to talk to her, hopefully without being noticed. They will compare their session with her to the records and give a medical opinion on if the files are accurate of Rei's current state. If they are not, we have grounds to start digging into the doctor's financial lives and the hospital as well. After about waiting 2 more hours, the doctor arrived. He came into my hotel room where the team was waiting and started to review the medical records. About 40 minutes later he spoke. Based on these, she should still be there, but some of the stuff she has according to the files could have been treated if the doctors were doing their job. So either they are forging the documents and being paid off, or they are just horrible at the job and she needs to be transferred to somewhere else. The doctor said. We accepted this and told him we would take him to the hospital. Soon after the Endeavor mission in Japan, the Vanguard returned to America and started to do standard patrols for several weeks across America. The crime rate in America was on the downward slide since Vanguard would spread their patrols across all different cities that had higher crime rates. The Vanguard also hired several local heroes for the agency who they found were meeting the standard that they wanted for the agency. These heroes took care of the cities around the main agency so Vanguard could spend more time in other cities across America. Soon though, Vanguard Agency announced their funding of criminal reformation projects and homeless shelters in over a dozen cities. The stated goal was to decrease crime rates that were driven by poverty in most of the cities and allow people to have access to resources to turn their life around. The funding for this came from the payments that they received from the government for capturing criminals and villains. Any money that was typically left over from their agency was divided in a few ways. A small portion went into their personal savings, some went into emergency saving for the agency, and the remainder went into reformation projects like homeless shelters or criminal reformation programs. This was possible due to the family wealth and living at the Midoriya's home, which cut down on living expenses. Several weeks passed and the Vanguard team was called by the UN Hero Commission for a tour of international missions. They stated that there were missions that would be better suited for a team such as Vanguard and would like to send Vanguard to go complete it. They didn't offer a timeline on completion since it would be based on our speed. The team accepted since it was a plan to gain international recognition in preparation for All Might's retirement. Paragon was already a name talked about on the international stage due to Endeavor's trial where he was convicted of all the crimes that he was charged with. Rei Todoroki was also released and given all assets of Endeavor, which included his agency, which is currently being run by the other heroes. The Vanguard started to pack for the trip and called the teleporter hero that they are contracting via the Hearts agency to teleport them to these different countries. The first mission was located in France. The French are currently dealing with a villain that has been targeting heroes and killing them during night patrols. As such, our team was called in since we dealt with Reaper in the past, who was a similar case. It took Vanguard a few days to study the villain's MO and locate his next target area. The team had Azrael use her illusions on them, and they spread out in the sky and looked across the few mile areas that they thought the killer would be in. It took about 1 hour before Dove called it in and we all moved to her location. The killer had attacked another hero when Dove found him. She saved the hero but was fighting the killer. Though the killer was a very good fighter, Dove soon overpowered him and ended the fight right as the entire team arrived. They detained the killer and Dove healed the hero before he could die. The next mission was located in Great Britain. The mission in Great Britain was a human trafficking ring that the local heroes kept losing the trail of. Every time the heroes on the case got close, the villains would escape only a few days beforehand. They thought they had a mole, but they cleared everyone via a memory-searching Quirk user that worked for the government. As such, a new team was called in and Vanguard was given the mission. It took Vanguard 4 days to discover how the villain team was always slipping away since they did it even to them. The villains had a quirk user that could enter the dreams of other people and search for information. The villains, however, ran out of luck since the person they picked to use the quirk on next was Paragon. They were able to get into his dreams and start searching when OFA activated and the past users stopped the villain. They alerted Paragon of what happened and he informed his team. Soon they were able to track the dream quirk user down by police database and via underground heroes that have heard of him. Soon Vanguard and some underground local heroes captured the quirk user when he was in the city and arrested him. They brought the memory search quirk user in and found the current base location and attacked it. Vanguard explained that Paragon's quirk can adapt in some cases as he has multiple quirk aspects now because of it. As such, Paragon's quirk adapted a bit, which is how they figured out about the dream user. Next on the stop was Germany. The Germans had an SS rank villain on the loose that was giving them trouble. This wasn't an original mission that was planned for Vanguard, but they were already in Great Britain that the UN had requested them to go to this mission instead of their next stop. The SS villain was called Bomber, whose quirk allowed him to touch anything with all 5 fingers and which made a substance stick to it that turned into an explosive material that he could blow up at will. This villain had not been a major one until he attacked a prison and helped a lot of other villains escape. German heroes were scrambled to deal with all 200 villains that escaped that ranked from C to A rank. Vanguard soon arrived and started to help the cleanup while searching for the villain. It was soon discovered that he was attempting to escape to the Netherlands but was soon found by police who called it in. Vanguard all got onto Dragon, who transformed and flew to the site where the villain was found. Paragon quickly ended the fight by using a gravity field at his current max of X10, which caused the villain to scream in pain and be knocked out. Dove healed him so he wouldn't die and he was transported to jail to stand trial. The team stayed for 2 more days to help capture any leftover escaped villains. After that, Vanguard stayed 1 day to relax before being teleported to Greece for the mission they had planned to go to next. This mission was about an unknown creature in the local waters that was sinking ships. It turned out to be a villain instead of a creature. This villain had a transformation type quirk that turned them into a very large shark creature that had very sharp teeth which they used to put holes into ships. This villain was a bit annoying to deal with since they could survive in the water unlike anyone on the Vanguard team. As such, they had to separate the team onto different ships in the local waters and waited for the villain to try and attack. The ship that got attacked was Dragon's ship. Dragon decided to jump in the water and transform into his large dragon form and wrapped himself around the villain, which stopped him from fleeing. Soon the rest of the team arrived and Phoenix transformed and used his Phoenix form to drag Dragon and the villain to shore, where Storm, Dragon, and Phoenix used fire to force the villain to undo his transformation quirk or be dried completely out by the fire, which was a bad thing for water-based animal quirks. Once he transformed, Azrael and Dove attacked him and knocked him out with Paragon not having to do anything. After they were done in Greece, the UN called again and talked about a new mission that wasn't planned. It was located in Egypt. There was a villain that had a quirk that allowed them to control sand. None of the local heroes could get close to them because they would get lost or attacked in a sandstorm that the villain created. Due to the fact that the villain was out in the desert and using the sand, Paragon was cleared to use his almighty devastation because nothing would get destroyed and it should knock the villain out long enough for Vanguard to capture him. As such, they teleported to Egypt and met the local officials who thanked them for coming and showed them the area. Some local heroes came as some backup to help detain and SRT the villain once Vanguard defeated him. They admitted they wouldn't be much help since none of their heroes, even the number 1, could deal with this villain. As such, they wanted to deal with any small matters such as transporting and watching the villain so Vanguard wouldn't need to waste time since they are on an international helping mission and were sidetracked to their country. After about 1 day of searching the desert, they arrived in an area that the villain was in. Soon the villain started to create a sandstorm and was screaming at them to die, but Paragon quickly used his almighty devastation attack at the size of his hand and destroyed the sandstorm. They knocked the villain wasn't knocked out but stunned enough that Storm was able to use her lightning needles to shock him, which knocked him out. After the Egypt mission, the planned mission stop in India arrived. The mission in India was to help local heroes put an end to a large human trafficking ring. The local heroes kept losing the trail of the villain group that was controlling the human trafficking ring and they couldn't figure out why. The Vanguard Team came in and looked over the information that was gathered. Azrael had noticed one of the local government officials being shady. As such, she informed her team and followed him. She soon discovered that the government official was in the pocket of the villain group and had just sold the information about them being in the country to the villain group. Azrael had recorded the meeting via a camera in her outfit and alerted her team. She followed the villain as her team tracked her down. Soon the villain led her and the team to a base. They attacked the base and called in the police and told them the location the moment they started to attack so the official couldn't tip them off. Soon other heroes and police arrived near the end of the battle. They arrested all the villains and thanked Vanguard because this base later turned out to be the main group with information on all other locations. Local heroes and police had already started to move on the locations. Once everyone was back at the police headquarters celebrating Azrael and the Vanguard arrested the official, which shocked everyone. The reason you all couldn't get the villain group was that this official was selling you all out. Police chief, please watch this video we have of him selling the fact that we were in the country to the villain group. The villain in the photo is downstairs right now in lockup. Paragon stated. All of the heroes and police were upset because of so much time they had to waste due to this paid-off official. The Vanguard was thanked by the country government because the villain group was becoming a major problem for them and the citizens trust their heroes. The evidence that Vanguard collected on the paid-off official would help boost the heroes' standing since it wasn't their fault they couldn't catch the villains. Vanguard rested in India for several days to rest and then set off on their next stop in China. Japan was in a state of shock from Endeavor being arrested. Everyone was trying to figure out what happened and how no one ever noticed. The Japan Hero Commission stayed silent on the matter while JUA announced that they had provided evidence to the UN Hero Commission team for the investigation. Everyone was a bit confused about the person that gave the press statement since it was a guy that was really skinny. The Todoroki family was being questioned but they gave no answer. Soon, the day of the trial happened and the result came out. Endeavor was found guilty on all charges and imprisoned in the Netherlands. This sent another shockwave through Japan as people were wondering how he became the number 2 hero with that type of action and how it wasn't found out. Soon the news that the hospital had been bribed to keep the wife contained came out and it explained some of the situations since the wife couldn't get out to save her family. She was soon released and took everything on Endeavors. Ray spoke out and thanked the Hero of Hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard for their help since they were the team that looked into everything. This made everyone start looking into this team, and they were shocked that it was a young hero team that was already at the top of the team ranking and their individual team members took all the top spots in America. They also noticed in Vanguard's social media that the skinny blonde from JUA was in some of their photos. Everyone wondered what the connection between the blonde and the Vanguard was. Everyone in Japan just kept watching the Vanguard team and soon saw that they were starting a tour of international missions across the world. Japan knew All Might was a world hero, but he was the only one in Japan that held that title. Yet America had 6 that were an entire team. Vanguard was moving across different countries and the news of their wins was spreading like wildfire. The new Hero of Hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard were welcomed in every single country. From France to Brazil, every single country that the Vanguard went to they completed the mission. They even went and helped out in Australia when disaster struck the country. The Americans were celebrating their amazing heroes while Japan had lost one of their top heroes. They wondered if the Hero of Hope and his Vanguard would visit Japan again. Soon though they received a hint that it would happen when Mighty Towers made an announcement that they were sharing the agency office with the Vanguard agency. This shocked everyone since though All Might has shifted to teaching full-time currently, he has never allowed anyone to share his office before. People were starting to question if All Might was planning to retire soon since the Vanguard was increasing in popularity and All Might has shared his office with them. All Might thought Izuku's plans for his retirement were starting to play out well. He was right to start having him appear in his skinny form more in public appearances. People have begun to ask questions on who he was but haven't directly started to ask them. It also helped that Vanguard has him in some of their pictures on social media, which creates a connection between him and them beforehand. He had even started to appear in the hallways in his skinny form and the students were starting to get used to his appearance and didn't question him after he claimed to be an administrator working for the school. I walked into Nizu's office and we started to talk about how everything is currently going. So next you have the press statement from Mighty Towers about your agency lending its building to the Vanguard team. This should start the questions of if you will retire because Vanguard has been doing a lot of work on the world stage, Nizu said. I agreed it would start those questions and I decided to tell Nizu about my phone call with the UN that I recently had. Nizu, I've had a phone call with the UN a days ago before Vanguard made a stop here in Japan. They alerted me that I've lost my #1 world hero rank. It's official and will be announced who the new hashtag. Want to take a guess on who? I said. Nizu looked a bit shocked since he wasn't expecting me to lose the #1 hero rank, but it was understandable since I'm far more popular in Japan and some parts of the world, but I haven't done international missions in a while and the world has noticed. I'm going to take a shot and say Paragon? Nizu said, and I confirmed it. Yes, the entire Vanguard has taken all top 6 ranks due to all their missions they are doing and how much of an impact they have had in America crime rates, I told him. I was happy that it was my protege that is taking my spot. I've also got them to agree to delay the world ranking until we announce my retirement. I've told them the truth that I'm retiring at the end of the semester and about Paragon being my protege. They were shocked but happy to delay it. Though, I've already told Vanguard about their new ranks on the world stage. I told Nizu and he seemed happy that everything was falling into place. The impact of my retirement shouldn't be that great since the world is currently talking about the hero of hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard quite a lot. All Might, do you remember how I asked about having Class 2A and 2B go to America? I think the announcement would be a wonderful time. It would show the power difference between the classes and people they are compared to since the Vanguard is the same age as them. Though, we would need to warn Izuku and his Vanguard so they could be prepared and avoid the students as they want outside of the announcement, Nizu. I was a bit hesitant but told him we should clear it with Izuku and Victor since the day of the announcement will be all about Izuku and his Vanguard for the most part. Though I suggested not allowing the students near the site of the actual announcement so they couldn't cause any problems. Nizu was willing to accept that. Class 2A POV. Class 2A has had interesting discussions since the day of Endeavor's arrest. Some of them were about how no one noticed what Endeavor was doing. One small conversation was about how Endeavor's attitude and Bakugo's attitudes are really close to each other. This conversation didn't go unheard by Bakugo but he kept himself quiet since the day of Endeavor's arrest since even he has seen the connection. Bakugo was drawing parallels to what Endeavor did to his family and what he himself did to Izuku over the years. However, Bakugo just refused to admit it and kept denying it while there was a small portion of his subconscious mind that was telling him otherwise. However, soon everyone was talking about how the new hero of hope, the Paragon and his Vanguard team was making waves across the international community with all of their missions that they were doing. They also talked about how Paragon and the Vanguard were the same age as them all and had graduated last semester from the American UA, the sister school of the Japan UA. This shocked everyone at the fact that people their age had already graduated and were world heroes already. Shut it, extras. They are weak compared to me. This school is the only thing stopping me from doing what they are doing. Bakugo yelled out. Everyone just gave him a, "Are you serious?" look. Bakugo, sit down or detention, stated Aizawa once he walked in. The class started up and Aizawa decided to do a lesson on the difference between the heroes of countries and world heroes. Can anyone tell me the difference between a world hero and a normal hero in any random country? Aizawa asked. No one seemed to have an answer but someone spoke up and said, "Sir, is it the simple fact that they do missions across the world?" stated Lida. Some people whispered out agreements. You are correct but that isn't all. There are several key differences between world heroes and normal heroes. Some key differences are the fact that as a normal hero you report to your country hero commission. World heroes don't. Instead, they report to the UN Hero Commission. They can do missions and/or patrols in any country without reporting to that country's Hero Commission. They are allowed to investigate corrupt Hero Commission officials, other country heroes, and/or government officials without the pre-approval of the UN Hero Commission as seen in the case of Endeavor. They investigated him and found some proof which they reported to the UN, which opened a full case and gave them all the support they needed to find everything and anything. Being a world hero also allows them to go around many local laws that normal heroes have to obey. World heroes can also take on sidekicks, pro heroes, and/or work studies/interns from any country and relocate them to another as long as they are registered in the new country. World heroes can also take over a local hero's case if they have a valid reason, Izawa stated. This shocked the class on the benefits of being a world hero. However, Izawa wasn't done yet. There are also some other benefits to heroes registered with the UN Hero Commission only. These world heroes have a license directly from the UN Commission instead of their home country and then getting approved for the world destination. The Vanguard team is the first of its kind for this new type of world hero. The UN took over their hero exam and made it several times harder than the normal hero exam you all will take. The word is that the UN brought in top heroes from around the world and had them fight each Vanguard member and still do other exams as well. Izawa said then followed up and explained how the Vanguard could have de facto agencies and don't require a home country as a base of operations. Though Vanguard currently bases out of America, as a hero registered solely with the UN, they are not required to have a home country as a base of operations. They also can set up multiple hero agencies in other countries and set up de facto hero agencies as they have done with All Might's agency Mighty Towers where they are sharing the building between the two agencies. Izawa said. The class asked how someone goes about becoming a world hero and how Vanguard did it. As such, Izawa explained what he was told by others and from Nizu. According to Principal Nizu, who knows the Vanguard personally, the Vanguard was the first to receive the new UN Hero exam test because the UN became invested in them. The Vanguard was responsible for ending the raid where Eri was saved. The Vanguard was recommended to take that mission from other heroes in America who believed in their skill. This resulted in the UN taking interest in them, which later resulted in them creating the new hero exam for world heroes. The other method of becoming a world hero is by applying for the destination. To even be considered a world hero, you must have an amazing file. Your file will talk about your skills and compatibility as well as your personality, the cases you have finished, property damage, deaths resulted from you as a hero, and so on. The UN looks at everything because as a world hero you are representing the entire UN around the world and they refuse to have people like Endeavor become world heroes. It's why even though Endeavor had more solved cases than All Might, Endeavor could never get approved to be a world hero due to everything else. Izawa said as he asked for any questions. No one had anything and Izawa could see Bakugo silent at his desk. Izawa POV, God, I don't know how All Might and Nizu got EUA and Vanguard to agree to this, let alone Paragon. This is going to be such a pain. This stupid class of mine better not cause problems where we're going or else Nizu had said he will possibly expel them. Sit down and shut up. I have an important announcement, I yelled out as I came in the door. They all sat down and looked at me because they know when I'm like this I'll make punishments hell. We've seen slight improvement since the news about the Vanguard being the same age as all of them became public. It seems to have become a driving force to fuel their determination that if Vanguard can have that level of power at their age then they could as well if they put the effort in. Overall, the staff was happy about it since they are now starting to increase their skills and calm some of their negative personality traits down. Per an agreement between Principal Nizu of JUA and Principal Victor of EUA, Class 2A and 2B will be going off to America to spend the last week of this semester and the summer break in America's UA. The American UA is the #1 hero school in America but also the entire world. As such, they have far better resources and skills than any other school as you can see via the Vanguard. As such, get your parents' approval for the trip by the end of the week. We will be staying in a hotel near the school since that school hasn't needed dorms for their students as we did. Nizu, All Might, Vlad King, and I will be going from our school staff. There is also another hero going that is a friend of All Might and Nizu who is named Gran Torino. Nizu, Gran Torino, and All Might will be taking All Might's private plane since it wouldn't fit all of us, so we need to take a plane from the airport. I warn you now. Don't cause problems or NU is threatening to expel you depending on what you did. Do I make myself clear? I yelled the last part in an aggressive voice, scaring them all. Everyone talked about going to the AUA and Bakugo was just making some random remarks about how he will defeat them all. Suddenly I remembered about the other announcement. One last thing before you are all let go. There will be a major announcement made at the AUA while we are in America. However, both classes will not be allowed to attend that announcement and we will need to watch it from the hotel since it will be shown to the world. I don't know what the announcement nor will I be informed since it has something to do that's above my pay grade, I stated and then fell asleep in my sleeping bag. America, here we come. Izuku POV. It has been about a month or so since all the missions that Vanguard has done internationally. We have set up a shared office with All Might's agency Mighty Tower and are using Japan as a staging ground for patrols in the Asian area. We have also set up a shared office with the #1 hero in France to be the staging ground for any patrols to missions in the European area while we have our actual agency in America. We have also hired the teleporter hero on staff full-time since we use him far more than the Hearts agency does. As such, they released the teleporter hero from his contract and allowed us to hire him. As it currently stands, the Vanguard agency has the Vanguard team, 5 other pro heroes, and 3 sidekicks for those pro heroes on staff with the normal office staff as well. The heroes and sidekicks that we have on the payroll are responsible for all the cities around the agency while we deal with everywhere else with the teleporter hero teleporting us constantly. Vanguard splits up into groups of 3 and patrols different areas or countries depending on reports of crime rates and villain activities. As the day came to an end and everyone on the team reported back to the agency, I received a call from All Might. "Hello, All Might. How are you doing?" I asked him. "I'm good, my boy. I'm calling about the announcement. Remember, the announcement is in about 1.5 months from now. Also, Nizu wanted to clear something with you before he does it," All Might said. All Might then explained how Nizu wanted to bring Class 2A and 2B to America and have them attend the school for the last few weeks of the semester and a bit during summer break classes that the school has started. This meant that the classes would be there during the announcement. So they would be present for the announcement, which means they have a good chance of causing a show if they figure out who I am? I asked, a bit annoyed. No, they would be required to stay at the hotel during that time, and yes, I said hotel. We would never ask you to have them stay at your parents' home. However, Nizu, Gran Torino, and I were wondering if we could stay there? Aizawa and Vlad King would be required to stay at the hotel to watch the students at night, All Might stated. The Vanguard and I were a bit happier with this since we could avoid them the day of the announcement. I knew I can't avoid them forever and it's about time we have a run-in. But as long as they are not at the announcement, I am fine with it. Just clear it with Principal Victor. I'll let my parents know you will be staying for several weeks at the main house. She will enjoy talking to Nizu again about the different teas. We've bought some for her on the recent international missions and she wants to talk to him about it, I stated. I could hear Nizu laugh in the background and yell he was looking forward to it. Also, tell Aizawa and Vlad King that they can enjoy the main house whenever they don't need to be watching the classes. I won't leave them out of the relaxation you all will be enjoying, I told All Might. Soon the phone call came to an end after we talked a bit more about the details of the day. All Might POV. Everyone was gathering in the auditorium of JUA and waiting for the bus to take the classes to the airport while Nizu has hired a private car for us other people. Nizu took center stage and called for everyone to look at him. Listen up, we will be leaving soon. Class 2A and 2B, you will stay at a hotel near the school with your homeroom teachers. During this entire trip, you better behave because if you cause any problem you risk being expelled. I will not allow you to act out on this trip. You all will be going into your 3rd year next semester and you need to act like actual heroes. Do I make myself clear? Nizu said. Everyone agreed and soon the buses arrived. Nizu, All Might, and Gran Torino went to their private car and went to All Might's private plane. Soon everyone was in the air within the hour. So, I'm actually going to retire. I never thought I would retire. Every user before me has died and never made it to this point. I don't think I even considered that I would survive to this point either, I groaned out. Nizu and Gran Torino just gave me sad looks since they agreed. They were also surprised that I had made it to this point that I can actually retire. Nizu, I know for a fact that I won't be returning to teach after the 3rd year. I'm debating if I really want to go back to Japan to start with. I really want to just relax and spend my remaining years with the Midoriyas since they became my family, I stated. I understand. Please let me know if you want to stay in America when it's time to leave or you will be returning for one final year. Regardless, you all might have given enough to Japan and don't need to give more if you don't want to. You are allowed to relax in retirement, you know? Nizu said. Soon we all talked about different things for the long flight and I fell asleep before long. Third POV. Everyone soon arrived in America. All Might's plane had arrived about 1 hour earlier and they waited for the commercial flight to arrive. Good day everyone. Remember my warning. Now let's get on the bus and All Might, Gran Torino, and I will follow behind in a private car to the hotel, Nizu said. After about 30 minutes of driving, the group from JUA arrived outside their hotel. The school is a 5-minute walk away from here. As such, you will be able to attend the school for class and training and anything else we set up while being able to return to the hotel rooms in a reasonable time. Your hero outfits have been given to the school already and will not leave the school grounds without your homeroom teachers and the homeroom teacher from this school that you will be joining approval. As you all know, American Quirk laws are a bit more relaxed, but you better be careful of not landing yourself in jail because depending on what it is, we won't bail you out, Aizawa stated. Aizawa Vlad King. We're going to where we are staying. Remember, when you don't need to watch over the students, you are free to come where we are and relax, Nizu said. This made Aizawa and Vlad King happy that they could go to the Midoriyas and enjoy their home for some relaxation. The announcement was at the end of the week and today was Monday. As such, they would have 4 days before the announcement happened. Third POV. Class 2A and 2B have been attending a few days of classes. Overall, they have gotten their buttes handed to them on a silver plate. Bakugo attempted to challenge one of the highest ranked people on the Quirkless combat ranking. That the Vanguard had gotten set up. It didn't go well. Third POV. A week has passed since the announcements and the world has been talking about it. Class 2A and 2B have been working harder ever since the announcement. They felt so behind the peers at AUA and even further behind the Vanguard. They also found the gravity chamber and started to use it within the limits. The teachers from JUA asked if there was a way to get a version back to Japan, but the AUA staff declined since it belonged to AUA solely and also half of the patent rights belonged to Paragon because it was based on his quirk. Paragon already made an agreement with AUA that states that AUA is the only hero school meant to have the technology. He didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. As such, it would require approval from both him and AUA to even start replicating a copy to give out. As such, they let the topic die to the disappointment of the students from JUA. AUA wasn't the #1 hero school in the world for no reason. Everyone watched the news as Vanguard did several missions out of the country during the week and wondered if they would be able to get a training session with them. They were also wondering where Nizu, All Might, and Gran Torino were staying out if not the hotel. G teachers told them the truth that they were staying with the Paragon and his Vanguard at their home. Izuku POV. The Vanguard and I have been doing some missions across the world while JUA is here. Today we decided to take a break since it was Friday and spend time with All Might and the others. My boy. How are you? Asked All Might. I should be asking how you are instead, All Might. You just did retire recently. Do you know if you plan to stay or return later next year? I asked him. I've decided to return next year. I'll finish out the final year and then be finished in Japan. I'll take the position at your agency and manage the office and help manage the operation planning since your network is just going to expand. As such, someone will need to devote their time to just managing the connections between the different agencies and heroes you set up across the world. I also know quite a few languages from my youth, so it will help me do that, All Might said. We decided to take a break and we're thinking of going to campus in our outfits to do some training with AUA. I'm hoping we avoid GUA students, but they shouldn't recognize me since it's been so long. I'm surprised Bakugo hasn't recognized my voice. Though my mask does change the voice a bit, I stated. The Vanguard wanted to see what shape the graduating third years were in to see if there was any that we like to hire for the agency or have them go to Japan to run out of the mighty tower. Vanguard wanted to get some foreign heroes to enter the Japanese Hero Society to set a higher standard of conduct and abilities. As such, they wanted to see the current state of third years that would have their graduation ceremony in a week since the new semester would start soon and 2A and 2B classes would become the new 3A and 3B. We explained this to All Might, Nizu, and Gran Torino, who agreed with our idea since it would help stabilize Japan with an influx of better heroes since AUA had higher quality heroes that they were putting out since Vanguard had joined. Third POV. The entire group arrived at the school and asked where the current graduating third years were training since this is the typical time for them to be training. They were told that they were in the old Vanguard training ground since they were working on more damaging attacks today and decided to use the open field since nothing important would be destroyed. Soon the group made their way over to the old Vanguard training grounds. They could see the third years working. There were some decent fighters out on the field that could force the Vanguard to use about 20 to 30% of their powers while forcing Paragon to use 10 to 20% of OFA power if they teamed up against him. Most people by themselves could only force Paragon to use a max of 10% of OFA, and this wasn't even considering the other quirks. The first person they were interested in was the third-year hero Vanguard. The second and third people were third-year heroes named Talisman and Ossification. Izuku noticed that all three of them actually worked together in a team a lot, which drew Vanguard's interest the most since they were a team. Ossification was more of their offense person while Talisman provided capturing support, and Vanguard provided recon and overall support on all sides since he could increase his physical strength by drinking blood. Though they likely wouldn't be as powerful as Vanguard, they did have a strong team going that covered most of their weaknesses as individuals. The staff person noticed the Vanguard group and walked up to them. "Hello, Vanguard and others. What can I do for you?" the teacher asked. "Teacher, do you know if Ossification, Talisman, and Vanguard have found a hero agency to work at when they graduate?" Izuku asked. "Sadly no. They want to work as a team, but no one currently wants to take them in, or the agencies that would hire them would split up their current team, which isn't helpful for them since they do far better as their current team," the teacher stated. Vanguard was interested in this. Izuku noticed to his side that the JUA students arrived to watch with first years and second years of AUA since Vanguard wasn't on campus much after graduating. "Teacher, I'm apologizing now. Seems I'm going to bother them. I want to see how they react to me attacking them out of nowhere. Vanguard is interested in hiring them and maybe sending them to Japan as a team," he said. The teacher was happy that his students might get recruited by Vanguard but was even happier it might be as an entire team. "Go right ahead," the teacher said. Izuku told his team that he was going to test them real quick to see how they did and if they might be a good fit for what they were planning for Japan. All of the third years noticed him as he started to walk closer. The three he wanted to test turned towards him, and at that moment he launched himself with 10% and yelled for them to fight him. "Fight me and aim to win," he yelled. They reacted since it was a command from him, and they noticed the teacher standing off to the side not getting involved. It was now 3 months into the new semester, and 2A and 2B had now become 3A and 3B. The students of these classes became more determined to become better heroes after the training in America. Even after all that training, they only lasted a bit longer before they were defeated in their mock battles. All of the defeat had led to their pride being destroyed and egos crushed. Even Bakugo had calmed down. He was still yelling and a bit reckless, but overall he was a better individual than when he started at UA. However, this didn't stop the marching of time. Soon chaos would befall Japan. "It's time to start our move. We have been gathering the parts we need for the MSDR's plan to happen, and soon we will carry it out," Shigaraki stated. "Indeed, Shigaraki. You have gained All for One's bodyguard, and with my resources supporting you, we shall soon free All for One out of prison and start his new empire once again. All Might has retired, and his protege lives in America. By the time he knows of the plan, All for One will have escaped," Dr. Garaki stated. The League had been building up its forces and resources, waiting for the time to strike. They had created several new Nomus as well. One Nomu went by the name of Hood. Hood was a high-end Nomu and had a list of quirks: muscle augmentation, super regeneration, shoulder-mounted jets, transforming arms, power, and storage. Let us start making our starting moves. As planned, we will cut communication from Tartarus to the outside world to stop them from calling for backup. Once the communication is cut, we will have Hood go in and attack with Twice, Toga, and Dabi going in after to ensure that we get All for One. The moment you all find the MS tier, You will make your way out with the MSTR so Kurogyri can teleport you out. Tartarus has too much quick-canceling technology that will prevent Kurogyri from teleporting right to the MSTR if you were to send us your location. As such, you need to escape outside, Shigaraki said while looking at everyone. Those not on the mission will go cause trouble several cities over to ensure heroes go after them and away from Tartarus. You will only need to stay for a bit of time then retreat, he stated before letting everyone get to work. Soon, Emster will be back, and we can rid this world of heroes. Starting with UA, Shigaraki thought. Guards were walking around the prison doing their normal patrol. They never thought someone would attack the island, which was heavily armed with guns. However, soon they would learn otherwise. The guards noticed something was off when they no longer had comms going. Several guards attempted to reach each other but couldn't get through. This sent the prison on high alert, and the prisoners could notice the tension in the air. It seems like it's time. I'll be back soon, All Might, thought one mastermind villain. The warden of the prison didn't like the feeling in his gut and attempted to call for backup to be safe. However, he discovered that he couldn't get a phone call out of the prison. This made him trip the alarms across the prison and go across the warning. Tartarus has been cut off from the outside world. Our communications are down. Be on guard. If any prisoner attempts anything, you are authorized to execute them, stated the warden. Everyone felt tense for 10 minutes when the first explosion went off. The gates had been breached. It was some creature that looked similar to the reported Nomus. Following the creature were several villains from the League of Villains. The guards knew whom they were here for, and they couldn't let that happen. Open fire, yelled one guard as everyone started to shoot. Twice had made many clones that started to attack people while Toga had already cloned a guard from the blood she got quickly. She ran inside the base attempting to find the Emperor quickly as Hood went past her, destroying doors in the way. It took the League 30 minutes to make their way deep inside Tartarus and locate All for One. Hello, sir. Your crazy student sent us to break you out of the world's securest. Well, formerly securest prison. Welcome to freedom, and we need to go now and get Kurogyri to teleport us once we get outside, Dabi said quickly because he didn't want to get captured. Hood. Follow me, stated All for One to the Nomu, who obeyed without resistance due to the programming. After a 15-minute trip up the floors and killing some guards on the way out, they arrived outside and alerted Kurogyri to teleport them. It was official, All for One escaped, and it took them only about 1 hour to break in and escape. No one would know for roughly 2 hours later due to the League leaving the jamming device on and having destroyed a part of the bridge so they couldn't go get help. The UA staff was in a meeting talking about the improvements that the classes had made since returning from America. Overall, they were happy and planning some events to better prepare the students. Suddenly, though, All Might received a phone call. They knew he muted his phone unless it was from certain numbers, so this call was likely important. Hello Detective Tsukachi, it has been a bit since we last talked, All Might said as he was getting ready to move to have a friendly conversation with his old friend when the detective talked in a tone that worried All Might. All Might, it's Tartarus. He escaped about 4 hours ago. Tsukachi said. All Might froze. How could he not since he just got told the world's securest prison was broken into and the enemy that killed all the users before him had escaped. The murder of his emissar is free. He no longer can fight. He can only use his buff form for about 30 minutes, and that wouldn't do him any good. Please be lying Tsukachi. He can't have escaped. He was in Tartarus. That place wasn't made to get in and out easily. All Might yelled because he was angry and scared. Everyone in the staff room stopped talking when All Might froze, but all of them got scared when he started to yell about someone escaping Tartarus. Everyone knew who All Might had put in there, and if he had escaped, they were going to have problems. Has it been reported to the news yet? Because people are going to get scared since I can't stop him anymore. This was the person that fought me twice and did this skinny form. None of the current heroes in Japan can stop him. All Might started to walk back and forth. Niza just looked at him and knew they were going to have to warn Paragon and his team and have them come to Japan quickly. No, the media hasn't caught word of it yet, but I doubt it will stay hidden for the next hour. It's already making its rounds in hero circles since heroes reported to the site. It will only be a matter of time before we have a panic on our hands. Also, we need to tell Paragon and the Vanguard since they are likely the only ones that can stop him now, Tsukachi said. All Might was really wishing that the previous users had been wrong in their warning, but it turned out they were right when they warned that AFO wasn't done. He didn't want his protege to fight the man to the death, but they had no choice. I know. I just wish Izuku didn't have to have a fight to the death with AFO. I don't want him to die. I know Izuku is stronger and has his Vanguard, but I can still be afraid of the outcome. I'll call him in a few minutes. Thank you for the warning, Tsukachi. All Might hung up and looked at the staff. What do we do now, Nizu? We have a school full of students, and you can bet AFO will come after me because he is petty like that and would want to kill everyone that had opposed him, which makes me one of his biggest targets. I know we need to get Paragon and his team here, but what about everyone else? Even if they leave, how safe are they? All Might asked, and he was right. If villains were going to attack UA, where was anyone safe? Because if they destroyed UA, who was going to have enough power to stop the villains? Soon everyone's phones went off. The media got wind of it already. Everyone was sitting in the common room when the TV channel changed to an emergency broadcast. Breaking news. Tartarus has been broken into, and the villain known as All for One has escaped prison. This villain is the same one from the last fight of All Might. This is the same villain that gave All Might his skinny form. Everyone, please be careful outside since it's unknown where this villain has gone. It's reported the League of Villains are the ones that broke him out of prison and slaughtered a good portion of the guards. Again I repeat, breaking news out of. Everyone was frozen. They have to be lying, right? Some of the students started to say. Soon an announcement went over the PA system, and everyone was called to the auditorium for an emergency meeting. All of the staff were present. Hello everyone, I'm sure you all know why we called this meeting. We are giving students two options. You can either stay on campus or return home right away. We believe that All for One will hunt down All Might to kill and also attack UA since the League has had its sights on destroying the school since we represent a foundation of the Hero Society, Nizu stated. All of the hero students were shocked at his bluntness. All for One will aim to wipe out anyone that stands in his way. If you stay, he may consider it as an attempt to publicly oppose him in the creation of his new empire under his rule. We also need to consider the army that he will likely bring of villains that the League has most likely gathered in preparation for this. As such, please consider your options. You're not a coward if you walk away. This is a threat Japan is ill-prepared to deal with, and chaos is now upon us. However, in the end, we shall keep hope. Though I retired, my protege is as strong as I was and will be alerted soon of the events in Japan so he can be brought over to help, All Might said as he stood in the center of the stage. He was right, everyone thought. Paragon and his Vanguard are strong, and Japan just needs to notify them. A sudden chill went down everyone's back. Oh, All Might, do you think you can notify your protege? How about you try, said an icy voice that no one knew where it came from. All Might had yelled out that it was All for One. How was he already ready to attack UA is what everyone thought. Come on, try to call him. Though I should tell you he won't answer. I've had all communications outside of Japan blocked. As such, by the time he is notified, I will have already done so much damage that Japan won't be able to survive without me ruling it, All for One said. Where are you, All for One? All Might stated. He had tried to call Paragon, but the call wouldn't go through. I'm outside, All Might. I've brought my army as well. How about all your heroes and students come to join us outside so we can start the show, or would you like me to knock on the building for you to open up? I promise to make my knocking really hard, by the way, All for One said. Everyone had thoughts back to the previous final battle where All for One had destroyed a good part of a city. Everyone was scared of him doing that to the UA building with them inside. Everyone made their way outside and saw an army of villains behind a man floating in the air. The man was none other than All for One. Everyone was scared of their fates because now Japan was alone in a fight against a monster and his army. We meet once again, All Might. This time I will end you like I've done to those before you, FO said. Everyone was afraid for themselves but more afraid for All Might, who was retired now. All for One. I may be retired, but I still have one final fight left in me. Just as my predecessors did before me, I will stand my ground and fight you to my death, All Might said. Everyone was begging him not to go out to fight because they believed he would die quickly, but they saw him buffed up and had a bit of hope for the fight. However, the AFO army was large. The villains had brought Dabi, Toga, Twice, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Magna, the Hood Numu, Kurogiri, Dr. Garaki, and a handful of random nomas from him. It was the entire league plus nearly 100 random villains from the streets. The person they feared right behind AFO was the large villain known as Gigantomachia. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry that I won't be able to spend any more time with you, my son, because this is where I die, All Might thought as he buffed up and challenged AFO. If I must die here today, then I will save as many people as I can, he thought and started to move forward. Suddenly, the villains in the back of the army started to scream. It seems that Undead is here. I must hand it to Vanguard on picking them as a team to hire since they do have some skill. Far more than most of Japan's heroes, AFO said. Everyone looked to the back of the army and saw the Undead team fighting through the villains. Talisman was trapping a sheer amount of villains with his sealing papers while Ossification was beating down a group of villains. Vanguard was biting people and drinking their blood to get a power boost. He used this power boost to throw villains and cover Talisman's blind spots since Talisman could trap a large number of villains. Soon other heroes from UA and around the city started to join the fight. How cute! You think you can win? League of Villains, go get rid of the heroes, AFO said. Soon the entire city and school were involved in a large fight. Civilians were being taken out of the city and sent away by rescue heroes. News helicopters were in the air broadcasting the fight to the rest of Japan. Izuku said to everyone else in the meeting room who were working on paperwork from the past 2 weeks of patrols and missions, "Hey, guys? Wasn't the Undead team meant to call us for a review meeting 5 minutes ago?" Everyone agreed and found it odd because the Undead team was always on top of things. Lucas attempted to call the team but didn't get an answer. Izuku then decided to try and call All Might to see if he knew of anything since All Might had been helping the Undead team out in some matters of management out of that office. However, he also couldn't get through to All Might's phone. "Guys, I can't get through All Might's phone either. Something feels off that all of them don't answer, and All Might would always answer me even when he is teaching a class," he said. The teleporter hero walked in since he was going to be joining them for this meeting. At that point, Izuku asked him to teleport to the Undead office and see if there were any communication problems since no one answered them, nor was All Might. He said he would go and then teleported. All they could do was wait and it felt like it was so long. Then the teleporter returned. "Get suited up. All for One broke out of prison and is wreaking waste to you. Japan communication is being blocked from going out of the country," he yelled the moment he appeared. Izuku's heart stopped. He froze. Then Alex and Lucas started to shake him. "Little son, you got to focus. We need to get suited up and get to Japan so we can stop him. Remember, the entire Vanguard is behind you in this," Lucas said as he and Alex both gave him a deep kiss right after each other. After they gave him the deep kiss, he snapped back to action. "Everyone get suited up and let's get ready to go," he stated as he moved to get his outfit. He also pulled out his phone and called the UN Republic that they dealt with most of the time. "Hello, Paragon, what can I do for you?" the UN Republic said. "Alert all heroes and governments. All for One escaped prison in Japan and is on a path of destruction currently. Japan has been cut off from the rest of the world, and Vanguard is moving out right now. It's likely that there will be a lot of destruction and injury during my fight with All for One. I'm doubtful he will go back to prison so easily," he stated. The representative was silent for a second and then spoke. "You're in luck. I'm in a full UN Commission meeting right now. They just did a quick vote and hereby declare All for One to be executed due to the fact that he escaped the world's securest prison. Go in with the aim to kill. We are also going to have as many heroes arrive in Japan as soon as we can to help with the cleanup of villains and peacekeeping. Only you and Vanguard have the ability to stop him. We wish you the best of luck, and we pray for your victory, Hero of Hope," the UN representative stated. Everyone was in the locker room changing while the teleporter waited outside the door ready for them. "I have known your answer, but I still want to offer it. You can stay here if you want. Though we are very strong and I believe we will win, there is still a chance of death at his hands, Izuku said. They all looked at him and said, the Vanguard will always be charging the battlefield together. It made him happy. The girls exited the locker room, and he asked Lucas and Alex to stay for a second. My dragon, my phoenix. If I die, please move on from me one day. Villains had pushed back the heroes into the UA grounds area and part of the school was on fire. It looked like they also had a lot of civilians behind the line of hero students who were protecting them. Dragon and Phoenix work together and defeat the largest villain. You might need to transform and go all out. Dove focuses on healing injured heroes so they can get back into the battle. Azrael and Storm work on the League of Villain main members while leaving the other villains to the other heroes. I can see Undead on the front lines. Get them to back you two up with dealing with the LOV. I will be fighting all for one. If you all get done with your missions, then support each other until the main league members are dealt with. After that, if you can come to support me, it would be helpful since I will be fighting AFO to death. Just in case this goes south for any of us. I love you all and am glad I met you all. Now let's do this, Vanguard. I stated. Dragon and Phoenix were both transformed, while Storm, Azrael, Dove, and I were floating between the two as we started to descend slowly. Dragon and Phoenix both gave a loud roar to draw everyone's attention to us. Vanguard, move out. I yelled out after their roar. Look at how far you have fallen, All Might. Where is that smile, oh symbol of peace? Your heroes are defeated. All Might doesn't have his buff form anymore and can't block me from wiping you all out. The civilians are all behind the students being defended, but the hero students are all drained and beaten. They can't keep fighting anymore either. What now, heroes? FO said as he hovered and looked down on the heroes and civilians. You could hear people mutter about not wanting to die here and others crying. The hero students were complaining about not being able to do more. Class 3A and 3B students were beaten and bloodied because they kept pushing past their limits but knew they couldn't stand in AFO's path. They had put up a decent fight against the main members of the league and holding the line, but after All Might lost his buff form, the tide of the battle turned against them all, and soon they were pushed back off the league members. Damn it, I knew we fell behind, but not by this much. I'm sorry, Izuku, for everything I did to you in the past. I'm sorry I had spread those lies about you, whispered Bakugo. Everyone in the school knew that Bakugo spread the lies. He admitted to it a bit after they returned from America because his pride and ego were beaten down pretty well after his experiences. He realized he wasn't the top dog and there was an entire school of people better than him. Everyone soon forgave him and started to wonder whatever happened to Izuku. The teachers refused to tell them and only said, he is happy where he is. If you meet him again, then apologize then. Otherwise, let him have the life that he currently has. It's been amazing for him. The students were surprised at how well the staff knew about Izuku's situation but accepted it. As everyone was preparing for their death, they heard loud roars from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a large dragon and a phoenix with 4 other people between them. They then heard a shout. Vanguard, move out. Then the dragon and phoenix charged the giant villain as the person with white wings descended and started to heal the heroes while the other 2 girls went and started to fight the main league members. The main person stayed in the air as all for one started to rise up. I heard a loud roar. It was Izuku and the Vanguard. They arrived. The Vanguard split off into separate missions while Izuku stayed in the air waiting for all for one who soon started to rise up in the air. Whoa. If it isn't Paragon, the hero of hope. Have you come to throw me in prison again? Hero? Defo said. Actually no. Defo, by order of the UN Hero Commission, you are hereby ordered to be killed on sight by any hero capable of achieving the feat. The UN recognizes that you will always be a threat to the world if you are kept alive, since we don't know when the quirks that keep you alive will stop working. As such, I'm here to end this 200-year war of yours for good. Izuku said. This was it, whoever one would kill the other. I hate the fact that Izuku has to kill, but it truly might be the only way to end AFO from returning again in the future. Soon AFO and Izuku started to fight in the sky. Izuku would grab AFO with a black WHP and toss him higher into the sky so the ground wouldn't be affected by their blows. They started to exchange blows, and Izuku was using his gravity quirk to change AFO's attacks slightly off their mark. They were currently in a stalemate and would keep it up for a while. The others of Vanguard were doing their jobs. Dove had started to heal the heroes and hero students, and people started to get back into the battle. The undead team went and started to support Azrael and Storm, who were fighting the main league members. Dragon and Phoenix were in a large fight but looked like they were slowly winning since they were using Phoenix's ability to control fire and wrapping the giant, making him keep falling down to the ground. The heroes and students that were healed enough went and started to fight all of the other villains. Paragon and Vanguard had arrived and inspired hope into the people once again. They were truly living up to the name of Heroes of Hope. The fight between me and All for One was devastating. I was able to push him back towards the training grounds of UA so we wouldn't kill anyone. I'm lucky I am able to use all 100% of OFA without harming my body, or else this would be a harder fight. I could see in the distance that my team was slowly winning, but it won't be in time to likely help me in my fight. I'm going to have to go all out and not hold back. I punched All for One and sent him flying into the ground, knocking several blocks of buildings in the cityscape training ground down. I quickly dodged a beam of light that came out of the dust. You're truly amazing. I see several of the past users' quirks. Float, Black WHP, and Gravity Manipulation. They were overall weak back when the users themselves had them, but OFA has caused them to grow this strong. Truly amazing. All for One said. We soon started to go blow for blow again, which resulted in us being at a stalemate overall. It seems like in his fight against All Might he wasn't going at 100% and only got caught off guard back then. I started to use my gravity quirk with OFA itself to make my blows harder by increasing the gravity of my hits. I've also used it to change the attack angle of AFO's attacks to either miss me or allow me to block them. Everyone that could fight was fighting. The Vanguard has rallied our heroes and we are pushing back against the villains, but the problem is the fight between the titans. Whoever wins that fight wins the entire war. Nizu said for anyone to hear. There's no way we can help Paragon, is there? If we enter that fight we will die. Bakugo said. This shocked all the teachers nearby since Bakugo was willing to admit that he couldn't stand his ground between the two titans. Bakugo surely has improved a lot after the trip to America. That's correct, Bakugo. If anyone besides the other Vanguard members tries to help Paragon, they will die or cause Paragon to screw up since he is used to teaming fights with the Vanguard. They know when to move in regards to each other's attack and can work in that titan fight. Anyone else will be just dead weight? All Might said as he came over with some blood on his face. Dove healed his wounds that he got in the battle, but he was still tired. He no longer had the buff form, so he couldn't do anything to help in any battle. All we can do is have faith in my protege, who is far powerful than me. In this fight, both sides are going full out. FO has never gone full out in a fight before. In the first fight with me, he got cocky, which resulted in both of our forms. In the second fight he got distracted for a second, but we believe he planned for his capture so he could break out later and cause chaos. Now though, he is going 100% full out and any blow he throws can kill nearly everyone here if it lands. All Might said. This information shocked everyone. The battle between the giant villain and Dragon and Phoenix was starting to wrap up. The giant villain was getting more and more tired because the Vanguard members would overheat his body, making him expend more energy. Dove also joined that fight and used her draining ability in the area of effect mode to start draining the big guy as well. This allowed her to gain a large amount of energy to use for healing people via another area of effect field. The other girls and the undead team were slowly pushing back the main league members. Both sides had experience in fighting together, which caused the fight to be drawn out. Other heroes were dealing with the lower rank villains and were making steady progress. Bakugo and the rest of the students had joined in on these fights to help speed it up. If there was even one change in the overall battle, the entire tide of the war would change, as nearly 40 minutes had passed since the Vanguard had arrived and a few more heroes were arriving from other cities or being teleported in via the teleporter hero from the Vanguard agency. Suddenly, something happened. Paragon had kicked AFO far out into the training fields and shouted, "Almighty devastation." Paragon had created a ball of gravity in his hands. It was about the size of his head. He threw it quickly in the direction he kicked AFO, and a few moments later the destruction happened. After the explosion of dust and rubble settled down, everyone came to a stop and saw the destruction. There was a large crater in the ground that destroyed the entire training cityscape. The cityscape was about 1 mile wide, and they had just watched Paragon destroy it completely in one attack. Dear God! He wiped the entire mile-wide training ground off the map, stated some of the students and heroes. Damn it, I thought I would get you in the attack AFO. But you had to survive it. Though you didn't come out undamaged, Paragon said. Everyone looked to where he was looking and saw All for One, but with his mask broken and his clothing torn and his body bleeding. I must hand it to you. That attack almost killed me. If I didn't have a lot of quirks to help block and redirect some of the energy, I would have died in that attack. FO yelled out. That was kind of the point of the attack. I must admit I was hoping you would die in the attack. Paragon said. I won't go away that easy. But since we are using large-scale attacks, how about you save everyone from this attack of mine? FO said as he powered up and then threw a large blast attack towards all the heroes and civilians, not caring about the League being in the way of the attack also. Izuku POV. AFO powered up a large attack and threw it at everyone else. I had to get in the path or a lot of those people wouldn't survive. As I jumped in front of the attack, I powered up OFA to 100% and mixed in the gravity quirk to cause a gravity push away from me. I then threw a punch to create a large blast of air myself, which was powered by my gravity quirk. The two blasts met only about 12 feet away from me, which caused me to go flying back and smashing into the UA building. Whoa. Looks like you were able to stop the attack but took some damage. Good job, Paragon. But do you think you can win the longer this fight draws out, since I will keep attacking them, which will force you to take the hits or else they will die? Defo said. I knew he was using everyone as hostages against me, but I had to push forward. Yes, I do. I yelled out and started a close combat battle with him. Suddenly both I and AFO stopped since we heard a noise. It seems Dragon and Phoenix finished the giant villain and got him to shrink down to place cuffs on him. Looks like my team is winning their battles. The longer this fight draws out, the more of a chance I will have a backup in my fight AFO. I yelled out. Soon we started to go back to exchanging blows between each other. The shockwaves were going out far and causing rubble to fly up. Everyone was stunned. Paragon had grabbed AFO and pushed them into the sky, and then a large explosion happened that looked like it could have wiped the entire city away. Everyone didn't know what to do. They didn't know if Paragon lived or died. Then they saw something fall out of the sky and started to head towards the ground at a fast speed. Paragon! Yelled all of the Vanguard as they all dashed off and used their quirks to get to him. In a few moments Dragon and Phoenix both arrived and caught him. They brought him down to the ground and found Paragon in a bad shape. All Might ran up to them with some help from other heroes. They brought Recovery Girl and Nizu with them. Even the students of the school came up and they noticed something. Paragon is Izuku, stated Bakugo. Not the time. Nizu shouted. Recovery Girl moved to check on Izuku and see if he was still alive. He still has a pulse, but it's really low, she shouted. Dove came running between everyone and shouted for them to get back. Move now. I need to start healing him, she shouted. Everyone took a step back and she dropped near him and started to heal him. Dove POV. Sheet. I don't have enough energy and his body doesn't have much to keep his healing abilities from the Soulmate marks going. I need anyone to give me energy. I need people to give me energy. I can drain it myself, but I need energy because I won't have enough. I shouted. I had people gather into a large group if they had the energy to spare. A lot of civilians gathered into the group with some heroes that looked less tired out. Some of the students joined as well. I cast the area of effect draining ability and started to heal Izuku. Come on Izuku, you have a damn healing ability as well. We should be able to pull this the F off. I yelled at him. Lucas and Alex were sitting next to each other with Izuku's head in their lap, whispering in his ear for him to wake up. His pulse is getting better. He will be ready soon to be transported to the recovery room inside the building. Still stable and undamaged. Inside is where we can have more doctors working on him when they arrive. Though, we should keep your healing going as long as we have people to give energy to him. Your healing combined with his healing ability and some other quirks from the doctors that will be coming should allow him to pull through. The moment he is stable enough, we need to move him inside so we can work better," Recovery Girl stated. It was touch and go for a few hours, but they were able to keep Dove's healing going, which helped Izuku's energy return enough to kickstart his healing abilities granted by the Soulmate marks. These quirks combined with a few healing quirks from doctors that arrived that were sent by the UN were able to speed up the process to a point where Izuku stabilized. However, he was currently asleep. The doctors declared that he was in a quirk exhaustion coma and they expected him to be asleep for 1 week. This made people happy and sad because he should live, but there is still the chance of him dying. Lucas and Alex refused to leave Izuku's side, while Dove, Azrael, and Storm went back outside to help other people recover and go through the destruction. Half of the city had buildings on fire or destroyed due to all the villains. Storm helped put fires out while Dove provided first aid to most people. Azrael helped entertain children with her illusions. Students of Class 3A wanted to go see Izuku, but they were banned by UA. UA warned them that Lucas and Alex could get violent if they appeared near Izuku in his current state, and only Recovery Girl, All Might, and Nizu have been able to get close. Anyone else outside of the Vanguard and the stated staff would set the two boys off. One of the doctors from earlier in the day tried to go check Izuku, and Alex snapped at the doctor for trying to enter the room. Lucas warned that only certain people could enter or else they would harm someone. They said they were protecting their mate and wouldn't allow more harm to come to Izuku. Class 3A let it go and would try when Izuku woke up. Time skip 1 week. The recovery efforts were still going, but that isn't what everyone wanted to talk about. The international media was talking about what Paragon and Vanguard did for Japan. They also talked about how AFO attempted to wipe the city out and how Paragon is now in a coma and should wake up today. The entire Vanguard team was waiting for Izuku to wake up. Even Izuku's father and mother had arrived in Japan via the teleporter hero. They all just sat in Izuku's room waiting. It started to close in on the night when Lucas and Alex felt their soulmate marks burn slightly. They looked over to Izuku and saw him moving a bit. "Little son, please come back to the land of the living," Lucas said. You promised to have our children. You need to keep your promise, our little Sunday," Alex said. Soon Izuku started to groan and his eyes started to open slowly. Lucas and Alex just kept talking to him. "Lucas. Alex. I thought I told you not to follow me to the afterlife so soon." Izuku groaned out because his body was in pain. "Also, why is my body in pain when I'm in the afterlife? That's bullshit," Izuku said. Everyone just laughed at that statement, which caused Izuku to freeze and look around and noticed that there were more people. "So, this isn't the afterlife, is it? I survived." "I know I attempted to survive, but I felt my body come to a stop," Izuku stated with tears going down his face now. Lucas and Alex just kissed away the tears and got on both sides of Izuku and hugged him. Recovery Girl came in and checked Izuku. "Well, you are medically cleared. Your body is going to be sore and I suggest only using your quirks lightly, but overall you will be fine in a few days. I also suggest having your 2 husbands here give you a body massage with some muscle cream to help the body relax. It will help you get back up to 100% quicker," she said. Izuku moved up and sat on the edge of the bed. Lucas and Alex told him to take it slow and they would support his body. "My boy, how did you survive? We thought you died in the explosion. Honestly, how didn't it kill you?" All Might asked the question everyone wanted to know. Izuku just stayed silent for a few moments. "From what I remember, as AFO and I got really high in the air, I focused my quirk on less of us moving up and more creating a field of gravity around myself to make a ball around myself like I do for my large-scale destruction attack. I more or less made a large version of the attack around my entire body with me as the center. This created an explosion inside the fireball to push away the fire that allowed me to survive and fall from the sky. However, when I was falling, I could feel my body functions come to a stop. So, I think the Soulmate Mark's healing ability kept me alive long enough for Dove to start healing me. During this entire time, I spent my time inside my quirk. I talked to the past users and they just told me they couldn't feel anything outside, so they thought I had died. It seems we were wrong since I am alive and can feel OFA still. I'm thinking the Soulmates mark pulled my soul and mind into it somehow to keep healing me while my body was being healed. Izuku said in a mutter storm, but everyone understood it. The Soulmate marks kept him alive. Thank God for those marks. Soon Izuku wanted to go outside and see what's left. The teleporter had already brought duplicate hero outfits that they keep at the Vanguard's agency in the event one is destroyed to Izuku and the rest of the group. Once they changed, Lucas and Alex helped Izuku move slowly outside. Izuku's legs felt overall fine but a little weak from laying down for so long. Once they got outside, Izuku could see most of the city had a lot of damage done. UA building was also damaged and one section of the building was closed off because it would need to be repaired. The training grounds were gone due to Izuku's attack, and the blows between Izuku and AFO destroyed the other training grounds. Soon people saw Izuku and the rest of the Vanguard. Izuku and the team were sitting in the UA staff room. All Might told Izuku that he was shocked for a few moments when he had talked about OFA without revealing the actual quirk itself. Everyone that knew the truth was shocked at the route that Izuku took because it reveals nearly the entire truth of OFA and AFO without talking about his quirk. If somehow it ever got out, then no one could ever accuse Izuku of lying since the scared torch was the actual quirk itself. Izuku had just worded the meaning to seem like something and that the mission was the only thing passed on. However, the relaxing time comes to an end when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Nizu said. The door opened and there was Class 3A and 3B. "What can we help you students with?" Nizu said, playing dumb because he knew they were here to talk to the Vanguard team, or more so Izuku himself. "We wanted to talk to Deku and..." Bakugo started to say when Dragon and Phoenix cut him off with some anger in their voice. "He is not a DKU. Seems like you all never changed since he left," both Phoenix and Dragon said at the same time. Everyone was just silent and didn't know what to say. "What do you want, Bakugo?" Izuku decides to ask. This made Bakugo flinch since Izuku didn't call him Kaken. "We wanted to talk, see how you were, and talk since it's been so long. We're former classmates after all," Uraraka said. This annoyed the Vanguard and the staff could see that it did. They also felt a bit annoyed. The students were acting as if what they did never happened at all. "I don't know why you would want to know anything about me since you all ended any connection we had when I left the school," Izuku said. This made the students tense up in a bit of shock at how cold Izuku was being with them. "We just wanted to apologize for how we were before you left. Please don't be so cold," Uraraka stated. Most of the students agreed. "It's nice that you want to apologize, but I moved far past that. Also, you apologizing doesn't mean I must forgive you, does it? You all decided to believe rumors that were spread about me even though I had helped quite a few of you survive things that would have killed you. I've found new friends and people that I call family that I can support and who will support me. I don't need to have any connection with any of you. It's good that you guys started to change, but I have known that it was only recently after you all came back from America. You all saw how you were wasting your potential and knew you would die at your current progress if you didn't improve," Izuku said. Izuku then went on to talk about how they need to change their ways because at the current state none of them were going to be really great heroes and rank really high if that is what they are after. Izuku also talked about how Vanguard will be bringing more foreign heroes to Japan which will be at a higher skill set than them, which will show the public how big the gap in skill is if they don't improve. "You all have wasted 2 years of training and schooling. As I said at the press conference, Japanese heroes will need to shape up and keep up. Else, they will be left behind. Also, far as I am concerned, we are only strangers that will need to work together from time to time in the future. Now if you excuse us, we will be returning home soon and will need to say our goodbyes to the staff here," Izuku said. The students didn't know how to respond, but they knew that this was the result of their actions. They knew that they would need to shape up and keep up or be left behind. The Vanguard spent a bit more of the day at the school and helped out a bit more before they decided to go home. A lot of civilians gathered as Vanguard made their way out of UA and got ready to leave. Everyone started to chant Paragon's Vanguard as the team walked through everyone. Soon they made it outside the gate where the teleporter hero was waiting with other heroes returning to America that had come to help with relief efforts. After some parting words, they soon teleported back to the Vanguard's home agency. The other heroes were then transported back to their respective states. The Vanguard all went home and wanted to relax since they were all tired from the final battle. Lucas. Alex. Since AFO is gone now, I'm more ready to have a child sooner than later. Of course not this year, but maybe in the next 2 years since I no longer have to fear AFO coming after the family or our future kids. Izuku said. This made the two boys freeze and look at Izuku. They were happy that Izuku wanted to have children sooner since AFO was gone now. They couldn't wait for the next few years to pass so they could have miniature versions of themselves in their home. Whenever you are ready, our little son. We will wait until then, Lucas said. Indeed, but until then let us give you a massage just like Recovery Girl said too, Alex said after Lucas. At this point, Lucas and Alex both cleaned Izuku off and just cuddled him in the bed. The next day came quickly though. Everyone had gotten up and had started to watch the media talk about the events in Japan more in-depth since details had come out. They also talked about the press conference and the mission that was passed down for 200 years. The entire world was shocked by the scared mission that was passed down to stop the monster of a villain. All Might had provided more details about AFO and it helped everyone get a clearer picture. The Vanguard name was becoming a world sensation at the fact that Paragon had defeated a monster that took All Might 2 times to put in jail. They also were amazed at Paragon's dedication to saving everyone in Japan when AFO was going to suicide bomb the entire city. The Vanguard has held the top ranks in America and the world ranking. It was normal for them to teleport across different cities and countries each day and stop crime. The Vanguard had lived up to their titles of world heroes as they didn't focus on just one country but the entire world. Overall, this has forced crime rates in many countries to start dropping far greater than All Might had forced them to. In Japan, many of the top 20 heroes were associated with the Vanguard agency. None of the students from the former Class 3A had made it up to the top 20 ranks and were forced to stay in the top 50 ranks. This was because most of the heroes that Vanguard had brought over would be outperformed. Some students in Class 3B did get hired by the Vanguard agency. These students included Tetsurestu, Monoma, Shiozaki, and Kodai. They all had improved themselves and limited their negative traits enough that they worked well together. As such, Vanguard took them on as sidekicks for a year and trained them as a better team until they debuted as full heroes out of the Mighty Towers, which was owned by the Vanguard agency. Each of them had also made it up in the top 20 ranks as well, which showed Japan that their heroes could still perform compared to the foreign heroes. The Undead team managed to claim the top 3 ranks in Japan at the end of the year as well. Vanguard had even recommended them to receive the World Hero designations and the Undead team was approved. This allowed the team to start doing missions on the world stage easier and would use one of the handfuls of teleporting heroes on staff with Vanguard to move around, since the agency would hire any teleporting quirk user on as a sidekick or a hero to ensure that they could keep moving around the world as they grew their operations. Izuku felt sick. He had been throwing up all morning. Lucas. Alex. You better get your asses in my office right now, he screamed so loud that the entire agency heard him. Everyone was shocked that he was yelling at his 2 husbands. You caused this. So you will deal with it, he yelled out again. Soon the entire Vanguard team arrived at his office instead of just Lucas and Alex. What's wrong, little son? Both Alex and Lucas looked at him worried since he had never really yelled at them. Well, how about you take a wild guess since I've been throwing up for the past few mornings? He said in an annoyed tone since he wanted to work. The 2 husbands didn't get the clue, but the girls did. They just fell over in a laughing fit. Ah, very funny, you 3. Now I wonder when my idiot husbands will figure it out. Though we need a test to confirm. Though I'm pretty sure with the symptoms I have, he told them all. His husbands just got worried he was sick. This just made the girls laugh far harder. He could also hear the staff outside in the hall laugh, though it seemed to be only the females that realized what he meant. The males in the office looked confused besides the ones that have had kids. Those males just looked at his husbands with pity and did a silent prayer with their hands. It's now the end of the first year of UA for our students. Nedzu had decided to bring back the annual Heroes vs. Villain fight. The fight shall last 5 days. And the villain leader is Izuku Midoriya, with the commanding officer of the hero team being Katsuki Bakugo. But What happens when Izuku is left alone? Izuku has decided enough is enough. Heroes don't always win. Heroes will fail at one point. As such, let us follow the cinnamon roll Izuku Midoriya as he lets his suppressed emotions out and decides to teach the hero team a lesson. No longer will Izuku hold his mind back. No longer will the hero team win. They always said Izuku couldn't be a hero, so what happens if he embraces those words from his past and allows the darkness to consume him for the civil war? Join us as we follow the story of a neglected Izuku Yagi, the son of Toshinori Yagi, All Might, and Inko Yagi, Prism, who is the brother of Izumi Yagi. Falsely diagnosed as quirkless due to a lab error, Izuku Yagi spends the first 6 years after the age of 4 being bullied and tormented by his friends and sister and neglected by his family, who spends more time on his sister Izumi Yagi. However, soon Izuku shall meet a man that will change his life for the better as Izuku will discover that he wasn't ever quirkless. As such, Izuku shall rise to fame and power as the hero of Reliance, Atlas. The hero that holds the world. This is the story of Izuku Midoriya, otherwise known as Deku. Izuku meets All Might 3 years earlier than Yue, leading to him gaining One for All sooner. This allows him to gain a better body suited to controlling One for All and access to full cowling since Izuku is smarter here than in canon. However, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Inko Midoriya died due to undiagnosed cancer during the first year of training. All Might adopted Izuku since it would be the Bakugos that would take him in. All Might, however, knew of Izuku's past and refused to let him into that home. Follow us on the journey of Deku as he faces the villains of the past and stands as the shield that protects everyone even when they forget about him sometimes. They say ignorance is blissful, but that isn't always true for those that have to deal with the issues that others are ignorant of. The others are ignorant of how impactful their words can be. That doesn't mean the other side of the story isn't unaffected though. Yue was meant to be better. They were meant to be less ignorant of the world's problems since they are aiming to be heroes. So why does it hurt so much? The past always catches up to you even when you don't want it to. This is the story of how Izuku's quirkless past ends up shaping his time at UA far more than he planned for. Toshinori Yagi and his wife Inko Yagi are both pro-heroes. Toshinori is the #1 hero All Might, and Inko is the #4 hero Telek. During their lives, they discovered that Inko was pregnant with a child. This child is Izuku Yagi. However, fate was not going to be kind to Izuku Yagi. His parents loved him, but they failed to show it since they were never around. Instead, they placed more importance on keeping the peace in Japan and the world than their own quirkless son. They would come to regret their actions for years and would find Izuku once again, but the relationship is far too strained when they find him. Can the Yagis reconnect as a family, or will Izuku Uchiha have become too closed off and cold towards ideals like family and love? Let us see as Izuku goes through his childhood and escapes from the abuse he suffers from others and his forgetful parents. What would change if Izuku was born 2 years before everyone else? What would change if Miro and the Big Three from canon didn't exist in this timeline? Nothing, and yet everything is now up in the air as we follow a story that is not straightforward as canon. Let us follow Midoriya Izuku, the rising hero who was UA's youngest student in its history to obtain a provisional license. Watch as he also becomes the sole student of his class and helps guide his juniors and protect them from the evil of the world so they don't suffer the same cruel fate as he did. What happens when his faith in his heroes finally breaks? What happens when he finally had enough? What happens when he doesn't believe in UA anymore? What happens when he is done giving UA chances to fix the things right in front of them? What if he no longer looks up to All Might? What if his best friend Shudo Todoroki offered his hand to start over somewhere else? This is how Izuku Midoriya finally breaks after the repeated failures of UA High School and its teachers. They allowed repeated assaults and attempted murder to happen without punishment and never did anything to fix it. Instead, they forced Izuku to partner up with the person that kept hurting him for the final exam, where Katsuki Bakugo just hurt him once again. As such, Shudo Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya decided to change their lives. Why stay where the teachers don't care? Why not leave to another hero school?